In progress.
Armando, do me a favor and just hit the got it button on the screen. Today is August 12th, 2024. This is the Town of Crestone Board of Trustees meeting. It's being held both in person and via Zoom. The time is 9:31. To ensure timely completion of the town's business, the following procedures will be followed. All participants must keep their microphones muted and their videos turned off except during citizens' comments or when called on to speak by the board. Per section 7.3 of our procedures and rules of order, we allow 15 minutes total for citizens' comments. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address before speaking. If your comments exceed 3 minutes or the allocated time expires, please send your comments to town hall as correspondence for the board's response. Multiple citizens share the same comments. Please be brief. Unspoken comments can be submitted to town hall for inclusion as correspondence at the next regular meeting. Ariel, roll call, please.
Mayor Byer,
Here.
trustee Kinney,
Here.
trustee Martinez. Here. Trustee Pazuzu.
Here.
Trustee Mendez Sanchez.
Here.
Trustee Lakai is absent with notice, and trustee Oglesby is absent with notice. Seth Walker will join via Zoom at 1:30 p.m.
Dennis, will you read the mission statements on the vision statement?
Town of Crestone vision statement: historic Crestone, Colorado exemplifies small mountain town beauty within a community committed to sustainable living practices and spiritual traditions. The town continues to celebrate its pioneering spirit and unique diversity through contemporary self-reliance. Crestone's goal are to enhance economic viability, environmental preservation, renewable energy use, and social responsibility.
Thank you. Next is approval of agenda. Any changes, deletions? One thing is, I wanted to switch, B, which is 13B, for after our discussion with Randy Sneed. Actually, it would be B, sorry, B, C, and D. So basically move E up. If she does come in or is on Zoom, then we will put her in and then we'll have the other stuff after that.
Is she joining the meeting?
Hopefully, that's the plan.
So that's B, C, and D.
After E. Any more changes, deletions? And like I said, with E, we're gonna wait, go until we find out what's happening with her. She sometimes texts me, but she said she was gonna be here today.
I make motion, we approve the agenda as amended.
Second,
Only second.
more discussion, all in favor? Motion carried. Approval of minutes, starting with July 1st, 2024. Regular meeting.
I have a comment.
Yes.
It's usually you put in the who was in attendance. This one doesn't have that. I don't think.
We'll call, no, July 8th? No, July
No, July
1st.
So July 1st.
Mhm.
That's actually the second one that is in there.
Oh, okay.
I have it as the first one.
You're right. So yeah, July 1st is, doesn't have.
Yeah.
You'll update that? Okay. Any more comments on July first? Not regular meeting, but a special meeting. I'd entertain a motion to approve that,
To,
approve that, those minutes.
we make a motion to approve the minutes
As amended.
as amended.
Their second.
I'll second.
Yes. Any more discussion? All in favor? Aye.
That's.
All in favor?
Second.
Yeah. Okay. Next is regular meeting from July 8th. I like the way you're doing minutes, by the way. They're, I think they're coming out really good.
What's wrong, because I can't get out of this.
The third button in the bottom, that can bring you to all the pages you have.
So you wanna go to Drive and then
Yeah.
download it. Or trustee binder. Image.
It almost made me cry the other day.
Okay, so here's all your stuff, so you have,
And the little button on this, on the power line, that
Yeah,
one
you
can,
there,
Okay.
and, yeah, so that's July 22nd, so we want. But there's done, and then. And just go back and you just kind of look at search between.
I'm sorry. I'm so stupid.
No, don't be sorry, we could arrange office hours too, and have
Yeah, I think you should, it's. I'm struggling with mine too, just so you know, so I brought my own tablet and.
I just accessed it through email today. And so I don't have to push anything, I can just scroll up and down to wherever it is, cause she emailed it also,
Right.
so it's pretty easy like that.
You want me to show you how to do that?
I don't have to open and save it. Should be a Gmail tab. Yeah. But yeah, most recent email.
One, two, three, four.
I just got it yesterday or today,
Did you?
yeah.
The emergency one.
We did,
I might have to leave early.
but that one we do the,
Again.
what is the agenda, right? And the emails with the whole thing.
No, I got the whole
no, I
thing.
sent the whole packet too.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
no. There it is. But it doesn't come up the way that, it doesn't come up the way that you said.
No.
Okay,
We'll just.
This is when
It's okay. All right, so we need a motion. Do we approve that second one yet?
Mhm.
Yeah, now we're on to the July 22nd meeting minutes.
I didn't get,
yeah, we didn't
I
do
didn't
that.
get a motion for,
Oh,
Not to the two, no.
I make a motion, we approve the July 8th minutes.
is there a second?
Shall we second?
More discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next is July 22nd special meeting.
Make a motion, we approve the July
22nd.
22nd. Minutes of July 22nd meeting.
Is there a second
I have
comment?
under citizens' comments. Warren Stevens expressed frustration at the Board of Trustees for considering allotting, I guess that core hours could be more hours. Okay.
Motion was that?
For a second,
Are we second?
more discussion? All in favor? Aye,
I was there,
you were there.
I read the minutes.
Well, if we can, it'd be good, you know, when we get the binders, try to read them beforehand. I know I did, and look for any mistakes or anything that was not accurate. So let's try for that. Aria's putting a lot of effort into getting these minutes out to us. Okay, now we're on to citizens' comments. Warren Stevens. Morning. Good morning.
I find it absolutely curious that after receiving, notice that I thought that there were monies being misappropriated and fraud, that no board member bothered to reach out to me to ask me about it. Or that after receiving a 17-page letter from Elaine Johnson, that no board member reached out to her to look into her concerns. I understand that the board does not really understand financial statements and doesn't have any curiosity about the numbers that are being presented. The balance sheet does not match the monies that are being reported in the bank accounts, and there's a difference of over $100,000. Seems to me you might want to reach out to someone that you trust that can explain what's going on. Your financial statements are garbage. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Any on Zoom? Anyone on Zoom wanna do a citizen comment? Seeing none, we'll move on. Presentation of bills. Is-
I think you can see the agenda thing.
She had it on paper,
I
so
don't have it on paper.
Second open page, so.
I just got the text from Randy Sneed. Let's see. Good morning, I'm having a meeting with my mom, so like 11:30. You can just table until I get there.
Also,
Yep.
We want to for you?
pardon,
Do you wanna me open in the tablet or the phone for her?
I'm doing, oh, Tracy.
Okay.
Kim's not gonna be here till 11:30, that.
Not Tim, Randy.
Oh, right.
I'll run you.
Hey, Kim.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so first is presentation of bills.
Got it. Are we? Am I on?
You might have to-
On the top there. Now, I'm on. So do we want to go through these individually, even though we have as a committee?
Was there any that were questionable?
No, No, we are still waiting on this UNCC. Uh, there's nothing more on that.
That one is, I guess, pretty confusing because they,
Yeah, it needs to do some more investigation into why we're getting that bill.
So, yeah, and there were no more bills showed up on my desk since we did these bills, since we approved them. And so, yeah, do we want to just pass them around or?
oh,
No,
you guys are happy with them?
I was in here, I was on.
This will be 2 sessions probably, so you probably were the first session, and I was there for the second session. I don't have any interest in seeing them again. Warren, would you like to look at them?
I have questions about lots of your financial issues.
Would you like to look at the bills?
I don't think it would be productive of your time.
Okay. I'll just mention that. Oh, well, first I want to say, because we're almost done with the bills, to disregard the page numbers, that was a fool's errand on my part to try and put them in such a large document, it just got messed up, so don't pay attention to the page numbers. But the groupings are still accurate I was just trying to be helpful in showing what's in the treasurer's report, so I'm talking about.
So we good on the bills? Let's make a motion to pay the bills.
I'd like to make a motion that we pay the bills that have been approved.
There's a second?
Second,
Oh,
Either.
and Adam got second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
uh,
Thank you for doing that and keeping up with the finance committees looking over each bill.
Okay.
Okay, and so I did want to mention, within that first group of documents, which the account summary in the bank, and after the bank statements.
Yeah.
And histories, the check register. I didn't note when I put the report together where those bills are, but they're right at the end of the register. So it's just a listing, is what I'm saying, of the bills.
That's in the second report.
Yeah, now we're on to the treasurer's report.
And I also printed out 3 copies of the profit and loss budget versus actual. It's a lot of paper, so I didn't print one out for everyone. So I wanted to.
Part of it is because it came in upside down. Some of the
Yeah.
pages came in upside down.
I have a question. Not sure, let's see where I'm at. Feel like it's the check register. And it's where it's showing where we all got paid. And some other bills that are getting paid. So we have like a public works to Thunder Mountain for 488. But that's not something I saw. And looking at the bills,
Are you looking at this?
probably.
Thunder Mountain was the tree removal. And it was in the bills because he had an invoice, or there was an invoice.
What date?
July 2nd. So maybe that was before we were doing pre-approval.
Before he did.
Yeah, I think you're right, that's the tree.
It is the tree removal.
Do you think, or are we sure?
No, sure.
What the page you were looking at?
It's the
No
first,
page number.
It's the
it's this,
town of Crestone check register, I think.
Thank you.
yes.
Okay.
I had a question about something Warren brought up, but I saw it too, that, our balance sheet. Doesn't have the right bank account information at the top, so basically. We're seeing like bank account information on another sheet. There's. What do you call it? There's a whole list of, it's hard to find these for you. Whole list of our bank accounts, and then if you take those and you transfer them over to the balance sheet, they don't line up.
We're talking about the balance sheet.
Balance sheet,
We're
yeah,
talking about the balance sheet, and
Correct.
the balance sheet does not line up with,
the bank account. So like if you
Oh.
take each one and you. Go over, you'll see that there's discrepancies.
I don't know if I would call them discrepancies. I think it's a matter of timing. So for example, let's take, for example, the checking account, which is the general fund.
Right.
Okay, it says $534,000. And on 7/31, so there's a difference in time.
I understand that, but what about like the big one I think is. 4468, the $107,730. I don't see that in the balance sheet. So let's see, but here,
Say again the number.
so on this account, plus. If you go back to your accounts. It says. BUS PDA PA 0004, and it says $107,730.38. On this guy.
Yeah,
Then you go to the balance sheet and there isn't that account. That's my hardest.
yeah, okay, that is because that is the capital projects fund,
Uh-huh.
and it is not incorporated into this register, it's a completely separate company. Which doesn't necessarily have to be. That, it does not necessarily have to be a separate
But
company.
then I,
In QuickBooks Online, it could be incorporated in just,
then I see,
We had talked about you going in and renaming accounts within the banking system.
I did look into that, and I did not see a way, strangely. And you know, anyone else is welcome to play around with that, you know, with my. In my,
so you're saying the $107,000 goes into a separate balance sheet, which is I see it now, the project capital fund
right,
balance sheet.
did you have any questions?
My numbers are much higher than that.
That number should be higher.
To me, you're off by about roughly 150,000. I left those papers in the car when I came in here. I could go get them.
Are you talking about that particular account? The one that we put the 0.5% in?
I understand that the capital fund may be being accounted for differently and not showing up
In the main balance sheet.
Okay, this is the capital fund balance
Right,
sheet,
now I
it's
see
in
it,
your
yes.
packet, this is the transaction history. And these numbers do
But the
match.
transaction
The
history,
numbers don't match from the balance sheet to the list of accounts, even in dollar amounts. Small amounts, that's all it is.
It's not on here. The capital projects fund is not on.
I understand
Yes,
the fund is not on that statement.
hard to go between.
I'm referring to the list of your bank accounts. Okay.
The summary,
The $725,000 in my, or cash checking accounts and about $131,000 that are in CDs. Am I correct in that?
I'm not going to try and argue with you. So what did you say?
That's checking account, that's CDs. Am I correct?
It says 5 accounts,
Comes down to here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, and then they add up to 725,522.06,
Okay,
right?
I
And the,
haven't done that now.
and the balance of the accounts that are there add up to 131,673.
Okay,
Your numbers.
no, that's from the bank. That's the bank. That's what the bank says. That's,
So you didn't check it before bringing it to us?
I'm not saying that these numbers are wrong, I'm saying these
Well,
numbers
he's
are
explaining to
correct.
you.
I'm saying.
It's
that-
not like that. I'm just talking to Armando.
Okay, sure.
These numbers add up.
Point to those numbers to me,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
account.
Sounds.
what is the point? What is your point exactly?
There appears to be $150,000 different, and the number
Well, I
in
think-
the balance sheet
Right, but I think what it is that
Different from.
that 107,000, the 107,000 that you added up.
is in the other
Is in
account.
the other-
I understand.
So that takes care of 107, and there's maybe one more account that we're missing.
I don't know. I don't have access to all this stuff, and.
Oh, I
the
see where it
balance
is,
sheet,
593.
The numbers don't match the bank numbers, is all I'm saying.
The
That's it.
QuickBooks,
Not QuickBooks, it's what gets reported.
That's
These are the-
QuickBooks, that's the only thing
Right.
that's getting
So the
reported is
balance
from.
sheet.
And who does QuickBooks?
I see why, if you notice, it says, I understand why.
And it can't be a date difference, because everything should be July 31st, even though these are printed on the 7th and 8th of August.
It's not just printed. It's year to date means of that date.
So if she,
On that.
so if she printed a balance sheet, she paid all the bills and then printed a balance sheet and the accounts, so. I think the main difference is, like you said, the timing, because it does say 593 on there, and then on the balance sheet it says 534. That's about $50,000 difference. And then you take 100,000, right? Put that on, that's the 150 right there. Because,
I don't wanna fight with you guys.
no, but I wanna make sure that we're, like, we have
You're
some.
getting trash, and that's all it is, okay?
I don't think it's trash anymore. I actually think we're catching up. We're
I'm
taking care of.
reconciling to the bank account, to the bank statements, to the penny for the last, this whole year. Would you like to come in and look with me at QuickBooks and with all the bank statements? And I think you would gain clarity from that.
I'm not gonna gain any clarity, okay? I understand what you're saying. Your numbers match. That's not my argument. Okay? My argument is the stuff that's being reported is not good. In that you've got all of the electrical accounts being attributed to the town hall.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, they don't all go to the town.
that's not what you started, I thought we were talking about a miscalculation of $150,000.
I'm telling you, the statement should all match the end of July, not have dates, have numbers from one date going to another date.
Right, so I would say that's true, and from now on, if, when you do the balance sheet and you sum it up, let's do the bank accounts at the same time so that they match perfectly, and then you'll see that it
Okay.
match, because what
I
happens, if
am
you spend money
following to the letter what is on the matrix that Elaine presented.
no, but what I'm
For what-
saying is. Yeah.
I think I know what you're saying. I hope you know what I'm saying. I would like simply to have it on the record. I will go and get it for you. You can look at it. It says year to date, which means the date.
But the bank accounts are-
And I will do it that way, if that's what you would like, to the end of the month. I will do it that way going forward.
No, all-
Not year to date.
No, all I'm saying is you can do year to date, but just line up the balance sheet with the checking accounts so that they match. So that when you don't have a big discrepancy between the balance sheet and the bank accounts.
You're still gonna have a discrepancy.
You might have a little one, but you could get it closer by doing it on the same day.
You also have, on the balance sheet, a large amount that's not included. There's a land value on.
I
there.
agree with that. However, we have looked back on that. I went with her and looked back on all of the old balance sheets from previous, and they never had it on there.
Cause they're all freaking
they're all.
They're all wrong, so that means that we need to have an appraisal. We should have an appraisal done.
No, you don't need an appraisal.
Why? Why would we need an appraisal on everything to get that right?
It's an asset, it's not.
Because you paid a certain amount of money for it. You
Well, I
paid-
know that, but I
And
mean,
it's
what
land.
about this building?
No,
Is that in there? I mean, that's an asset, that's a,
you bought $300,000 worth of land in the last 2 years.
I understand.
Okay? That is not depreciable. Therefore, it should go in at whatever that cost is. All right, so every bookkeeper, accountant, auditor, whatever the hell you've had, has not picked up on that, if your numbers are correct.
That's true. I would admit so.
Along with the fact that that number, I believe, not only the land number is off, your other values are off, that don't have anything to do with new appreciation of value, because they're based on purchase price.
What about the parks? Do those get included in the land so that we would have to have some kind of appraisal, no?
I agree, I think it,
I mean, if you wanna have it accurate, then you have to take
we have
all of
to
it.
do an appreciation schedule, and with equipment, we would have to do a depreciation schedule.
Right,
Cause every year we own a piece of equipment, it depreciates, and if we get paid tax on that,
well, we
then,
don't pay taxes.
well, then we don't have to worry about it.
No, we do have to worry about it because we want it accurate.
Accurate for ourselves, but, you know, the market fluctuates. We can appreciate that land at $1 million. That does not mean that that was what we would get in the sale in a depression or a recession or whatever.
I understand.
I mean, that fluctuates. It's valuable, it's an asset. It's not a negotiable item that you can go buy bread with. We're going to keep that land. And we are gonna utilize that land. But I don't understand what the problem is with having this land.
It's not a problem with having the land,
Well, you
it's a
bring it
problem
up.
in having crappy reporting, okay? You paid $300,000.
265, yes.
You paid $262 and change for one, you paid $34,000 and change for the other, and you paid 1,500 pennies for the third piece of property you bought. None of which were in budgets, none of which were approved, none of which were done supplemental budgets for. All of that's wrong, and you paid a hard number. That hard number is what should be in your books. It's simple. You don't trust me, you don't believe me, you don't believe Elaine, go get a damn accountant. Your last auditor missed tons of crap because he didn't look for it. And the new one will probably miss as much.
All right,
So
I
I
think
do
I-
agree that we need to get the balance sheet right.
Yeah, I think that with a small amount of assistance, well, and with the correct numbers, obviously, we need to know the value of the land and properties, and maybe, an appraisal is forthcoming. We'll see, but that could be put on the books, certainly, and I don't disagree that it ought to be there.
I think what Warren's trying to say is that we should go through and do more of a thorough assessment of each line in the balance sheet and make sure that we just are getting it to line up properly with what we have and what we own, and then proper depreciation, proper appreciation, right? Is that kind of what you're saying, that you want accurate balance sheets for the town?
It's not that I want them.
No, but I mean, we need.
You have a responsibility.
I understand that, but we've been dealing with bad information for a long time.
I've done nothing to fix it.
That's not true. We have done a lot to fix it. We've done a lot to fix it. We are finally looking at every single bill that we get in, and we weren't doing that before. Everything is going through us. We are catching up. We just had a lot of messed up information in the past. And I would agree that our auditor didn't do a good job, and I'm hoping that this new auditor does do a better job and has a more discrepancy, has a better understanding of how to bring our county back into order. Cause I do think that he can look at something and say, where is this? Where is that? We need this. So, and we fill in the blanks, basically. But we are now catching up on our accounting. We have much more accurate books than we've ever had in the past 4 years. Like, I mean, this is much more accurate. Yes, the electrical is not being split out exactly right. We need to do that. They've been working on that. They actually talked about that in the last meeting. She's gonna call, she's gonna find out which account goes to which well, we're paying that electric on. So this well runs this amount of electricity, this well runs this amount of electricity. That will get broken out. So there is work being done on that. I just don't, it's not as bad as it was.
It's worse.
No, it's not worse.
Did you get a water bill this year?
A water,
In the last few months, have you gotten water?
I have
bill?
gotten a water bill.
Have any of them been correct?
They have been sent pretty correct.
They have
And
not been correct.
yes, they have.
I got 3 bills,
If you,
all 3
if
bills.
you
were
sat
wrong.
down and looked at the software, one second, if you looked at the software that we're dealing with right now, it's completely outdated. There's a lot, it has to be updated. That is
Put the thing on an Excel spreadsheet and do the same thing for no money, okay? You could do it simply and do it right. The accounting is being handled poorly.
you have,
I have 3 accounts. I paid all 3 bills. I was given bills with late fees on 2 of those bills because they put everything on one account, all right? It's not just me, it's.
no, I know,
everyone
we have
spoke
we
to.
have seen a lot of discrepancies and we are trying, but we are trying to get this back in order. It went out of order, I would admit that. Yes,
Yes, I don't know, I think we are the 8 month at this point. The last time I was asking how long is it going to take it, and she didn't have an answer, but I don't feel that we are, yes, we don't allow things are not enough for the point we are, 8 months. I think it's not enough. Yes, fix some things. I got bill for my Airbnb. They say I didn't pay last year. And I sent the check to Ariel, the check is there with the money. What I got bill for something should be there at this point for last year. So I feel, I'm not sure, and I've been here for the last month, but I feel that we're not there yet and we
We're not
should
there
be there now. We cannot wait longer. So whatever it is you need or you guys need to clarify, because for me, it's clear, but I don't see the job be done, because all those things they talk about the land, all the stuff, she already know, she already have it here. And we talk about, oh, I can't do that, but it's no time. And we represent people, and people asking every single month what we doing. So I just hurry up,
yes,
What are you suggesting?
I don't know, you guys know, right? That's what we say, she's learning, so she need more help. It's not her fault, right? She's not prepared for this bullshit that we have. So hire the people we really needed to fix it, and then she can handle it from there.
You think there's a solution?
I thought it was a solution 2.5 years ago. And no one has done anything to correct the problems. There have been no supplemental budgets. We were promised a supplemental budget for the 2024, 2023 budget in January. Comes January, oh, we can't do it. We'll have it done by April. April's coming on. There's still no supplemental budget for that year. You have no supplemental budget for the stuff going on now. Nothing is right.
Just for.
Nothing has changed.
For someone like Armando who may not know, I have never received any direction on addressing supplemental budgets in previous years.
Yeah, we wouldn't put that on Kim by herself. right? That was something that
Elaine's letter, it said that they were done. I'm wondering why she's saying that they were done.
They're not done, that's what she said.
Let me see.
Anyway,
And we are progressing. In fact, we have a supplemental. We have supplemented the budget as of last Friday
Did you get the
for
total?
2024.
Put the totals in?
That was Friday afternoon. No, I have not put the totals in.
It was a later.
Yes, actually,
It was in the
seven
evening.
something. And I've had other work this weekend. And, you know, I
Ken, you're a nice lady,
totally,
it's not you, okay?
okay, that's fine. I'm not talking about that. I would like to address your concerns. I think they are misguided, and I wish
Tell me how,
that you would
tell me how I'm misguided. You have by law a requirement.
tell me what your problem is. Tell me specifically, could you write it and would it?
I can tell you the thing.
Specifics?
They have a responsibility to do supplemental budgets when the revenues are greater or there's line items that need to be adjusted, not adjusted, not within a budget, but new things, like buying the land, okay? They buy the land, not in the budget, for any of the land they bought. They bought them under multi-year contracts, another thing that's not legal. They have.
So you're not actually talking about things I can address or do within.
Well, if you're a freaking bookkeeper, it's your job to do the accounting. As far as I'm concerned, that's your job. If you don't think
But
it's your
if the land
job,
has never been on the books before,
yeah, well, it should have been on the books,
it should have been, okay?
okay?
So it
And
really,
there's, and
I'm
I
saying,
believe there's
I'm
three
saying-
point four million
So
dollars, not.
is the first time that you have to have a land that we buy, is the first time?
no. No, it's not the first one.
I understand. People don't get it. My way of presenting things is wrong. I get it. I don't understand why people don't get it. But here's the law. You can go look at the budgets that are submitted to DOLA. You, as a bookkeeper, can add them up. You can see that they submitted false, inaccurate.
And how am I going to address that for you?
Well, I would say maybe start submitting accurate information on your own,
I am.
of getting the bills.
So, so I have a question for the board. Do we want to do this? Take Kim's job and make it so that she knows exactly what she's supposed to do as far as paying bills, reconciling the budget, staying up to date on everything, and then we hire, as Warren is saying, a professional to come in there and really do a full. I mean, it's basically an audit. It's basically what we've been talking about is this,
An accountant.
an accountant, like a CPA who can come in here and actually do, and then you're just keeping up. You're not going back and looking at things.
There is,
Because if we're breaking the law by not doing a supplemental budget for 2021, 22, and 23, we need to do that to get back in order. And that's not something that I think you're gonna do. Am I correct? You're not gonna do a supplemental budget for those years.
I guess I would say that, yeah, I would not, I
So
would not love to do that.
I don't think you would. So what I'm saying is if we tighten your job so that you're doing what you're supposed to, you're.
I am doing what I'm supposed to. do.
Not if we need
I
a
am.
supplemental
We
budget.
didn't ask Kim to do
I
the
didn't say
supplement.
we asked her to do it. I didn't say that.
I
I'm
mean, I'm,
saying,
I'm telling you right now, I am doing what I'm being asked to do. I'm doing what I'm directed to do. And I think all of this I don't know what Warren's problem is with the documents that I'm presenting, the financial statements.
not
that
accurate.
I disagree with you.
Well, I can show you,
Well,
right, easy, look at the land number, look at the land number, is it correct?
well, when I find it, try to.
Is
find-
it-
I'm not talking
And,
about the
and
land.
the last time when Elaine was here, she said, and I understand you, Elaine, and I share what you want. And so she never can really communicate with people. So why not you do that from the person who can help her? Because if she say that we didn't help what to do because she's not prepared for this big job. what you say right now, we need more staff because she didn't know that she had to do the supplemental.
I didn't have to do something.
Well,
We never
well,
have.
exactly, well, so if we didn't tell, it's our fault. If she didn't, because we didn't tell, it's our fault, so let's fix it.
And we can't
It's-
afford more turnover.
Well, we can, but we in the same channel, and we have this guy, and that's the American County Jail us every single month, because that's what we work for them. Right, and he not need to be part of the board, because we're not changing anything. For the day one and here, we did the same mistake over and over. We hiring people with low rates, and now we have raises all them. We raised the hour for Brent, we raised the hours for everyone, and the first time he said here, we should not do that, because we don't have the money. And we break all the rules. Everything that he told me, we're not doing it,
Well, we knew we
So,
were not gonna fix
and I
this
think
in
that-
1 year.
but we should be doing better,
How do you know?
sorry?
How do you know? We should
Because
be
I got
doing
bill,
better?
they're not, you say that I
So
didn't
your
pay last
water.
year. No, not the water, my Airbnb, the
So you
number is
have
here.
The correct
No.
information, thank you.
Why I had to do that? That's your job. I send the check, so I send the check to you, so now you can figure out where's my money. So you never.
Was I doing that last?
You never have an answer.
I was not.
You always
doing
say,
that
oh,
last
let me,
year.
so, I'm done.
Okay. We need to find an actual solution, because there's definitely a communication breakdown that's happening between our staff, our board, and our public. When it comes to finances, when it comes to the balance sheets, when it comes to the supplemental budgets that are, and we've been talking about this for a long time, I would agree. The balance sheet is not correct,
Because of the land.
not only because of the land. There are line items on the balance sheet that are. And let me look at it. Point being, we need to get in line with the public. And everybody has to be in a line. So in other words, with billing, for instance. We have to understand that if we have to get to a point where we feel like we're on top of it and we know exactly what people have paid, what people owe. That's a big one, because there's a lot, I noticed that was one of the line items was, it said something about, it said accounts receivable was $1,300. I know our accounts receivable is way more than that. I know,
We're not
Because-
really operating through accounts receivable, we're operating on a cash basis. For
but it
instance,
says accounts receivable on there.
for example, the business licenses, we just send out letters, we prepared the letters, sent them out, and we'll be getting the income, it's not.
But it says accounts receivable on there, and people do owe a lot of money, as we know. I owe a lot of money, I know that, I have a check in my pocket.
It's not, okay, you're talking about the water system, that does not interact here. It interacts in the sense that, the bottom line, like the income hits the water sewer account, that income. But the UV Max system is a completely separate system. It does the billing, and that is a system that we are also in the process of upgrading. In September, we're taking this old system, or they're taking this old system.
Right. It's an
And
antiquated system.
they're offering an upgrade, so that is the plan, we've already signed up to do that. I'm not saying that is the only problem. I mean, there has been operator error, for sure, in the last billing, it was kind of a perfect storm of various layers of errors. And, we prepared a letter, we are sorry about that, and we will address each bill to get it correct. Yeah, that's all I think we can say and do at this point, and I do believe it will get better, I hope it does not, for goodness sake, get worse before it gets better. I mean, before we process, in the transition, and all of this is transitional. I mean, we are transitional. We have been tasked with catching up from last year with bookkeeping. And also doing the bookkeeping for this year and interacting with budget and auditor and this various systems. And we're upgrading, going into QuickBooks Online will be an upgrade and will reduce the minutia that I am presently dealing with, because every single number from 2024 came from my fingertips into the system, onto the balance sheet, and onto the profit and loss. That is ineffective. This is a computer age, and we are now going to have downloads of data that will also be accurate and correct to the bank statement, but it will be downloaded from the bank instead of all hand entry. That will be a huge burden off of me. And I presume that the UV Max system will also have efficiencies that it does not now have.
I would say that let's just bite the bullet. Kim's taking the care of everyday business, bite the bullet, get an accountant in here and bring things together.
We did get an offer from a woman who does have a lot of accounting experience, but again, is not a certified public accountant for free. Lori from the brewery offered to come in and help and coach per se. But again, it might,
I would go for a full-blown certified experience resume accountant right now.
Okay.
And, I mean, we've done that, you know, we could take an assistance from a lot of people.
so let's put an RFP out, huh?
I would like to add that tomorrow I will be transitioning the books finally with Dana Ryder, CPA, to QuickBooks Online. And if we have the correct numbers at hand to put the land on the balance sheet in the system, I think we could do that then. And I would ask you to hold off on this in making another motion to bring in another person. I do not see that is necessary, and I understand, you know, Warren is, you know, animated about various issues. I would like to just take it systematically. If there is someone else to do the supplemental budget effectively, that is the prior ones, the previous ones that are apparently due. Okay, let's make that work.
And that's my intent. I don't know how far back realistically we can go and be able to recoup or draw the correct information, because I know how much incorrect information we had dealt with over the last year and trying to put things together. My opinion on this is I've never met Dana. Let her finish her work with you and not be sidetracked
Yeah, I'm not,
on someone else.
Yeah.
Or other part of this issue.
yeah, I'm not,
Get someone else in here to.
yeah, I was not suggesting that she would do the supplemental budget.
Okay, so we'd like to make a motion to hire a person to fix this thing.
So we need to go out for bid, or at least a request for proposal.
Certified public accountant.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we should go, we should have, I don't know if it'd be a bid process, but we should.
RFP.
Yes.
To
I'll
do
do the
what?
same way.
Fix this thing? Is that a motion?
Well, no, to find a counter with the right tools to fix this thing.
Specifically the supplemental budgeting from previous years.
Second?
Is
Can I
that,
have a full motion?
Okay,
Because
let's start over.
So I will make a motion to hire
I'd say go out, direct our,
area to our found bids for a counter, a CPU, certified
CPA,
CPA, thank you, CPA.
preferably governmental.
Yes, please. That'll be my motion.
For the specifics of, but
Everything they need to be, I mean, I don't know, you know, where everything they can help.
Basically,
It's
it's
to be
gonna
helped.
be a,
To give an accurate account of where we are financially and liability wise.
Yes.
I'll let her read it back.
And how is that different from what the auditor is supposed?
cause the audit will do 2023. Which is probably gonna, if he's a good accountant. He's gonna say to us, we probably need to, that we are gonna need to supplement 2023 budget to the actuals, because we went over on a lot of items. So some way or another, we're gonna have to supplement going back.
So, but to get clarification. This CPA is supposed to help with the supplemental budgets in previous years. Is
And
that
if you,
correct?
and if you everything you need, like, you put the land, all the assets, everything that we need to do, I don't know.
Get
I don't
after
think
it,
so,
balance.
I don't think so limited to use to the supplemental budgets, everything that has to be done, right?
I think at some point through this, that accountant, whoever that person might be, will get to the 24 as well. Each year overlaps to another year. 23 is overlapped in 24, and 22 is overlapped in 23. So I don't think there's a definitive line that's gonna stop. It will spill over into 24, I'm sure.
You said that too, that January and February were spilled over, and it's difficult to get a handle on it.
There is some categorization that. That is like income. Was deposited in this year. That belonged to last year. Some of that. It might never, we might never know. We might never actually figure that out. Because it's just not. Yeah.
So what's the motion right now that you're?
Can I ask for something going forward, cause that was all the motion.
Yeah.
Everything you said, like, can we have the motion second and then
Let's-
discussion, just so I
exactly.
have a clear motion?
Let's review the motion you have. and then do a
Currently, I
second.
have motion to direct the clerk to request for proposal to hire a governmental certified public accountant to give an accurate accounting of where we are financially and help with previous supplemental budgets.
That's right. Like,
Is
no,
there a second?
I'll second it.
Any more discussion?
Are you gonna pay that out of the money we allocated for the forensic audit?
Basically, the forensic audit, isn't it?
didn't we have 14,000?
It's, we probably have 19 or 20,000.
Okay.
And then, as you pointed out, according to Elaine, the 2022 supplemental budget is prepared,
Yeah, where is that?
but needs to have a public hearing.
Where is it?
I don't know.
let me
And-
check a little.
And we also prepared a 2023 supplemental budget, which erupted in a shitstorm with our residents yelling at our last staff. Which basically resulted in our last staff not being here, so that supplemental budget was not approved. But the finance committee, including Elaine, has agreed that any supplemental budget we prepare will basically be.
Based on the actual.
Based on the actuals. So that's pretty simple.
Right.
And we actually have all of, you know, as much information as we have access to. Given that our previous staff may not have provided accurate information. But also, that doesn't, you know, mean that Kim's gonna be able to have access to accurate information if it wasn't provided. So. I do think hiring a CPA could be beneficial. To help with certain aspects, but I also think that paying a CPA $12,000. To look at numbers that we've already prepared for 2022 and to a certain degree for 2023 would not be very efficient. I also think if we hire a CPA, that person might get, I think we have to be very, very careful to not to direct that person to sit in a room with Elaine or Warren for 5 hours and receive their downloads on what they think is wrong with it. Like their job is to, I hope, come in and look at numbers and put it together for themselves and not just regurgitate what we're hearing from any other.
I don't know, I don't think there would be an issue. I mean,
Yeah, no.
Elaine has made it clear, that's really why I didn't respond to anything that she said. I thought she just wanted out, and I was
Right.
giving her that space, you know, she wanted out. I wasn't gonna bother with anything, so I don't think we would even go there.
Yeah, no, me either. That person should be.
But I
left alone.
agree with everything you said.
Mhm.
My theory is that if we have somebody who's, you know, a governmental CPA, they're gonna come in and basically be able to kind of like say exactly what they want, they're gonna be able to find what they need. If they can't find it, then they're gonna figure out how to find it.
Yeah.
I just wanna ask, when that person looks at the bookkeeping that I've done and the financial statements that I've prepared and says,
Good.
right on, you will believe them. Is that right?
What
Yes,
happens when they come back and show you $300,000+ of adjustments that need to be made to the books? Like the last two accountants have done with our books for the last 2 years. And these
Bring it.
books are even worse.
Bring it, if it's accurate, that's what this is about, is accuracy and clarity. That's all my job is about.
Great.
Okay. So any more discussion? All in favor?
Uh,
Obviously, this is not gonna happen right away, so you still have a lot of time.
3 months.
What?
I'm fine, I mean,
30
my
days
books
to
are
put it
good.
out. And it's gotta get the
Yeah.
interest coming in, then we have to peruse
Mhm.
the resumes and their qualifications. And we
No,
look at-
we can do a whole room.
And I would say to the board too, that since Dennis and I are possibly the only ones who actually spend time going line by line with Kim. I will admit, I wish you knew more about certain things and certain line items, but that's also, you know, they're new. But when we go through line by line, there's no room for I think Kim's doing a great job of providing line by line. I wish you knew more about every single line. She doesn't, but maybe she'll learn that over time, and maybe a CPA will even help learn that. But I think that I have, from what I've seen, zero doubt about the authenticity or accuracy of the numbers she's providing.
And I would agree.
And I think that
It's really.
for I think for Warren to blanketly say that we're worse than we've ever been, I think is inaccurate and, I think we're doing really well at,
You're all smoking crack if that's the way you think.
I think we're doing really well
I say we've probably done, and I put in my report, we're down to about 2/5 left. So we've probably done 3/5 of what needs to be done, and we have 2/5 left of getting it back in order.
So I'm just looking for some clarification. There's going to be a hiring of someone who is a CPA? Or is this a contractual thing vis-a-vis
This would be a
Virginia?
contract.
This is not a new employee. This is a contract employee to come in here and help. Not meant to train you, not meant to train.
But let them do the supplementals, you keep doing what you're doing.
Well, I don't think that person will be here. I mean, I think we're talking about somebody who will be hired and I will send the files and that will be that.
We'll see how they want to operate. I'm sure you're probably right.
I mean, I'm happy to cut loose the supplementals, which I was just beginning to see the
Well, the
edge of.
the 24 one still needs your input.
Sure.
So we definitely need to supplement
We're
24.
there with that, yeah. We're not gonna, we'll keep going with that one.
Mhm.
Yes, and we appreciate you. It would be nice to enjoy coming to work, wouldn't it? I think we need a little more positive reinforcement for our staff. Because pick, does not do us any good.
Yeah, because I really I want to say, I think you're just wrong. I mean, you're wrong
Wow.
about,
Kim,
you're correct about.
admitted that there was
I think she's gonna be talking to.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? If we wanna really deal with Warren, we just have a sit down at another time. And you can go through your numbers and then she can take your information, but we can be here. So that,
You made a commitment over a year ago, December of 22. You, Adam, Kizen, who's a foot, and Kim, okay? To have a supplemental budget done in January,
for 2023,
of 2023 for 2022.
so it says here in Elaine's report, the 2022 supplemental budget has been prepared.
Well,
I don't know where it is.
it may be prepared, maybe she did it, maybe she hasn't, I've never seen it, okay? But it was never done
It requires a
by
public,
January, and it was never done by April, maybe June, July, it's still not done. Because you would have had to have a public hearing. for
right,
it.
and it says it requires a public hearing
Right?
when approved and filing with DOLA.
One thing I would like to clarify for him, because I feel respect for him, I feel respect for you, Andrew, everyone that work in our town. But we represented our taxpayers, the people elected us to be here. And believe me, and I agree with Aaron, I really hope Aaron.
And they
should
take
be-
our-
Let me finish. We have to present work to people. As today, as right now, whatever reason is, we're not doing it 100%. So we're not doing well. We should do better. And that's what I feel. And I respect every single one, but they have a job to do.
Correct,
And we need to have answers when
and we direct
Hold
the
on.
staff.
when we ask him to her, oh, I didn't have this one, oh, it's another. So I never have a really clear answer for her job. So that's why I feel respect for her, but she had to bring her game up if she wanted her job. So I'm not against anyone, but we are responsible for the money we pay because it's taxpayer, it's not my money. Right? So we had to be sure that people working for town, they do the job they have, same as. So I don't disagree on respect people. We just trying to do the job we have to do, right? We the managers, we the bosses for them, right? So I'm not saying any bad words to them.
Keep moving forward.
Yes, we will, but I want to be clear, they're not respecting you, her, anybody, just because we asking questions. I think that's different.
If you're going to believe the mischaracterizations that Elaine and Warren present, and take that, and you're going to,
I
you're going to
voted not to
project
take
that
my own
upon me.
decision, man. I talk about the work that we're doing here, that's all.
So you're going off of the financial statements, you're not
No.
listening to Warren, and you're not listening to Elaine.
I'm here for, behind the, I don't to do what I have to do.
I
Am
stand
question?
behind my financial statements, I stand behind all of my numbers.
Yes.
And if someone can show me specifically where they are inaccurate, I will be happy to correct
That's not
them.
my job,
But
but yes.
I feel like in regard to what Warren is saying about the financial statements that I am responsible for, setting aside the issue of the land, which is not on previous year's balance sheets or profit and loss, I showed the mayor yesterday, this. But if you can show me inaccuracies, I will correct them, and certainly with apologies, but Warren does not know. He is inaccurate with his information, talking about the financial
I'm
statements.
not inaccurate about them, okay? I'm not inaccurate about the faulty building, the failure. to
Put your
build.
money where your mouth is and step up and show me.
Not like that one
Come to the
thing.
computer with me.
No,
Show me.
Can we
Order.
order?
Order. That's just, that's,
She's an employer and she should not talk to
I
the
understand.
best state how we,
I understand.
that's the problem we have here.
Well, that's Anders before being attacked.
No, I understand
Listen,
too.
I wanna tell you something, if you really want, if you, it's very easy to point out, to be upset and frustrated, but I know two guys in this room that have taken pen and paper for about a year now, and it worked, try to work through this stuff, and it's not as clear, especially the history, is not as clear as everyone would like it to be. There were times that, I don't wanna say we made up money, but we made made up numbers, but we made some assumptions that may or may not have been correct. And we're still fighting for it.
Let's leave it right there. Is there any more on your report that you wanna talk about?
I forgot about my report.
We will not figure this out in this meeting, I guarantee it. This requires either some oversight that right now we don't have. We don't have enough of the information to do that kind of oversight. So there's no way you guys are gonna work it out right now. So we just have to accept the fact that you disagree. And
You know, this
he's
is
done a lot
about
of research.
Numbers and facts, and anyone who understands should be able to look
So we're gonna get.
and come to the.
So
we
that's
should be able
just,
to
all
come
I'm
to the
saying
same
is that
conclusion.
we're not gonna figure it out
Based
now.
on the
We
numbers.
can sit down and have a work session where he brings his numbers and you bring your numbers and we can.
There's
go through
not
them.
his numbers and my numbers, there's my numbers and him understanding what I am presenting.
What he's trying to say too, he's also saying that things have not been filed and there hasn't been public hearings. He's accurate about that.
If you're putting
That's-
garbage in, you're getting garbage out, and you haven't put the garbage in yet because you don't even know about the garbage that's been left out.
Okay.
So then that's what I said. We're not gonna get it cleared right this moment. We're gonna move on. Any more on your report, Kim? It's frustrating, I know, and I'm sorry that you're dealing with this, but you're.
It's frustrating because we're talking about numbers and facts. And it's just, there's not that much gray area in the 2024.
But again, we're not gonna.
There is no gray area, period, actually. Want to talk about the dark sky?
Yes. Want me to bring it up?
Sure.
So dark sky is being split off from our books. The dark sky committee wants to do their own accounting, file for their own grants, and they're doing it through a nonprofit called the Crestone Foundation. So they applied for a grant last year and received $5,000. And we are planning on returning it to the county because they did not. The signs and everything that we bought will come out of that, and then the balance will be given to the county, and then they can reapply for anything that they want for dark sky. However, there was a few donations, and there was the dark sky pins that Kim is separating out into a separate accounting, and she will return that to the new dark sky committee that's separate from the town.
Didn't the town pay for
Town paid for it, so she went above, there was some profit. So
Then
she
income
returned.
and expenses both from it, and there will be a few $100s that comes out of the PIN account.
And donations.
Whereas the grant, there's gonna be about $3,000 that go back to Saguache County.
And we're gonna put it with a cover letter that basically states that the town did not meet the requirement because it was really supposed to be for the sign. It was not supposed to be for just dark sky straight across. They get the money back, they can reapply and deal with that on their own. So that's how we're dealing with that. Is there any more to that?
Not really.
So she's gonna come up with a check that the finance committee will see and possibly a cover letter that will state what's going on to the county.
So Elaine's recommendation that we give it directly to
Can't.
the foundation?
We can't,
Of course not.
Right.
But where did that come from?
I don't know where that came from. That was
Probably Kyrena.
probably Karina. We don't know exactly where it came from. I thought we could, and then actually Kim caught it and she was like, there's no way we can do that. I think you tried to call
Caught
it.
it because I sought information, correct information from an authority, which is always an easier way to go about everything. And that was Wendy Mace at the county, who is responsible for that. And she said, with no uncertainty, and actually it's in your packets, but it's the one unfortunately that was upside down. I printed out some, I'm gonna show you. So I heard back from Wendy Mace that, no, absolutely cannot do that. Cannot, intermingle the PIN money and et cetera, as both Elaine and Kyrena had been directing me and you.
So,
Yeah, I mean, it was probably 8 months ago, we knew we were gonna owe the county, I thought $5,000.
well, it was 5,000 minus what we
3,000.
spent on the sign. And there was actually the pit, when we went out to go, when Karina went out and she called 811, she did it 3 times. To call because the sign that she was trying to do kept moving.
Mhm.
And so that ended up costing us money. So there's that money as well that's coming up. Point being, that is gonna get clear and we're gonna be very happy when that's done.
We'll wanna put that in our, can you make a note of that for our 2024 supplemental budget?
Okay, noted. Yes. That's it.
How did you receive the sales tax info? Revenue
47, I think you said 47, 40.
From last month,
from whatever we would be hearing about this month.
it probably will happen today. I
Okay.
think so, no,
So the money that,
for August.
when you had it in there for July, correct, or no?
It's in, yes, the financial statement shows the July received payment for June.
Yeah.
So it's in there.
And that was what?
43.
43,000 something.
And when do you think you'll have those totals?
What,
When do you think you'll have the totals on what we did Friday?
the supplemental
Yeah,
in,
Friday, like 11 o'clock.
no. Maybe this week, but this is a full week. This transition of
yeah.
QuickBooks Desktop to online.
We should plan a review of that next week,
Okay.
so.
Do you want to do it as a work session?
I'd like to
Look at that.
be able to look at it and pick it apart a little bit. before
Well,
we
let's do that, and if there's anything we need to change, then we.
Or maybe we could have it approved by the finance committee before that 2-week meeting that we're having, that one intermediate meeting that's on the
26th.
Yeah, I don't see why not. We could put that on the agenda to look at it.
Do you think we should have a public hearing for it?
I think we should have a regular or special meeting on the 20 whatever of
6th.
August. And approve a draft to present to the public and then schedule a public hearing
Okay.
for probably the September meeting.
Okay, so let's say 26th, but before that, it will be already approved by the finance committee.
Okay. So
Sounds good.
next week we'll confer on the date. meet.
Is there a report from the finance committee? Because if there is, it would be nice if Kim stayed for that.
I guess the finance committee has been focusing on supplemental budget for 2024. And we've been meeting to approve bills and it's it's a little bit overkill, some of the bill approval. But it's also a nice little gesture that we're all doing. Putting extra attention on bill approval and then supplemental, we're literally going line by line. Based on our first 6 month budget versus actual and doubling some things, but with Kim's input, we're knowing that some things are, paid at the beginning of the year or not, so we're not just across the board doubling everything. And we would go through, so like if it's January to June for town hall personnel, we're taking that number and then we're seeing what everybody's getting paid right now and multiplying that, or doing the math to calculate that out for the following 6 months. So we're taking that added up number and adding that to the first 6 months to get pretty accurate numbers on what we'll be paying town hall personnel, or so on and so on. And then through the process, I think one of the most challenging aspects is we have our 2024 budget, which is a very, very, very simplified budget compared to previous years. So as we're looking at the budget versus actual, there's a ton of line items in there that are not as simple as the 2024 budget. And in some cases, Ken is going through and combining, you know, if we have a cell phone stipend here and a cell phone stipend here under Public Works and Town Hall. So we're trying to combine some things to simplify, but we're also realizing that we probably oversimplified the 2024 budget and certainly under allocated in many areas.
Right.
So we're probably gonna end up, what was gonna be our excess sales tax going into savings will likely be spent on operations and mistakes from the previous year.
Are
But
you,
we're probably, our supplemental draft will not be as simple as the 2024 budget. It'll be in between previous years and this year. As far
So
as
but as far as line items too, you're supposed to not take out line items. You can add them, but not take them out for 3 years. Is that
that's why we oversimplified it. That's why I say that 2024 is oversimplified, because we just got rid of line items.
but you're not supposed to.
Probably
Yeah.
ought not have done that. So yeah, so there's a lot like in the budget versus actual that doesn't transfer over. And through detective work, we can see where those are and what those are.
And then the other thing was, I noticed that, on even the budget, there's grant stuff, so I'm hoping that the finance committee can talk to me about like the mitigation grant, how much we're gonna spend on how that works, and then,
We're just, when we get to the grant section on the budget versus actual, we just carry the numbers over and say, well, this is what supposedly we're gonna get, but I'm expecting clarity from Randy on that.
okay. Well, that Randy doesn't deal with this mitigation grant, it's Allison, that's dealing with it, and,
Then we need more.
yeah, more information.
Yeah, we're just carrying the grant numbers straight across. I
It was
think
just broken into 3 years, and it's different than that. Like that one mitigation.
And we talked about the closing of the grant that was going to be at this building.
Right. And that's gonna get
And,
taken out.
pardon?
That will get taken out.
Yeah.
That, yeah, I mean, at least leave in there, but not no expenses.
Zero.
But I mean, that was like. Was it $700,000? It's more.
Well, that's because we got,
Grants total? It was probably at least, yeah.
So that really changes.
what the, sorry. The one
What
I'm
we
doing,
projected. Almost $1 million in grant revenue at the beginning of 2024. So if we just carry that number across. For the supplement, but then we don't get some of that, that's really significant.
yeah. I agree.
And so again, I'm hoping
But you can
Randy
add-
can clarify
She'll clarify that. We're gonna clarify that big grant, which is the
sewer.
sewer and water extension. There was a bunch of stuff that happened at the CPCA, so she'll have to clarify. Okay.
At some point, I thought that there was, a thought that I might benefit from sitting down with, Randy one-on-one, or to get a better handle on the grants. Seems like it was a long time ago. but
Well,
that was-
let's us get clarity and then it will make more sense to you eventually. As far as the mitigation grant, I'll clarify with them and then it'll.
Okay.
But you just wanna make sure that we have, like I said, there's money coming in and money going out, and then there's the main thing with those are. You have to take 5.2% off because that's what the town has to pay. There's gonna be a little bit of an accounting,
This is kind of why I'm saying that it would be.
but that's not Randy.
Randy is not.
She's not doing the mitigation, it's Allison. That's the administrator.
Right, yeah, I got it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, my report is. It's my report for August. Meeting 2024. It's been 5 months since I started my term as mayor, however, it feels a lot longer. We've shifted into a new era for this town, and I believe it's based less around growth and expansion. And more aimed around at responsibility and stabilization. Most of you are probably familiar with the saying, think globally, act locally. Well, this is our chance and our place to act locally. What does that mean to think globally? The issues facing our planet come down to survival as humans and whether we can care for our communities when faced with the 10,000 issues that challenge that survival. So to bring that back home to our small town of Crestone, we can understand that our actions right here reflect on the responsibility for the survival and well-being of our whole planet. This helps put things into perspective as human beings acting as public servants with the responsibility of providing and maintaining services that benefit the survival and well-being of our community, which in turn benefits the global community. The reason my report is not in your binder is to be able to read it because, the reason my report is not in your binder is to be able to read it because I feel it's important for me to write it the morning of the meeting. This provides me with an opportunity to review the binder, talk with the staff, and create an up-to-date report. Yesterday, I met with Kim and reviewed some of the financial challenges that we do face. I believe that these challenges are about 2/5 of what we started with, and we have finally stopped most of the bleeding, and we are now in the healing phase. What I mean is that we are not spending beyond our means, and when our supplemental budget is in place, it reflects more of the actuality of our revenue after seeing the decrease in sales tax and the expenses after stabilizing our spending. The last 2/5 of our financial challenge is still ever present, and I'm encouraging us to stay diligent on it. We still have to figure out a system for tracking accounts receivable and what consequences we implement if people aren't paying their bills to us. This is an important check in our system and has to be looked at. Kim and I reviewed past balance sheets and we couldn't find any information regarding totals of our fixed assets that need to be reflected in our balance sheets. I'm curious if we need to do an independent appraisal of the town's assets in order to make our balance sheet more accurate. Kim and I reviewed the dark sky grant and how to separate the funds for the town's funds. I'm in contact with Russell surveyors. They have done all the groundwork for a LiDAR survey at the cemetery. I will continue to follow up on this. Our steps will be to find an engineer that can review the drainage and show us how we can expand. Both Dennis and I have talked to Randy Sneed regarding grants. We need to decide with her how we want to move forward with these grants. Both the attorney's report and the clerk's report reflect efforts made in this past month on various issues. I want to thank everyone for the extra time, extra energy on bringing this town governance back into a more stable place. We have much work ahead of us, and I'm still relying on us to stay diligent in our efforts. I also wanted to add kind of like a question, comment, concern part of this report so that the board could talk to me and say, I think you need to improve here, or I want you to help with this, or so I'm going to open that up to the trustees to do that. There's a lot of other things, but they're going to be coming up on other reports.
I guess I'm surprised that we're all still here. It's a lot of work And I think the extra meetings, and then I think the time that some of us put in outside of the additional meetings is not sustainable for people making $100 a month and, you know, basically never doing good enough. So, I don't know. I don't think it's possible to like remove stuff from the agenda and focus on. You know, focus on the finances and nothing else, for example, but I would say having 18 hours of meetings a month at least, plus the time that some of us put in beyond that is not sustainable for how things are turning out. And then if, you know, addressing Armando, if you're listening to people and feeling like we need to do more, that could be oversimplified and say, okay, well, let's fire Kim and get a new accountant. Or if we need to do more, it might look like what Dennis and I are doing, which is more. Learning the budget, looking at the numbers, understanding it beyond what a citizen is telling us. So there is more work to do, and again, I don't think it's very sustainable.
I would agree. I'm hoping that we can get to a point where we can maybe cut out cut out at least like that second meeting. As of right now, I don't think that's possible. I think that it was been really helpful to have it.
Yeah.
As far as, you know, we're not in, like I said, I don't think we're in growth and expansion right now. I think we're more in responsibility and stabilization.
Mhm.
And so I think once we start to really get to that point where we're stabilizing, we'll find that we're like, things are just easier for the staff, easier for the board.
Mhm.
But I think we're just not there yet.
Mhm.
And so if everybody could just tries your hardest, whatever it takes to put in a little extra, everybody, we already are putting in extra, but and just see where you can fit in if,
Sure.
if you feel like you wanna be at those finance committee meetings to listen in, we need to tell Ariel to just announce it 24 hours.
Well, I will attend to the meetings to put my time there, but I think it's not the time that you guys put it, the problem that you guys bring at work and put it here, and the person is here, is not listening. And you hire a lot of people in your shop, and you can have a person that is a wonderful person, but cannot do your job, you're not going to hire them. And I feel that's the situation, we treat people right, but to asking to them to do the job is not bad. And you guys put so many hours, him, Elaine, everyone, but she never can communicate with you guys.
No, I feel
No,
very well.
no, that's what.
I feel very well communicated with,
Sure,
like, Ken.
but what she said to Elaine, last meeting I was here in May, she pretty much insulted Elaine. She said that she was not going to call Elaine because she had a CPA, that's the contact of the person, she was going to call that person. So we, as a board, we put this committee to communicate with the treasury, and she didn't wanna listen to them. So that's the problem. But I will put more hours, definitely, I'm here to help. And even if you don't believe it, I'm not listening one person here, I have my own opinion too. And I live in this town, and I work every day in town, and believe me, people is not happy with us. For many reasons. If we don't like it, the door is big. That's how I feel.
When we get to Elaine's letter, I would like to, it's gonna take a little time, but I would like to go line by line and talk about it because.
Sure.
Just so you know, I mean, even though she wrote this nice long letter, and I do thank her for that, it came in with our packet, I didn't see it before then. We need to address those issues, and there are a lot of them that have already been done and are.
I try to do my part, I looking for a meeting with Sarah too, because we look her and I already talked to her yet, so I send an email to her to see what's happening, because we need people to do the job here, and we have to take care of those people, and I'm not sure what we lose Sarah yet, and I'm not sure anyone you guys
She
talk
just-
to Sarah
yeah.
personally, but I think it's a lot to talk to her, and so I'm looking forward to being more contact with people, and with you guys, if you guys have comments, talk to me. I'm here, and believe me, I know my experience is not that much and my temper is, you can see it. But the problem is the job is not be done. And you're not hiring somebody and your store is not do the job and your house too. So we're here to protect the money everyone and us too. And we're not doing our job. Like people not seeing the tablets, what we have here to discuss everything. So you're not doing your part, same thing. So we're losing a lot of time. And another thing we should implement here is timing. Because we talk and talk and talk.
We do, I would say one thing that would really help, and I know it's hard, but like when you get your packet, we need to actually, yeah, we need this, we need all, and I'm not saying, yeah, I mean, I don't know what we did. All I'm saying is that the more we can do the research before, the
Exactly.
quicker our meetings will come out.
And that is for everyone and the board members.
I mean, all I'm saying is that if there's places, especially committees, because I know that we haven't been meeting too much as committees, the finance committee has been meeting, but for instance, the event committee hasn't met in a while, the water optimization committee hasn't met in a very long time. We have, public works committee really needs, just to be able to sit down and talk to public works on like an easier, more informal level, things like that. And then when we come to the board meetings, things are a little more
Exactly.
organized.
Yes.
So
definitely.
let's just figure out where we can fit in.
Yes.
I mean, even, having kids in Dana not here.
It makes difference,
Make a
and
difference.
I will participate more too, so thank you.
So, let's move on. Is there any other comments, questions, concerns?
I'm having a good time.
Are you? Good. I am
We got
too.
a lot on plate and we're moving forward. We've got a couple of acres hanging out. There's a lot of good stuff going on.
I agree, and I thank you for that. Looking at it as we have a lot of positive too. It's not, we are definitely, public servants and there can be a lot of joy in being that. So it doesn't have to be all, kind of drudgery, which I don't think it is for you either. So, all right, let's move on. We have, the clerk's report now.
I submitted a written report that's in your packet. I just highlighted the number of things that we're working on and things that I think need to happen. For example, the organizational chart is not up to date. It was last done in 2021 and it's
Outdated.
outdated. So I don't have any recommendation other than maybe having a work session to work on what that should look like with your current needs. And then I would be happy to create a resolution to help get that updated. The website is now complete and it's up and ready for review. I would appreciate if you do have time to take a look at the website.
So I did-
Give feedback.
I did look at it. It looks good. There's a little, obviously, you're gonna just keep updating it, making it look better and better. Just when I looked at it right off the bat, I think we should have, it's a Crestone, Colorado, as opposed to just Crestone CO. Just stupid little things like that, but also, the updates, for our meetings, definitely you need to put those in so that, cause I think we had the last public or planning commission meeting was from like a while back, and that was the only thing that was actually on the website, so. I'm not sure it's gonna create like a system for you to, when, as we go forward, it's just one step that you're gonna have to do. Keep things up to date, but it should be a really get easier and easier.
It should be easier from here. Everything before this meeting will be included in a P cloud. So you can see all the previous agendas, minutes and whatnot, but from going forward, it will all be on the calendar of this meeting.
Great. We can give, if we know we're doing a meeting on the 22nd, that should go in there. If we know we're doing one on, just post all the meetings that we know about, just to have them in place. Has anybody else looked at the website?
No, we're trying to.
While this new website is up, the old website will not be decommissioned by SIPA until the 17th. So I will be adding an alert bar to our old website, directing people to the new website, just in case people ask you why there are currently two.
Gotcha. Thank you for doing that. That's a big step.
I hope that it will help with transparency within the town and just ability to use the website without crashing. What? I attached the CGRS report for the Crestone General Store. There's nothing to be done on our end, but I just wanted that to be made aware to you, so you have that information, and I included a summary about it in case you don't want to read all the 22 pages. You could just read my 2-page. And if you'd like that in the future, I would be happy to do that for reports, just keep them summarized and brief. The next point is that our office assistant resigned. I would request that we be able to hire someone as soon as possible. I look to your discretion on that, but it is a fundamental position that's 20 hours a week that I'm doing currently that's not going towards town clerk duties or like, I know you said don't do town clerk duties, but I do, and who else would?
We have 4 people that applied, just so you know, for that job.
But like, for example, the office is closed today because I'm in here with you guys, so that's time that the townspeople don't have to interact with us as well.
Do you want a hiring committee to take those 4 and do it right away?
I would appreciate the hiring committee to meet and make a decision on that, or make a decision to recommend to the board. I like all the applicants, I trust your discretion on that.
You said you liked them all?
I know all of them, I've worked with 3 out of the 4 of them. They're all good applicants. If you'd like more feedback, I'd be happy to
I
give
would
that
like some more, yeah.
right now.
I mean,
Not right now,
Oh.
email.
one of the issues is that our next meeting is on the 22nd. So if we wanna hire somebody, we gotta wait 2 more weeks before we end up having an office assistant, so that's gonna be a tricky one.
I'll keep doing it until the decisions. That's up to you.
We'll definitely put it on the agenda for the 22nd, but. But Dennis and I will meet and go through those 4 applications. As soon as possible.
My next item was that a request for a clock in, clock out system was made. I have drafted a proposal that's included in there. It includes what I would recommend using, which is Clockify, and the pricing for Clockify. There is one version that includes project management. I don't know if you would like more oversight and insight into what we're doing as a team, but that's one way to have more oversight and have us collaborate more as a unit.
I like that idea. It's not necessarily just for oversight, but it gives us additional history on what we're doing and where we're going if we have to repeat, for example, something like a wisdom project, so. I don't know how much that would add to the cost.
I believe it was $12.99 per seat per month,
Per person.
so per person per month.
No.
So that is, I know in previous businesses, when we use Salesforce for that, I wouldn't recommend Salesforce for the number of staff we have, for the amount of work we're doing. That's why I propose this, but there are other systems out there that we could utilize, and I would be happy to look into those at your direction.
Well, it's also something that we could add if we needed to, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I would say for now, based on what you want, the minimum, with the GPS tracking and the clock in and out. I would propose the pro plan, which was $9.99 a month, if I'm remembering correctly, per person.
So we wanna make a motion to move forward on that?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we proceed with the pro plan.
I will second that.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I'll get that ordered and implemented, and we'll start clocking in ideally this week
Or after the payroll?
or after the payroll, whenever you'd like me to start having people clock in and out. I will.
That's for all staff?
Well,
That's gonna be. Where you gonna put the.
it'll be on your phone
Oh,
or online, so you can clock in and out anywhere. And I'll make sure that everyone is trained on how that is it too. As for the business licenses, we work together to identify.
Wait, you're on 6.
Oh, did I skip one? Oh, I'm sorry. I made a resolution, you have to appoint your town clerk and your town treasurer. Kim is covered under a January resolution that involves Scott Harrison as town clerk. But now that I've been moved to the position, I just felt like you should cover yourselves
Let's do that.
by doing the resolution.
I make a motion, we appoint Ariel as town clerk.
Under resolution number,
The resolution is 006/2024.
one more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Who was my second?
Armando.
Dennis.
Oh,
No, then.
Okay, so to the business licenses, we created a new business license application and we sent that out. We've been issuing licenses upon receiving completed applications and, payment of fees. Armando, I did receive your, check, and that's all really we're asking for. If you did receive that addendum letter that says you owed for last year, it was just being able to show us that it had happened because we
Yeah.
can't find that
No,
in the previous system, so that's more than enough. We did just worry about the 2024 one, and I will get that license back to you.
thank you.
We did create a water sewer, billing apology letter because there have been issues with the billing as of late. We take full responsibility for that. In the last one, hydrant fees got double charged. There was wonky things that went on. Pretty much, I feel like we're just triaging at this point and making sure that everything is corrected and up to date. So if anyone brings any issues to us, we've been correcting them after reviewing and investigating what those issues are. We haven't charged any late fees. We've taken all the late fees off for everyone because we've had so many issues since we started.
and this new system is supposed to be much, so basically when you go. Like even with the point of sale system, when you have something that doesn't update and is not updatable, it starts to lag on a lot of things, and I'm not saying that. You know, to create another whole system like is not the smartest move. It would take a lot more time. You gotta use the system they have until they get the new one in place. Okay, I'm just saying, I'm saying that there's gonna be a transition, and I think the new system is gonna be
Better, yeah.
way better and updated. So when they have a bug in it, they actually go in and they are able to fix it. They won't do that with this system. So if you have a bug in the system, you end up having to deal with that.
I know computers.
Do you, when I get my water bill, I just pay it, so I haven't even looked at it. But do you have an idea of what percentage of residents have brought?
Complaints.
Yeah,
I can say that Sarah told me before she left that she spent 80% of her time on water sewer. Issues and payments, and I can agree with that, having done the job before and after her, that the majority of my time is spent correcting issues.
so a lot of people are coming to town saying this isn't right.
Yeah, they're calling, they're emailing, and then we resolve them as soon as those come in. And yes, I will say that with the new system, we'll have a whole migration period where I really plan to like delve in and fine tune and make sure that the accounts are set up correctly, so that there's not 3 accounts for Warren and 6 for Benji and, 2 for you. You should be able to just see them all in one place. You'll be able to pay them without coming to us. But at the same time, I am also working on getting a credit card terminal for the office so that people can come in and pay for the card in office as well, not just by cash or check.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
The only other system that I wanna have implemented as soon as we can is that if people are behind on bills, we either have consequences of, I mean, I know there's late fees, but at a certain point, it just keeps building and then they just don't pay. So we have a lot of that going on. And so we have to have some tracking eventually, looking back and saying, this person owes this amount. How do we separate it, create a payment plan of some sort so that they can catch up? Because when it gets to over a certain amount, it's too hard for them to pay off once. And And then if they don't pay, we need some kind of system that takes it to the county and we start putting a lien against the property.
That's what they used to do.
That's what they used to do, and I would like to bring that one back. So, but again, it's on us, it's not on other people. We have to really get caught up.
No, it's on us and it's, we're really trying hard. I mean, part of the problem is things have changed hands. Those weren't accounted for, but that doesn't mean we can't
Yeah.
figure it out. And
I mean, at our store, I have to go through manually, and if there's, we have people that owe money, I have to actually like click each one, write it down on a piece of paper and give them a call manually. So it's not the best way to do it, but it is a way to do it.
My next point was the health stipend. It's something that's been talked about a lot. Just looking for clarification. Do we have a health stipend? Will we? This is something that's not being considered now until the budget is up to date. I've just been asked numerous times.
We still provide the $100 to Brent.
That's a different stipend.
No, but I'm just asking you, because I
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
that at some point we was going to remove it, but
They
No.
removed everything except dental.
This is a cell phone stipend. the
Oh,
other-
that's fine.
This is a health stipend that we talked about in replacement with being.
Still receiving cell phone stipend.
so Brent is the only one,
Yes.
and how much is the stipend for everyone?
100.
No. What
There's
is,
20 for the rest of them.
Yeah.
It's
So-
100.
he's asking
But
about,
ours was
Oh, okay.
canceled.
Okay.
We don't have a cell phone stipend.
I see,
Mine is included in my agreement with the town of Preston.
yeah,
But I know Kim did want to speak to that because she is using her cell phone and she's being contacted on her cell phone for.
she don't have a landline in office?
We have a shared landline. It's 2 lines and then a fax line. That's, but she's being texted and. On her phone.
She's asking for a cell phone stipend, but the health stipend was something we put aside money
Mhm.
specifically in the budget to give offset because we took the health benefits away.
Yes, I remember that.
So we have to base it on something.
yeah, so we had a personnel handbook committee, which was looking at. The health stipend, that probably ought to have looked at the organizational chart. I don't know if Elaine resigned that as well, but at the very least, we should. Probably whoever's on that committee could get together and look at the organizational chart and the health stipend, and make a recommendation for the board.
It's a hiring, or no, it's personnel committee.
Yeah, and that was me and Dennis and
So it's a hiring,
Elaine.
yeah. Well, do you guys wanna plan to do those two things?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Would you like to attend that since Elaine's not?
Maybe,
Okay, so it's the personnel committee. You have 3 more items, Randy, and then we're gonna go on to you.
Let's do. Provided the auditor with everything he needed from my end, the treasurer is going to reach out to him for a formal letter. I looked into the Colorado Division of Water Right Resources and our attorneys are confident that we will retain our water rights this year. That letter was just to let us know that they are going to court soon. They'll let us know as soon as they've gone to court and if we will retain our water rights. They did advise, however, that we have excess water that we're not using and it could put our rights at jeopardy within 6 years if we don't figure out a way to utilize that excess water. We either figure out a way to use it, or we can say that we don't want the water rights. Or really those 2 options.
So my thought would be, again, there was a water optimization committee. It was me and Karina and, Jim McAlpin was there and one other person. Maybe it was Scott at the time. So we could start the water optimization committee back up and start discussing that and. It's basically, we have 3 shallow wells right now that are using about 15% of the allocated water that is. Underground water that's allocated for the town's use and, they're recommending that we increase that. Start figuring out a way to increase that so that we can, not lose the other 85%. And my thought would be to start looking at maybe a deeper well. One big deeper well that would start it, and then secondly, McAlpin offered possibly a 3-acre property above town to be able to run another, have an option for another tank up there eventually. So it'd be another storage tank that would help with backup of, however we wanna distribute it.
What function do those 3 shallow wells currently
Where
apply?
the shallow wells that literally supply our whole system.
Up there?
And they, over time, you just get less and less. Right now, we're running at 1 gallon per second. So, yeah,
So we need to make that 85%.
no, we could increase it by 15-20% would be all good, but that's just getting up a little bit more.
So I will showing some due diligence that we are trying to.
Increase our use, increase our use.
How long we have done that?
6 years.
6 years?
Yeah.
That's what, we don't, should not lose our water, right? You need help with that one, we happy to participate in that committee.
Finally, I drafted an agreement for the Creststone podcast to, utilize or rent this room for the energy fair. I just wanted you guys to review it and approve it. If it's approved, and I will send it to him.
Yes.
Well, I see the hour is 2 hours is $40 that you guys charging for the rental.
Yeah, I believe it's 50 total, it's 25 a day.
It's enough for you to come here to prepare this, did you have to prepare the room for him, him here? Pretty book that we making in that kind of rental is enough for us,
No.
because that was my question.
I don't know, that was what was agreed
Because
upon.
he's going to have it for 2 days. And he said maybe around 4 people at a time, not only that, but it's still timing for you to come together, to get a key and all these things and give you the place. It's only $100 for the deposit too, and actually that's enough for everything is here.
It's not enough, it's definitely,
So I think that was my concern, those things, so I'm fine to give you the room, I don't mind, but I sure that.
Yeah, I just threw those figures out, $100 deposit.
Yeah.
refundable, But definitely 25 a day for power. He said he was in the contract that he was gonna lock the door during the podcast, because he didn't want people
Yes.
in and out and in and out. So I don't know if it's up.
I
it's
don't know
up
how
to
you
you.
feel, so.
If you want to look for a deposit, that's fine. I don't think we should charge him water because he's not really got it.
Yeah,
And there is not gonna be any tobacco.
no, yeah, he said, I just thought about the how much we had to put on it for pretty box and town requires, entry of cars too, so.
We'll be issuing the key, but there will be like cleaning that needs to be done afterwards.
He's going to clean, you have to clean.
I don't know, that's not.
see, that's the thing is like our fee schedule's outdated, I don't know if is that from our fee schedule?
No, that was just something that was discussed in the.
We've never really rented this going on, so.
It's always been kind of a community service offering, not so much a rental.
We did the food bank here for a while and we didn't charge for that.
And the thrift store.
So we charge money too, so, and then we,
Well, we're
Does
charging.
he know this, has he seen this yet? So does he know that we're charging 25 a day?
Yeah, I think-
I mean, it's the packets out there, it's public, so you can see that.
But it hasn't been approved, so we could actually say $50 a day, and that includes.
I guess, I think I would like that one.
So do you wanna make a motion and change the?
Yes, I would like to make a motion for instead $50, be $100, $50 an hour. I thought-
No, it's per day.
Per day, sorry, per day. An hour.
Yeah.
Good.
With the deposit.
Sorry?
With the deposit?
No,
No,
Just
that is
$50 a day.
$50 a day and a deposit, so $200,
Well, that'd be $200 for the deposit, so
That's.
$100.
How much would deposit?
200,
Oh,
right? No?
no, 100 per deposit, and
Oh, it's 200, okay, 200 for dog. You see, I make money for you.
paid in advance. Okay, so there's your motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Is this a motion to approve it as
Yeah.
well?
Get a motion on the table to approve this contract with a little adjustment that he pays $50 per day instead of 25 and $100 deposit prior to the event. Okay. Wait a second. So more discussion, do you have anything? All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Clerk.
Oh, I guess finally, do you have any questions or concerns for me?
No, I just wanna say thank you for everything you do, I appreciate it, I can see all the work.
Thank you.
The only question I had was, did you want, to set up something so that you can have like a special meeting so that we can make an approval of this particular office assistant, or do you want to, wait till the 22nd?
I would, but I don't wanna take more time from you guys, so we can do this one second.
What's the pleasure of the board on this one? Because I mean, we're definitely gonna be using her time, and if we had somebody in there, she could start getting her going.
For what you said?
This is for office assistant.
Oh, yeah.
Third job, we have
Sure.
4 applicants.
Yeah.
Dennis and I can look at them pretty quick. I don't even think we have to do interviews. We can really just pick somebody out of them.
Assuming they're still willing and
Right.
available.
I'm open in the station, so anytime you guys want it.
So if I just say that we'll do a special meeting, right, just for that one item. We could do it before the staff, we could do it on, the 19th. So we have a week. Or we could do it on the 16th, it's a Friday. Next Friday.
I'll be out of town.
I'll be on the road.
What about 19th?
That's 3 days before the regular meeting, or the
Oh.
next meeting.
7 days.
So,
Could you make a motion to direct the review committee to make a final decision?
Are we saying that we have to board approval?
Well, that's what she's saying, we could approve somebody to. We could approve the hiring committee to hire.
Okay,
we make the motion, we approve the hiring committee to make a decision on an office assistant,
20 hours at, well, right
I
now,
will second that one.
rate.
20 at 18 an hour.
We could probably do that this week. Or the next couple
18
hours.
sound reasonable for a start.
So 20 hours?
20 hours at 18 hours, an hour to start. Second, Armando,
Yes, thank you.
any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, that's good. Randy, we'd love to have you.
Hi, Team Crestone.
Hi.
I think I know everybody here. This is my beautiful assistant, Minnie Mead. We're gearing up for 3rd grade to start in a couple of days, so she
Welcome.
gotta do maybe the world's most boring field trip. It's fine. Character building. Definitely not her first board meeting. So hi, I think that Ariel provided the packet that I prepared, just all of the background information on your 3 open grants. So we can start with the good news. We think as soon as we can figure out the invoices that the sewer meter project can be knocked out. It's, I understand the electric work has all been completed, so getting one off of out of your hair will be a good win. And I'm just gonna work with Ariel and get that just kind of all put together in a packet and figure out what the match and the final balances were. And get it closed out so that you only have 2 open grants, and that will be a good thing.
And then we would get a reimbursement on that one, right?
Yes, yeah, there's, so these 2 grants, that are energy impact assistance funds, those are state funds, and it's, a lot less thorny and complicated and, more flexible than federal funds. That one is just, you, as far as I know, spent the money. And we just are reimbursing, I think it was half and half, so reimbursing half of what you spent and we can get that together, so that'll be. A decent amount of funding to go back into the enterprise fund.
We don't have an.
We don't.
It'll go back into the general fund.
Okay, yeah, we could work on that.
We do need to eventually.
So I guess we'll tackle them easiest to most complicated, so let's talk about town hall. I know there's some. Ideas floating around, and the original intent was kind of, I don't know, do you guys still have like a hydraulic lift holding up the floor down there?
Andrew?
Andrew, where you go? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sinking over here. So, do we still have a hydraulic lift holding up
What's
the floor?
happening down there?
No,
No.
It's not hydraulic.
Oh,
it was just a lift that I had holding this up while, the boards were settling, cause it was real wet.
oh,
It is doing that number. So it's still sitting under there if I need to put it back under.
so I have a question for you. How, on a scale of 1 to 10, how important do you think it is to get this done underneath this?
It's a tough project. Cause during the winter time, we're fine. This thing, well, it's paddle backs and that's why everybody starts scooting to that end of the building. But during the summer, you get the spring bubbling up and everything levels out. But it's just, you can see a separation on this back wall, how it's beginning to lean, the cinder block and come apart. The whole thing, originally got started because they wanted to remove this center beam.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. That was our original.
Which would be nice, but not.
Yeah.
I thought regardless of what any of us thought that we were required, according to Randy, to follow through with it.
No, we can back
So
up.
that's,
Cause I wanted to use that 50,000 for something else.
right.
It's 50.
No, it's 50 with a match, right?
The 50 is the match. It's $100,000 project. That's what we did in our 2024 budget.
2024 budget, it's 49,000 that is state out.
Let me just pull up the, contract, so I make sure I'm not.
We allocated $49,000 out of pocket to match.
I do believe it was 50/50, yes, and the grant is, so that's the other thing, is that this is all pre-inflation. And something that we were looking after doing was, I mean, it was funded. We were under the impression and, you know, for competitiveness, that this, so it's work in and under the meeting room includes removal of the supporting column, reinforcing the existing floor, insulating the ceiling, new floor joists, and new portal frame for second floor support. And a handful of other things, and one of the things that was kind of cool to us is that we can't touch, I know you guys have an apartment that's maybe rentable at some point. We can't touch, we can kind of do infrastructure to support housing, but this pot of funds can't do in, you know, interior or vertical construction costs, so kind of cool that creates a housing opportunity in Crestone with this fund, so that was also a little bit part of the scope of work. So these funds, to your point, you can say, we don't have the match, we have, you know, we're under different leadership and this isn't the direction we wanna go, and you guys can come back in with no penalty when you have a project that's prepared and the board is prepared to match and support. So that one can actually, that is a super viable option for this particular grant, it's just to de-obligate the money and then tackle it when you're ready.
So could we turn around and do a $40,000 improvement instead of 100,000 and we pay 20 and?
Yep.
the grant pays 20?
And then you de-obligate the remaining 22 grand or whatever. So we would just need a, to identify a scope change and maybe even adjust the budget, in the amendment before
Does
that
that have
gets
to be
received.
engineer approved?
I would think it'd have to be.
Well, according to your policies, sure, but there's nothing, in the grant contract that says it has to be whatever specs, and, we expect that you have, responsibly designed the project.
Okay.
So we could hire reputable. Is that a word?
Reputable?
Reputable,
I think I say refutable, and then he's like.
a reputable contracting company that's insured to come in and
That would be totally
make major
sufficient.
improvements.
Yeah, we would require design on like a wastewater plant, or, you know, but,
And then we might be able to reallocate somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000 back into our general fund for operations and salaries. That was a goal at one point in time.
Okay, I'm into it, if it can be done, I mean.
and if you have a project that you want to do, but
Well-
that's another part, which.
Well, we definitely, could use some support, he's saying that there's probably $40,000 worth of work under there, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it was presented as sort of. A little, that this building needed to be stabilized, and that's probably still true. I imagine that hasn't improved by itself.
And that would,
Um,
we could probably go back to the engineers and say, okay, we're going to abandon this. Or curtail it back now, we just wanna go foundation.
Yeah.
Wise, instead of me coming up to 2 stories,
Leave this.
go foundation wise to get us set to where it's like that all the time.
Yeah.
That's right, and I just wanna point out 22. We can't go past 5 years by statute on any water contract, so that will expire in 27. Around the middle of the year.
How, according to doing that work, do you think it's gonna disturb? Like how, do you think it's gonna disturb our meeting room for a long time, or is it gonna be something that?
No, not really, cause it's gonna be jacket fill. And then set her down. And while this is up on jacks, I really don't see any problem. Cause you're gonna have lines of jacks, beams and everything going all crisscross down under there while you're holding up this side of the foundation.
And they put a form in and then fill
Yeah, cause I'm thinking what they're gonna do is just, jack it up and then putting a wide foot on the foundation. Cause right now, all you do is have a row of rocks this wide down,
Wow.
so when it gets wet. It goes down. So,
And there's a spring underneath it.
oh yeah, there's springs all over. I don't like kicking a hole in the dirt down there, cause I'm afraid something's gonna shoot up.
Okay, so how do we change the scope of work?
Do you think, we put this together a while back, so do you think the cost is? I mean, that's one thing, maybe you can talk to a contractor about and grab an estimate, and then we can amend the contract, and, what we are running into with every contract in the last 2 years is just constantly being
Right.
outrageous.
Cause
Just in
when
a
you
couple of
start
years.
doing steel over wood over concrete
Yeah.
and all that, each level gets tripled.
Mhm.
And, it gets nuts, but if we just go concrete. No steel, maybe wood on concrete. I think, we can keep the cost low.
So why don't we do an RFP, like a basic RFP to find a contractor that can do foundation?
Just tell them what we want.
And then they will come back to us with a bid, and then we'll turn that in as the scope of work.
So maybe just identify that this isn't probably a priority for this.
Not a priority.
So I would just take the work description that's in the contract and copy and paste it and yank that out and put it out as an RFP. And if they say that's gonna cost $500,000, then maybe you figure out what is most important to you.
And if any of y'all ever get a chance and we'll go under there. I'm gonna show you exactly what's going on. You're gonna laugh. You're gonna be like, oh, wait.
Well, then it's good that we're still gonna repair it.
Yeah,
Good.
And
The safe pillars holding the building up.
yeah, that pillar there,
the safe is on in the other room.
Should we remove glass replacement in windows?
Once it's jacked up, cause that's why we didn't put that at the beginning. Cause safety wise, we should have replaced those windows right off the get-go.
Huh.
But when you jack this building, you don't know if it's gonna bust all of them out, or
Okay.
Warren, in your scrutiny of our RFP process, if we were to advertise and then also contact, like a specific foundation repair company, does that align with our,
You need to put it out for bid.
can you also contact?
You can contact as many people to bid on it.
Cause we can put it in our local advertising places, but I don't know if anybody's available or competent to do it. So we might also wanna contact like a foundation.
Or sometimes I think what the better way is to just put the RFP out. And then once the RFP expires, then we go out and look for people because nobody applied.
Well, somebody might apply,
They might, but
but I think directly contacting a specialist.
or sending an RFP, sending the RFP directly.
Oh, that's.
Can you do that?
We don't have requirements, but out here in the boonies, it's pretty good best practice to like, maybe don't just contact, your old high school buddy, but.
Like,
like,
oh, I
one of
think,
the
like,
most
somebody out of-
friends Locally, but,
They might be out of Colorado.
consistently asking everyone in the valley is the only way we've been able to pull off some of these projects, because we just don't have as steep of a bench.
You know,
that's-
if we've got a small spring underneath this building. That seems to be the problem with the foundation.
It's just old.
yeah.
I understand, but if we don't stop the water from flowing through there, there's a chance that it could undermine everything that we reconstruct.
In there,
Right, but a lot of that, okay, once the jacking gets complete, that actually gives the water somewhere to go underneath, like out through these doors, where it's going now. Cause it's bubbling up where the old, hot tub used to be, the bathtub in here. Where the posts are, where they removed those concrete posts that left holes in the concrete, and that's where the water's coming up.
Well, it should we try to, is the job then to create another foundation? Or to get the water out from underneath the building?
Both. It'd
I
be
don't
like,
think you're gonna do that for $40,000.
you're not, that's why if we just did a new foundation and put some gravel down there. We'd still be better off.
or at one of the holes or at one of the bases of the springs, go ahead and just do a well there. Cement it in with your pipes coming in with a sump pump. When it starts getting soggy and all that, it dumps it. 'Cause right now, what it's doing is waiting for the whole ground to saturate, then it just starts running out the door, but if we had it in one central location. To where it brought the water in and then pumped it out, I think we'd be all right.
Right, so put in a sump pit,
Yeah,
a pump big enough to be able to handle the flow. And discharge it out from underneath.
yes, and that would take care of this swampy area back here.
I like it. So one other option too is if you get into the weeds with a contractor and it just looks like a different project than what we have in front of us, especially cost wise. Maybe that is another time that you can consider de-obligating these funds and putting this project together. There's no penalty for that, we're flexible. According to the board's change and all that.
Let's direct Ariel to do an RFP based on everything except for this thing to be removed. And put it out on our boards and in the local paper. And we will use that. We'll send it out to 3 contractors as well. Just so that they are aware that will you help with that? Like getting the RFP, once it's formulated, we'll send it out to contractors outside of the area.
You want help with sending it to contractors outside of the area?
Since you have an idea of other
I
contractors.
mean, I was just gonna Google it, but.
There you go. That's a good way to do it.
Specify professional
you can advertise it in the Dodge reports. So Dodge reports are, a listing of all requests for bids for contractors.
Do you know how much that costs?
I don't remember that it costs anything.
Are we looking at that?
Is it data and analytics?
That's probably who it is, yeah.
Or Dodge Construction Network?
Right, Dodge Construction Network.
I don't know, I'm not familiar with that one. BidNet is usually often and it's very expensive.
Well, what are we asking for? Foundation repair and,
Ask for everything that's in our grant except for removing this, supporting column.
so new floor joists?
Well, what I would say is you put in everything and then they come and take a look and decide how much they can do for a certain, what's crucial. And then they come back to the board and then we turn that back in as scope of work.
Even though we would consider doing less,
Got the project at hand,
right, which is more than just this.
yeah.
Yeah, but Randy's suggesting that we use the same.
Grant money?
Not grant money,
Scope.
same scope of work,
Oh, okay.
minus the column for the RFP, and then we have them come in and take a look and do a bid, and then we use the bid as the new scope of work.
Okay.
You should also pull, the last line is work in the apartment. We're not supposed to do that, I don't know why that's in there. We just kind of got into the housing game.
But I also was under the impression that if we jacked the building up and reworked the foundation over here. And diverted the water. That we wouldn't be doing anything on the floor. Or the windows or the column.
But if they jack it up and the windows start breaking, we need to have that ready to go. And we could get somebody to take a look and do a bid and see what they think.
Well, you know, again, with the new stuff they're using these days, like the foam injecting, we're doing all this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You don't dig a foundation or anything, they just start injecting that foam until it spreads out and then it rises whatever you want. And
Are you familiar with that stuff?
I've been watching a lot of stuff on it.
Cause if the ground's not dry, that will go down as well.
Yeah, yeah. You gotta have solid ground. But somewhere under there's a lot of rock.
So like mine was.
Am I just sending this to the Eagle or any other?
And posting it on our board and then also checking on what
The Dodge report.
the Dodge report.
Well, that'll get you somewhere to a decision point, if you have some information from a contractor. Any other questions on that project? Okay,
Now the big one.
and now the biggie,
Can you explain what happened at the CPCH, with that one?
the senior center.
Yeah.
So one of the things, maybe I can. One of the things about these grants and one of the reasons that we're partially under contract, which is pretty rare. Was that Crestone couldn't afford the environmental. Clearance. Essentially that is required to do our release of funds for those HUD dollars, the federal funds. So, working with IKEA was a really excellent idea. It would have probably worked really well together if we'd had more time. So they have. Oh, so much bureaucracy, and I just apologize in advance, but they have different levels of environmental requirements for different pots of federal funds, and it's all a big pain in the butt. And this one was not sufficient to meet the needs of the senior housing in enough time where it made sense. I think Neenan was working over there and they're, our building season, it just kind of wasn't worth it for that project, unfortunately. So, Benji and IKEA and I chased that thing down as just as far as it would go, and it's not So apologies, it was a really great idea. So, couldn't pivot with that. We can, however, pivot. I think we've got a lot of room to make sewer improvements benefit, you know, the folks in Crestone. Those are all things that we can do that would satisfy, HUD needing a deliverable from us, because that's what's being triggered, is that we can't show that federal benefit to, you know, a low income population, then Crestone hasn't fulfilled sort of its end of the bargain, and so that money that we've already spent, it's in the memo, would have to be returned. And it's because of that.
And I was told that it was 120, but you're saying it's only to reward.
120 is the amount of the existing contract that we have now that was supposed to go to project design and the required environmental. So DOLA was gonna go ahead and pay for that. And what ended up happening, you know, I think because there was a lot of confusion around the effluent, and at that time we did the analysis of the flow with DOLA's technical engineer. And so I think it was still kind of that conversation with the treatment district and trying to figure out why the effluent was so high and all of that. So I think that it made sense at the time to you guys to use some of these funds to, yeah, do the jet and scope, which is a normal standard activity when you operate a sewer enterprise or a non-enterprise. However, when that's not contributing to a larger deliverable that improves your system, then it's subject to having to be repaid.
And how much was it exactly? I saw 60 something, but then
55,000 change.
but how,
Yeah.
55,939,
That's it.
but how come everybody says it's 120?
So that, the existing contract is 120, and we still have, you know, 65 left on there to kind of pursue the same thing, if that's what we wanted to do. And then, and this grant is also no match required. So you don't have, so the Department of Local Affairs has already paid those funds, and you don't have a match for this or the I'd have to check on the construction, but I don't think there's any match on the construction either.
I'm not saying I wanna reimburse anything. I'd love to be able to find a way to use this grant and just kind of get it worked out. However, I'm just curious, is it 55,939 that we would reimburse, or is it 120 that we would reimburse?
55,
So do we now have 65,000 left over for design and engineering?
that's right.
Okay,
So what about the baseline engineering?
That we had done.
Somebody paid for it,
So
you've got it directed.
no, nothing was ever submitted to us, so.
So we already paid for it.
So what I'm saying is
We have.
somebody paid for engineering.
it should be reimbursable is what he said.
That's either reimbursable if you don't have to pay it back, or you've already paid for it and won't get it.
So if we can track down what we've already paid for in engineering, we may be able to get reimbursed out of the 65,000 that we have left in DOLA.
But I'm all-
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I'm all,
And
yeah,
if we could. Again, decrease the scope of work.
Right.
Based on inflation. And get 500 feet of sewer line somewhere.
right. Can we, yes, but can we also use baseline again? And because we've already went out for RFP, if we've already used them and already went out. I'm just trying to expedite by saying, can we use them baseline again? Say, we want to redo this work.
What's the timeline of that?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, and with a slight caveat, you need to figure out where you're at with engineering. And maybe baseline has it sitting around the office.
The guy
Or
who
like-
used to work there no longer works there. I tried contacting him, so I got kind of passed through and could never get in touch with that person. But
So one of the things. Because of what's happened here, would be that I would require engineering firm project management. Which is really standard for water and wastewater projects, especially in very small and low resource communities. Just so that we don't further threaten Crestone's fiscal stability, because we want to have a project and here's 600 grand and I don't want it to cost you guys anything because the board is not expecting that.
how much time do I have?
So. This one's fun.
mid-25.
We already
It's,
extended.
we went under contract for 8/22, so as long as we can keep up with extensions, this is the only. This is only engineering, so we still have the other, I can't do math, 600 minus 120. The rest of that's sitting there and it hasn't gone under contract, so that 5-year ticker starts when we do that.
Okay.
But that can't be in like 20 years or I'll get into trouble. So we do have some time. And it's, I think that you need to do some work, talk to each other and identify if there are sewer improvements that you think would benefit the community that you're willing to pursue and see through to the end. And hire a management firm or an engineering firm to design it, but they could also manage the CDBG contract and the data stake and interviews and all of that stuff.
I have a couple questions about that. Can we do like a request for proposal on everything, including engineering?
Yeah, I think I tried to kind of get everything in there on that. I wrote it like this.
So I mean, basically, we could go out for bid on something that is all inclusive. From engineering to
Yeah,
grant management. Is it grant management or grant?
so I've got in the RFP in that packet,
Right.
potential work includes, but may not be limited to design and engineering wastewater system extension. Compliant environmental assessment activities, so that would be, getting the environmental assessment in order to get the construction money released. What else? And management of community development block fund requirements and reporting. Awesome. So I think that'd knock it out for you, but the critical step before that is to get the entire board on staff with improvements that they want to see.
So Dennis had went out not only to look at the design that was already proposed, which is giant. So it's like, how many different legs?
I think there were 6.
6 legs. And he was thinking that we could cut it down to 2 legs. Or 1.5 legs and run it up like Golden Street, which has probably the most houses on it. Going up that way, doesn't mean everybody's gonna,
And it's sort of,
or the
I don't
manhole,
think it matters, but it's sort of adjacent to the original project area or
it's
just.
the same, it's just cutting it down to, way less.
Well, then there's things that have come into my mind. We also talked about the possibility about the need for drainage project in upcoming years. And what I would like to do is there are a couple of key roadways that are affected by the rainfalls that we've had now, is make sure that whatever infrastructure we're gonna put in is done before those drainage projects are done. Because there will also be a
That's a
reconfiguration.
really
of road
great
profile.
point, is if you're doing other work, it needs to. You need to make sure you're not then going back in and digging it up and. putting it
Exactly.
through it. Yeah,
Exactly, and even if I remember correctly, in this grant, it made reference to the stubs that would be given to the individual property lines as it sort of progressed through. Now, does that have to be done? It would be nice to have that done, but that would add an awful lot to the cost, which would reduce the length of the extensions by a great deal.
Do you mean, like the stub that the property owner in a normal system would pay when they paid a tap fee? That was a really, that was a really tough conversation and the board was having at the time of these funds, it's like. So to maximize your system resilience, the more taps, the better. That's just how it is, but this, you know, is a super low income community and it's tap fees. In the valley are usually under 10 grand, everywhere else they're over 20. And that's a pretty hard thing for someone to cough up, even if their septic is deficient.
Well, the way our current code makes reference to tap fees, it's on the EQR. And it's
Sure.
not very expensive, it's like
Sure.
$1,200.
And maybe if it would be more palatable for people, because one of the conversations we had was like, we don't really wanna go build a sewer line and then have most people refuse to tap.
Right,
So to be honest, almost all the districts and municipalities that have sewer and water require it within their service area boundaries.
But we don't.
And I'm not suggesting we do it, but if we wanted to take $480,000 and give it to Baca Water and Sand for improvement on their infrastructure, can we?
Sure. No, I mean, if this is the money is intended to, help communities that qualify for the low to middle income benefit, and if that is a step that is, you guys are working together to one day in the future, maybe consolidate systems, we're all here for it. I have to, when we have, whatever it is, and we have a scope identified, I then have to take it to our CDBG leadership and say, does this for sure satisfy the HUD requirement? So that we can move forward with this project, and then that's when we'll probably take steps to hire that engineering firm and, get the project designed.
could we go beyond? Could we request additional funds at the end of this?
If I would be open to that if steps are taken to
Randy-
firm up us.
Randy,
Yeah.
well, what we were thinking was like, if we had this company come in and they were like, well, we can run it up here, but, and then they take care of like saying, well, we need another $100,000
Mhm.
to do this little bit of section that, you know. And
We currently have, supplemental funds for CDBG.
they would,
Sometimes that's not true.
they would apply for it, they would say, this would, you know, help us a lot.
You guys would apply for it, but, you'd say the scope has changed, we've pivoted a lot, and this is, if we're gonna need this, another 100 grand to get this over the finish line. We much prefer that than having you guys write us a check. Like, that's kind of where to stay.
So this grant had 20 hookups. How many hookups do you have to get? Because based on letters from residents, there were no people wanting to hook up other than the person that.
What's the problem?
Well, that's my suggestion is fraud was involved in the application. It's great.
I have two that I wanna hook up, but since it won't get up there, I'm getting subject to it.
Wait a minute, don't say it's not gonna get up there, because I know myself, I'd like to look up. And I lived on the block from you. And then my neighbor as well.
And the person at the very top opinion, what's the name, he wants on.
Rod, yeah.
There's more interest than I think.
I mean, I'm getting septic tanks next month, so we better get on it, cause I've been waiting 2 years.
I gotta show.
I know it's a really touchy subject around here with fees and, you know,
I'd rather be in town, so.
I think you kind of just decide as a community what services you want to pay for together to make them cheaper and which ones you don't, and that's tough, but that's kind of what government is. And maybe you should do some updated, you know, contacting your folks that are on these stretches that might need improvement and seeing if you have a critical mass to participate. And it doesn't make sense.
But do we need a critical mass? I mean, cause there's still more land up there that would
Right, not
eventually
really.
develop.
If you're extending somewhere that makes sense and improving your system, I don't know that, so that specific part is, which is why I would need to like get 1,000% sure that we are satisfying HUD, because that specific part isn't under contract yet, and we don't really get to like that level of specifics until we get to contract, but it does have to be consistent with the original application, which I think was 20-some. It's been a minute.
Well, and the new design didn't even include that particular person anyways. What I saw, it doesn't go up to that particular house anyway.
Maybe didn't know.
I think it did in the first one, and then we had it updated, and the second one does not do that, so, but when you look at the whole map. There's still areas that would benefit from having a line put in, I just think we should do. As much as we can for the money we have, get it clear, and if people wanna tap later, they can.
So just for the sake of all that, and I'm not trying to be my typical stuff,
Well, it's okay if yours.
okay?
We can accept you, Warren.
Baseline engineering said it's $900 a foot.
Okay.
Okay? Based on $480,000, that's 533 feet.
Right,
There's nothing.
583 feet doesn't even make it to Adam's house in a straight shot,
right, well, why don't we just do the 583?
and then nobody hook up to it.
No, I mean, we probably could find one section that somebody could hook up to.
Yeah, but
I know it's a lot of money, but it's like, otherwise we reimburse. Yes,
But this is just a number that the engineers threw out. This is what they would do it for. Now, say, let's bring in Kenny, let's bring Cooley in, let's see the other people that put it in. And it wasn't anywhere near that, and we could triple our distance. But, if we go with that original company that put the sewer system in, we'd probably be able to do both of them. And collect all that.
What path are
we
you
should
talking
find
about?
out.
What land are you talking about?
Okay, the one path is taking it up, go in,
Yeah,
take it all the way to the top,
to the top or to the end?
pass it on.
Okay.
Up to rods.
Yeah,
Fine.
and then we've got all those hookups there, and people said, oh, if it's there, we'll use it, because they don't wanna put it in these septic systems.
Yeah.
And
Does it
the
go to
reason we
Cedar?
went along,
It goes to Cedar right now?
yes, it just goes to you right there.
Yeah, right to the last manhole is right past the grocery store.
Oh geez, I didn't know anything.
Okay, and then the other route was going up, carbonate, spruce, iron. And ending up, on iron somewhere up there. I don't even think we made the turn, like going to your.
Hemlock, it would just want to go up to the top of it.
Yeah.
Because it was so close to the
To the
creek.
creek, and that would have kept us out of trouble in case we had any kind of weird flooding, which is coming, I'll tell you that. That we contaminate this creek, we're sunk. The state's gonna kill us.
But not me, that's the mean side of the.
Right, but if we have it in place that we're dumping all of it,
Kind of the nice side. Can we do that? Happy to be part of the nice.
yeah.
My idea is to go up Galena. To Hemlock to line. And back down Galena or Golden.
To be
As
like,
well. Now, we looked at silver, but the topography is insane there. The other thing, as far as design, what did you have in mind for design as far as, because what I'm looking at is going straight down the center of the road. If we're going to do, and this is too much discussion right now, for this time, but if we're gonna do any drainage work, be it pipe or open vent with a combination of that,
you want to have the sides.
gotta have room on the side, and we've already got water main that has destroyed the drainage on Hemlock on the east side. And we've got water main here that's taken up that space.
You got water main up there on iron and spruce, that's already did, missed that.
And so going down the center line of the road, I think we can get more distance. It all depends on how much we want to service to the properties. Because those stubs are gonna take up a lot of linear
Yeah,
foot as well.
yeah.
Well, brainstorm.
It'd be something,
I
I
think
mean,
that-
sit down with a map. Really think it through.
I think that we can talk them into any practical improvements that make the system better here. Just that kind of has to have an outcome.
And then line on the line would only have to get to line.
Right.
Not knowing the deepness of the cut is a problem.
6 to 8 feet.
And I hope not much more than that, but have you seen what the contractor has done? Yeah, I thought they were gonna come out on the other side of the earth.
Did anybody ask if we can get more money? And what was the answer?
Yeah.
I think it was a resounding yes.
Oh, now I'm making this strong. I do, we do have supplemental funds right now, and that is not always the case. I would be willing, if y'all were taking steps, identified a scope and hired a firm, then I would definitely be willing to.
Okay, and I just want to again remind everybody that in our future negotiations with water and sand, we may be liable for several $100,000 at once. So what I did here was that we could have several $100,000 with no matching fee and no debt and possibly provide that.
But that's assuming, number one, she was saying that maybe it would be some kind of joining up with water and sanitation, being that we would join the district. That's kind of out of the question.
No, I think. it's
No,
more
no.
about for-
Just talking about
Investing
improving
in
how the two work together, just any scope that it goes to improve the system, including how you connect with your
Well,
neighbors.
that seems to me like it would be a separate grant almost.
Of course,
Well, in that last thing they threw at us, they were also talking about reducing the amount of fluid they were willing to take from the 60,000 gallon day, which is now in the old agreement. Just substantially less.
All right, yeah, we can move on. I just want to keep that.
and that's a really important conversation to have as capacity.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Because
So
right
if you're
now, we're
adding-
using about 14.5 on average,
Yeah,
which is not bad.
adding 20 taps and then not being able to get them treated would be a whole disaster, so.
Well, I don't think we're gonna add 20 tabs.
Sure.
I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean,
Eventually, maybe over like a 10-year, 15-year period.
maybe sooner.
Think so?
Well,
Why you blending?
living wisdom, putting that many in there.
Okay, well, that's gonna increase.
So what we,
So
the step for this,
the step would be to one more RFP that follows Randy's basic.
Well,
Oh.
with the interim step of just talking about what you have for a scope, that would be ideal for Crestone and whether or not you'll move forward. And then you can go to seek a firm to help you with that design, although they will help you narrow down costs and how far you can actually go. And I would talk to IKEA and that team. And see what, Cooley sort of costing per foot and what's going on with that. You could probably get
I
perspective,
have that.
We got the numbers.
okay.
There's something the mayor had mentioned, and that was an all-inclusive deal that where you have design, engineering, and construction, and the company being.
Or like a design build
Pardon?
scenario, you mean like a design build?
Yeah,
I don't think it's gonna, the way that this has gone, I don't know that that's gonna be an option, I have to think about it. Because the way the contract's broken into, we rarely do that, but we had to.
well, that was
keep
my
our mouth
question,
shut.
if it was possible.
Maybe,
I guess my thought was if we're gonna put out something, it would be great to put it out one,
yeah,
and then it narrows it down to quite a bit of people.
no, they're great, they work really well on some construction projects. For whatever reason, we don't really see much of them for water and sewer projects, I don't know if it's just the engineering firm, cottage industry or whatever, but, I think we could figure that out.
The other part, the engineer who did, what did you say, baseline? Where's that engineer?
Look in your July packets of last year.
I know, I looked for it, I can't find
It's,
it.
it's in your packets. It's online.
Or just estimated? Is that?
No, there's a whole multiple page.
That's the one I think that came out of all those new lines that we keep looking at that map with the red going down.
But there was nothing for construction, right? Is that correct? There was no cross section, depth, nothing?
No.
Oh, okay, I saw that. I saw it.
And I think the originals are sitting right back in your little book.
The thing is, I mean, I think we have an idea generally what we could do. However, we need now experts to tell us, this is how far you're
And
gonna
if
go.
you're roughly in agreement that we're going up the hill. That's probably enough to get an engineer started, so they can say, you're crazy, that's never gonna happen for this amount of money. Or they can say, here's your options and get you going. So, yeah,
I mean, that's what I would say, we should start, we kind of like have a general idea that we wanna run, I mean, a consensus that we wanna run it up.
Yeah.
Have Galena, and then I like Dennis's idea of running it across and then down, but I mean, obviously, it might just be one line, and that's it.
Could be, it could be.
But I think we should just move forward with something so that we just, we're not gonna get back to, we're not gonna reimburse.
As far as grants go, this is a nice one. I mean, I wish the dollar amount were more, but this is a pretty good deal.
yeah, I think so. Then they are complicated.
But I mean, if the engineer says you're only gonna get 500 feet. And we just say, okay, great, you just do 500 feet, and then that's it. It's just like,
Get it in the
what's
ground.
the,
Yeah, like it.
yeah, I mean, what do we lose besides, if we go the other way, we
No.
we have.
Just pitched away $500,000 or $600,000 and got no customers. And.
We didn't piss it away.
Despite the fact you guys think it's free money, it's coming out of someone's pocket.
It's already allocated for us.
I don't care, I'm just saying. It's a philosophical line.
I would rather give it to water and sand treatment facility than 500 feet of no customers.
Well, you're already making the assumption that we're not gonna have any.
And,
There's a lot of land.
also, is that state or federal?
But
And so how does that apply to the fact that we no longer have enterprise
Apply
status?
for another one to extend that 500.
Oh,
so
Use that. money.
Yeah.
typically, and this is an attorney question, attorney,
We can do it, yeah. I don't think that we're just putting pipe in the ground for the sake of it.
do you know Crestone's debriefs?
I'm sorry.
Was it
I
what?
think we are.
Debriefs is for Tabor. You're usually clear on Tabor if, and again, I'm not an attorney. This is my best answer for you. So you already don't have an enterprise. Which I,
Even when we thought we did, we didn't, so we haven't had.
We have
enterprise
been
status.
right, and I was under the impression that you had set one up. Are you guys, big enough to audit? Or do you just get an audit exemption?
No, we are big enough to.
Okay, well, they can offer guidance on all of that, but you'll lose enterprise status for a year if you take too big of a chunk of state funds. Generally with an enterprise or a hypothetical future enterprise, you would be okay taking federal funds. If you're using your general fund and taking Tabor or taking federal funds,
You can
check and see if you're decreased, which I'm 90% sure you are. Yeah, so, yeah, it's generally fine. It's much easier with federal funds than state funds to deal with Tabor.
Right.
So, y'all just give me a call. When you're somewhere with it,
I have a question about
Sure.
one more thing.
sure,
Adam's suggestion of just basically upgrading, using that money to upgrade the wastewater facility as like a contribution.
sure,
Could we just take this grant and do that?
it's. I would sure fight for it. And I think it would make sense, it's just that making 1,000% sure that we satisfy the HUD requirement before we pay even more, and then don't satisfy a requirement.
I mean, are they gonna have to come up with some sort of, you know, plan, are they gonna have to say, this is where we're gonna use the money?
Yeah, I would think that,
Cause they're not ready to do upgrade yet, and,
they're a long ways from it.
yeah,
Was in the last report we saw about it, that they talk about that one in Kingston, mentioned about we're going to give you money to them, it should reflect into us and low pricing, something we're going to win for that one too, because now only give you money to them.
right,
So we had to, I don't know, we should pay attention to that one.
yeah, you're contributing to improvements for your treatment, I think that we could at least have the conversation. You know, it'll probably require an MOU.
don't you think that that would be
That's sort of a
almost a separate,
Yeah.
separate grant that we would want?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But that would be a viable option if we're not interested in extending sewer and just trying to, you know, my interest is kind of make sure you guys don't have to pay money.
Be like a 50-50 on it, even if we're thinking going that direction. Improve ours a little bit and
Oh, yeah,
shut them up.
it would be very,
What do
it
you-
would be
so-
very open to helping
Yeah.
facilitate that.
You mean later, do it,
No, he's saying take 480, spend half of it here and.
Yeah.
they're not gonna get anything that's too.
Well, I know,
It's
but you gotta get some of these independent, this was the company that designed it. But of course, they're gonna do to every spec, rock this big around, inspected, you know, stamp of approval on it, go to do everything. Okay, you go to these other companies that install them, they do the standard material, which is gonna be a lot less. So we'll go a lot further.
So what's the pleasure of the board on this? You guys wanna move forward with an RFP?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, someone make a motion.
Make a motion, we can proceed with the RFP, search an engineer to give us estimates on construction of the sanitary sewer line.
Second, in discussion.
Discussion, do you want to go try for that full, all-inclusive thing so that maybe they come out, and maybe it limits it down to like some companies that just do engineering, they do the grant stuff and they do the construction as well.
Is that possible?
Not the construction, but environmental assessment.
Environment,
And construction might be possible, but it's,
the three things, they would do the engineering, they would do the grants,
management.
management, and then they would do the, what's the third thing?
And I'm asking for that to be included. Before we proceed any
So
further.
it's basically the one that you gave us.
Um. I mean, cause you have to have, the project needs designed, you have to have the environmental, get the construction money and the project management, I think is the only way to get it done.
But somebody has to tell them what path they want to do.
Right? Maybe that's what we need to decide.
Yeah, but when if we get somebody, we'll sit down and that would be like our biggest conversation, because it's gonna be a lot easier to go Galena than it is gonna be go Golden.
But you're asking somebody to provide an estimate on the work and we're not telling them what the
No.
work is.
I mean, this is a basic RFP that,
I think they see this pretty often, I would kind of ask for, not references, but what are a few of your projects?
Right.
And listen for small communities with a whole lot of resources, and then that's, CDBG funds. While onerous are some of the only ways that we get any sewer and water projects done, you know, in our smallest communities. So there is kind of, that firm exists, there's several of them.
okay,
And then I also just wanted to,
wait one second, let's do this motion.
oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay, sorry. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, now,
It's getting to be a while ago, but a few years ago, Christy, the former regional manager, and I came up and spent a day with you guys doing strategic planning and doing, we put together
This.
What a good mayor. It's never happened to me. So some of that, we could do, that's still something that we can do. I can come up, we can do a couple hours of board training, couple hours of taking a look at those priorities. We can skip the board training if you want, 'cause it's pretty boring. Just reminding y'all that that is something that we can do.
She said for training.
We
board
have,
training.
we have options according to your needs, you don't. You're getting to be a pretty experienced seasoned board,
Hmm.
so that might not be,
Well-
when you have an election and you've got a bunch of.
We have 3 trustees who have never done a training.
Okay, well, in that case, we could do,
it.
I could do the,
Re-
and it's always good to have a refresher. No matter how long you sat on the board, it's just kind of, ethics, standards, best, practices, we're working with your staff, liability. And then we can get to work on these and say, hey, what have we knocked out? On this list, and what can we celebrate, and what do we need to refocus on, and what no longer is important to this board? And kind of sort of reorder. According to what things have going
Then I
on.
want this, I can give it to Aria to,
Yeah, sure, what is that?
it's really good. It was the original restaurant strategic planning, so it's
Yeah, sure.
kind of cool because I already know a few that are,
So you knocked out.
knocked out. And not knocked out and stuff that is still right there and stuff, that we need to look at. So,
It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
Maybe energized, can cross off items on the list, or releases endorphins.
So are we taking this training, everyone?
yeah,
Or-
let's look at a date.
Okay.
Yeah. I definitely need the training, I would like to.
Even if it's like an hour of training and the rest is visionary.
Yeah. I can do the quick one and just the basics. I have a lot more information for new board members if we wanna just spend time one-on-one about it.
I always like, I mean, do you do it on, you do it on weekends or is it?
I'd really rather.
No.
I have a short friend over here that like to hang out with me,
Oh.
then y'all know friends.
What about the 16th of September? It's a Monday,
What was the date?
16th of September, it's a Monday,
I prefer Fridays.
okay? Friday,
So that be the 20?
municipal court on Friday, the 20th,
I can't do the 20th,
I would like,
or the 27th,
13th?
or the 13th incidentally, I'm so sorry.
I can do the 13.
No, she can't.
Oh,
We go a little further into fall.
30th, September 6th. Yeah. Can you do September
I'm
6th?
so sorry, the microphone beeps every time I click my.
You can, yeah, you can turn it off if you want. There's a button on it.
Big fan.
It's,
Just never mind, I'm lying about that. I'm sorry, the 6th is not, we're gonna have to go further. September's looking pretty.
now we're into October 4th, is a Friday,
next month? Sure.
October 4th,
Yeah.
2 months. Can we do that one?
Yes,
October 4th, Friday,
yep,
Time?
and where?
We rolled out August 30th.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Can you do October 4th? So it's called a visioning,
What time?
I think like 9:30, 10 o'clock, somewhere in there, right?
Yeah, I would like to just maybe start at 10. Do, an hour, hour and a half. Have some lunch. Again, surgery, I know we get out, at a nice.
So what, cater,
Is it a work session? Or-
it would be a work session. We're not making decisions, we just,
Yeah, a work session, and you can, I had some language, and I think we used it for this one that's kind of, says. What we're doing, and it's
If you would
sort of
mind.
open to the public, but it's. An opportunity for the board to work together, so. Maybe
Yeah.
encourages a whole lot of. Additional vote?
well, the question, last time we did it at the brewery and then they they just set aside a space for us.
That was a really nice space to do it in.
But now they cut out that wall, so there's not like a closed off area, it's just an open
But
space.
they're not open, so you could ask them to rent the space. Possibly.
And it's not,
Church would work too, maybe.
Church.
Yeah, the church, what is it called, the fellowship hall?
Yeah.
and
Why
it's
don't-
not super important, we can, pack our own lunches and have it here,
We could provide, I mean, like,
when I was with the municipality, I like to make it kind of
You could barbecue.
sort of special because it was like the time that you sit down annually and work on the bigger picture stuff instead of the day-to-day. So that's all up to you, but I'm happy to come and do it. It'll be good.
let's, yeah, let's just put the date down.
Yeah.
Get the time down, and then we'll get the location and we'll get the food
Sure.
set up later.
Yeah. That's all up to you. Just let me know if I need to.
So we'll do the November 4th, at the end of the morning.
Yep, and I put you two on the invitation, and just, it's not worthwhile to me if, like half the board isn't gonna show up, so just, that's just an understanding that,
Okay.
I have with the community.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm out of things to talk to you about.
Thank you.
We're out.
Thanks for coming down here and
Absolutely.
meeting with us.
Absolutely, thanks for having me.
You have a very good assistant.
Yeah.
I like
that.
Save it for a long
She's
time.
learning, she's going to the future, right?
Or you can visualize and. just-
Where you going? Oh.
So we're on to lunch, everybody.
I
Sorry to-
drive the house to me.
We just take care of it.
Is it quick?
I did this one.
Sales
one
tax.
time, 1.5.
Joy, do you wanna just come up and we'll just, since you're here, because we're gonna go to lunch. It is, but you can come up and we'll just take care of you real quick and answer your, yeah.
You more.
Bye, Randy, thank you. Bye, Minnie. Bye, Minnie.
Hi, everybody. I think I know everybody here except for
We meet before, but.
Okay, we will.
Yeah, what is saying?
Dennis.
Yes, hi, Dennis. Okay, well, I'm here to talk about the tax mess with the online taxes. I know that the town is not responsible for that House bill, whatever number it was being put into effect. The state did that, the state mandated that sales tax gets charged according to the zip code where you live. Well, because the postal service doesn't deliver to us and we have to have Crestone mailboxes. And now it works. So we got charged all that sales tax and some huge amount of it. $85,000 a year or thereabouts is one of the numbers I've seen kicked around. Came to the town of Crestone. That's our tax money from the BACA, where we don't live in Crestone. We didn't shop in Crestone, we shopped online. And so we paid that tax and we shouldn't have. And there are a few people I've heard of in the BACA that have actually figured out a way to get that their unfair tax money back from Amazon, but Amazon doesn't cooperate. They do a lot of stonewalling. And they give us back the tax money, which actually they charge legally because the state told them to, even though it wasn't right. Then they have to go and get the money back from the state of Colorado, so I can understand why they're so mad. What I'm here to talk to the town about is the town's the people that ended up with our money that we shouldn't have been charged, that tax money on online purchases not made in the town of Crestone and not made by Crestone residents. The money came here and got spent. And we don't expect you to give it back either, because you're not the ones that did it. It was a stupid asshole law, and the people in Denver are, never mind, not to discuss public news. However, the town does have a responsibility to pay attention to the BACA residents. We support this town. There's what, a couple hundred people? Couple hundred people,
130,
huh?
130.
130.
Mhm.
130 people
130.
cannot support this town.
on their own property taxes and their own sales taxes. If everybody in the Baca wasn't there spending money every day at the Cloud, the Merc, the hardware, every other business in town, this town would be bust in about 24 hours. So, given the fact that the Baca residents are the people who keep this town businesses alive, I think there's something that the town can do and ought to do to help us with the problem. I buy as much as I can in town. But we don't have department stores, we don't have furniture stores, we don't have clothing, there's a lot we don't have. And for all of that shopping, I shop online and I have paid lots and lots and lots of sales taxes that didn't have been collected and the town benefited from, and I'm not the only one. And again, I'm not bitching at the town didn't
Well, it's
cost.
also 3% out of the 8%, it's 3 out of the 8, so you're paying sales tax no matter what, but then it's not the whole 8% that came to the town, it was only at 3%,
3.5 or
3.5.
That's what I'm talking about, 3.5% of all the money, all the people in the Baca spend online is an enormous amount of money. And some of us want it back, because it shouldn't have been charged. You didn't charge it.
Well, one thing-
Hold
Yeah,
on, let me just say what
Yeah.
I'm here
Okay.
for. I'm not here to assign blame or to complain to the town. I'm here to say that because you, the town, ended up being beneficiaries of that improperly charged tax money, that you have at the very least a moral, if not a legal responsibility to help out those of us who are trying to recover that money. You could provide us with whatever forms we need to file with the state. And hypothetically, it's the state that should give us
We don't
back.
have any, we don't have any do it, we cannot give you that to you, we're not allowed to do that, right?
Let her finish, please.
But I use,
Let her
yes,
finish,
of
please.
course,
There has to be a way to recover the money and none of us know what it is. I've heard a couple people say they've been able to get money back from Amazon. All right, go ahead, sorry.
one thing I was gonna say was that, I guess there's a number of towns that are in Colorado that have like a property owners association attached to them, near them, and for some reason, it still goes to the town that it's connected to. It doesn't matter if it's a separate unincorporated area, it's just the closest town receives that sales tax, and that's just the way that it's turned out over 100 years of whatever paying sales tax. It's just when a community forms that's next to a town, they end up paying that sales tax. Now, you guys figured out a way to not get that charge. It also is gonna cost us money because it got all messed up and now there's people in town not paying that 3%. So now we're losing money. And my opinion is, when, if you, how do I say this? I would say that the state has a certain obligation to take care of the sales taxes, and then, so when the mercantile files the reports, it all goes to them, and then they distribute it out accordingly on how it goes. The town doesn't have any connection to that, it just is a state regulated practice, I would say. And it's been, it's not a perfect system, but for a while, you guys have ended up paying, online taxes. Now, a lot of the packages, when you guys put Creststone 81131 on your package, because you didn't have any other address to put on there, if you guys had created another address that didn't have Creststone 81131, a lot of the packages wouldn't have showed up. If you notice, a lot of those Amazon packages end up at our post office. Now, when that happens, it's the last place that is the delivery that is considered to get that sales tax. That's how it's supposed to work. Now, I know a lot of it was delivered out there, but there was no differentiation between
what ended up here, because I go pick up packages for Amazon at the post office regularly. When I put on my address in town, so it's just kind of a random thing, so. There has been a lot of packages delivered to Crestone proper, even though they were ordered in Baca. So how do we differentiate between that and you could say, 30% of them are delivered there, 20%, 15%, we don't know. I mean, there's just like no real way to gauge, except maybe the state has some information about it. But in general, I don't think the state,
Well, the state doesn't give a shit, they want the money.
they don't give a
And
shit.
they don't care how they get it, or whether they're an appropriate tax or not. There is a way to fix it, and, one of the things that I have done is I have talked to the post office and said, well, look, if they're gonna charge sales tax by zip code, and we don't live in Crestone, give us a separate zip
Right.
code.
Yeah,
Post office says, oh no, we don't assign zip codes, the county does. So you go to the county and say, give us our own zip code. Oh no, we don't assign zip codes, the post office does. So it's like F you from both ends. And there are other retailers online besides Amazon.
mhm,
And Amazon has been kicked in the teeth, and now they're not charging the sales tax, and now the town is suffering from it, which is also very wrong.
mhm,
That's wrong also.
right,
You should not be going without appropriate and legal sales tax for town of Crestone.
Right.
Because we in the Baca don't.
well, the problem is that.
So,
That I see is that, for how many years, I don't know, maybe since the BAC was founded, they've always put Crestone, Colorado, 81131
well,
on
that's
their
because we
bills.
don't have our own post office and we don't have. our
I
own
know, but that's why, I mean, it's just, that was the mistake, that was the beginning of the mistake, right
Well, I
there.
understand that, I understand it, maybe it's a mistake that's been going on for a long time, but it's never actually been a good idea to
Not a good.
walk away from something and excuse something by saying, oh, well, that's the way it's.
No, but we
been."
can't differentiate between what packages are, even if you put 81131 and you put Crestone on there, a number of those packages, even if you live in the Baca, get delivered to the post office. And we get that tax, that's supposed to come to us.
Oh, well,
So how do you-
actually, you need to know that if we put our road address on a package for a company, and they happen to send it by postal service, and it goes to the post
Yeah.
office, you know what happens to that package? They send it back.
I have had the opposite happen, where I have my address, 200 Cottonwood, put on there. And it's sent by FedEx, and FedEx every morning stops and drops off packages at the post office, and a lot of those packages are addressed to people in the Baca.
And one thing I would like to add to you, because I think everyone had their own opinion, right? Crestone cannot live with a backup. I don't believe that one.
Say again?
That you say the town cannot survive with the backup, we have a backup, that we cannot survive 3 days without, we have the backup.
I think that's correct,
Okay.
yeah.
So we do a lot of things, we have a lot of things. So the charter school is 130 people here, there's no kids, all the kids come from the backup and the county. So we have fire department, always the fire department for Crestone go to have the backup. So we always have, we so much. We
Well,
do not.
it's
No, but
interactive.
there is not true that you guys make us to live here. We live here and we don't have retail store, like you say, because you have to order online. Because when we move here, we move with those ideas. But I not have any comments about the taxes. I don't have any power, but I think town and Baca, we have together. It's not only one way. That's the only thing I against to that one. That we as a town, we have the Baca and the Baca have us and we live
That's
together in the
completely
same thing.
true, and I'm not saying that the Baca doesn't benefit. I'm saying that there's an interaction, and that on this particular tax problem interaction, the residents of the Baca got the short end of that stick.
Well, I mean, you did, yeah.
And the fact that it's been done for a long time doesn't mean it's right or.
I never said it was right. I'm not saying it's right.
Ma'am, what is it that you're asking us for?
Assistance in dealing with the state or whatever entity we have to deal with. in order to recover improperly charged tax money.
in,
And I understand that sometime around April, that
It's
there was,
switched.
there was enough stink made that it got switched. And so now they're apparently not charging tax on 81131 at all, which is hurting the town, and that's not right. But I'm asking for information and guidance and help to residents to recover improperly paid tax money. Yes, Kim?
I was just curious, you know, is there complaints when you buy groceries in Alamosa? And pay 11% tax? No, you go to Alamosa, you know you pay your tax, and you're done with it, you go home.
Since
And I don't
You
have
know,
any
the
problem paying
thing
tax
is, when
in
you
Preston.
leave the bridge at the Baptist church, from that point forward, going west on T Road, that sales tax goes to Moffett. From the Baptist bridge, from all that property, those sales taxes go to Moffett. You know, I don't know how to resolve it, we don't have the forms, all I can suggest is get on Google and look up, because that's all we could do. Is get on Google and look it up, how to get a hold of the state or what forms to use.
I mean, if it says you need a
It's out
letter.
of our jurisdiction. It
However,
really is.
if they say you need a letter or something like that, I think we could provide that for you.
Well, that's.
But
Let me just
yeah.
respond to Kim. Yes, absolutely. If I go to Alamosa, I pay Alamosa sales tax because I am shopping in Alamosa. If I shop at the Cloud or the Merc, I pay the personal retail sales tax, and I would not bitch about a penny of it. Not ever. It's there. And it's like, it's when I shop at home in the backup from my computer from a retailer, which is also not in Creston. That's the tax I'm talking about. No, I do not begrudge any local sales taxes when I shop in that locality.
One other thing is,
Here and right.
I have talked to Baca residents, and I know one of them is in the building, who has said they don't mind giving that Creston received that sales tax.
Well, maybe they have more money than I do.
One thing I noticed, there was on Facebook that you had to go to Amazon, call Amazon, and they send you a form, and you had to fill out that form and send it to them. That's how people got the money back. They personally contact Amazon, and Amazon give you the right information, and you send a letter to them, and they reimburse the money. That's how I heard it. I never done it.
Yeah, I wanna hurry up and finish this so you guys can all go to lunch. And I have things I have to do this afternoon too. I tried to get that form from Amazon and Amazon sent me a link that didn't work. I called them back. I mean, I went back and forth with Amazon for a week and a half.
Yeah, that was the
And
only.
finally, I threw the phone across the room and said,
Gotcha, it's not,
you know, I swore a lot.
that's the only thing I know about it, that's how people did it.
Well, I think one of the things that I would ask the town to do is find out who those people are who have solved the problem. Ask them if they're willing to have their name made available to help the rest of us.
I thought it was in the paper from
I thought so too.
Anya Katz.
I haven't seen it in the paper. I read most
The
of,
paper's on here.
I read most of them and I,
You-
it's there, I missed
You
it.
can call the people.
Well, I'm asking the town to help us with the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that if you find something where you need the town to do that, like if the town required a letter, we could do that.
Well,
As
I
far
can
as
do
doing the
that,
research
either that
for you.
Or something. I have other retailers that I shop with online regularly besides Amazon.
Right.
And I'm sure that the state of Colorado didn't go and notify all of them individually, every retailer.
I thought that it got changed. When it got changed in the state, but it wasn't just Amazon, it got
Yeah,
changed at,
when
when you look at it.
Globally, like all over the
Well,
country,
yeah,
because I.
Hey guys, this is Anya. I'm on the call if you want me to summarize this.
are you available to say what you know?
Yeah, it has been written about pretty extensively in the paper, and you can find the articles online. I could be misinformed, but the last I checked, and we've kept tabs on it, is that Amazon did take the sales tax off for Baca residents as encouraged by the state. But it also looks like, because Amazon uses software that calculates sales tax inaccurately with a zip code, that if they take the sales tax off for Baca residents, then they're also inadvertently taking it off for town residents. And there have been some like difference of experience for people in town, but a lot of people I talk to do not seem to be being charged now for the town sales tax. So it's a big problem that major retailers like Amazon and Airbnb have, where they're literally using subpar tax software that's not correct to calculate sales tax, which is causing this problem not just in our community, but other communities. So it's definitely a big problem, but it's like, Crestone versus Amazon or Airbnb. And these are huge companies that are getting away with something, and they continue to do it. I've tried to reach out to different like lawyers about a class action lawsuit because this is, for small communities, a really significant problem. But the last that I checked, the tax had been removed from the orders for Baca residents on Amazon, and potentially also now for town residents. So it's like in the town's court about how we want to proceed. I've sent over contacts from the Department of Revenue, all of the information that I have. And we've done a lot of work on it, but that's the latest. And as far as I know, and the board can correct me, but the money that was sent to the town incorrectly has been spent and allocated already, and moving forward that they have a special account where they're collecting excess sales tax in case they would need to send it back or something. But it looks like the sales tax is now decreasing for the town, not increasing based on the change.
Right.
Yeah, and that's horrible too. Well, to your point about, the meter letter, I have a retailer online I do business with regularly every month. I only started working with that retailer a couple of months ago. And when I set up my account, I said, my zip code is 81131, but I do not live in this town of Crestone. And I'm not obliged to pay Crestone sales tax when my residence and the entire transaction takes place outside of the town. He said, absolutely, sure, no problem. Just send us the letter saying you don't have to pay Crestone sales tax. So, yes.
Okay, well, maybe we could create like a general letter that if people need it, showing our boundary or something like that.
So you want to do it person by person?
No, I would say one, like a general letter that basically somebody could pick up that, they can send to retailers and.
Yeah.
And it says that, the town of Crestone has a jurisdiction that is, these address, I don't know, I mean, that would be my suggestion.
We need to be careful with that because I wouldn't want to get.
Yeah, to somebody.
Even worse than what we are now with the sales tax. I think something can work out, we can work something out.
Well, the other thing that could be done is, we need to talk to the people in the state legislature that were responsible for this stupidity. And
But
pick them up or get them not elected.
Yeah, but like I said, that it's happening in a lot of communities where you have a bordering community that's not incorporated. And then for some reason, it's just like,
But it's not okay.
it's not
I
really
know it
okay,
takes
except that
place, but that doesn't make it okay.
but one other thing is that, when we allocated the money, I admit that, there could have been more financial scrutiny on it. However, we are hiring people who work in the Baca or live in the Baca. So it's, it is indirectly going back to people in the Baca.
Sorry to interrupt you. Now we talk about where we live. So one of the POA being in charge of that one is all her neighborhood that is in charge of the POA should do something. They have the legal rights, they have all the lawyers they need there, right? So they can POA, complain to POA and tell them to fix it because that's who sell you your property.
I've talked to the POA.
Excuse me,
A more ineffective bunch of fools I've never met. Go ahead.
That's what
I think, persons ordering online also have to take, now that we know, everyone knows that this has happened, more initiative in making sure with the retailers that buying online that's corrected. So there's gonna be a lot of individual, work as well. And making sure that.
Well, I understand that, but if we could at least share around information and.
Sure.
And support and try to help each other, that would be a great
So I've been proposing for a year or something like that, that the town of Crestone write to the state Department of Revenue. Expressing our support for removing the online portion of sales tax for people who don't live here.
Which we did.
We didn't do. And two, that we, create, what's the word, add?
Value add.
No, that we put somebody from the BACA at our table. Legally, we can't give them a vote, but we can give them a voice. So during our decision-making processes for how money gets spent, and the board mostly agreed to that, though we haven't done it yet. And three, that we take our excess sales tax.
Just sort of.
Put it in a
real
savings
person
account
to get a-
and
But
create,
thank
and
you.
create something like,
That's not the way to do it.
and create something like. Sales tax grants that people in the access, BACA can access, so they could actually receive benefits from some of that sales tax. None of that's been done, and now that we have decreased sales tax revenue, I don't know if they'll have any. Excess fund available,
Well,
but those are the three things that I was suggesting in order to build a better, community.
Well, actually, I'm one of the people that's in favor of the Baca and the town merging.
well, you should talk to POA because POA was one of those people who were against it. And you guys, the only people can vote the POA, we cannot vote the POA. I'm part of the fire department and the POA. And we had so many problems because the people have handled things, so I suggested instead to come and ask for help to Preston, go to the POA, because that's where you live. That's where you,
Trying to get the
Yes or no?
POA, I'm on the EAC of the POA, and I have been working to try to make the POA better for years. I've served on the board, I've served on other committees. And trying to get the POA to do anything right is like herding cats.
I understand, I do my
You know,
job.
and I have talked to them as well. I don't think.
So let's end this one. How about we just keep working on it? And I mean, Adam had some good suggestions, yes.
Yes, thank you, Adam.
Postal service,
I talked
and all that
to,
stuff and, issue the POA.
there is one, I talked to the guy who has to do with, what do they call it, the 4-digit extensions is
Yeah.
what they call them.
That's just. a
And every single house in the entire state of Colorado already has a 4-digit extension. So that basically means you have to get the vendors to then apply that to their charging systems,
Well,
but
but
you
the-
already have a
But the
4-digit.
4-digit extension in my case would be 0382, gives absolutely no indication of where I live. It's still in the 81131, and I think maybe one avenue of approach that would be very easy if we could get people to stop hiding under tables about it, is split the zip code, give us a separate zip code. The county says, "Oh, we don't do that, the post office does, the post office says, we don't do that, the county does." I can't find out, the town can find out who assigns zip codes and what is involved. That's something the town could do.
I wouldn't know who was to call it.
Yeah,
You call.
I think that was somebody was trying to do that one the last time and there was no answer. Warren
Well,
tried
how
to,
do we have a government that's not accountable and has no answers? That's nuts. I know.
Well, there's
the
definitely a
county-
lack
I
of
can't get it
representation.
no.
As an individual, but I thought maybe the town could get an answer.
When people were trying to recall this board last year, they contacted the governor and nobody wanted to take over to that one.
We gotta end this right now because we do have to go to lunch.
Yes.
We have. I'm gonna say, even though our attorney's gonna be here, maybe we can give him a quick text or something. We're gonna push it 15 minutes. So we'll be back at 1:45.
1:45? Yeah.
Thank you all for listening
Thank
to
you.
me. I
Thank
hope
you,
there's
Joanne.
something you come up with you can do. Because it's
We'll look at
a screwed up situation and the town should not be screwed.
I agree.
And that appears to be what's happening now. So not only we got screwed, now you're screwed too.
One times and the fire department's here and
We're gonna end the.
Impressive.
Now we're starting back up. It's 1:51, starting with the attorney's report. Hi Seth, how are you? Can you hear us, Seth?
I can. It's a little muted on your mic.
Is there a way to turn up his mic volume or the?
I'm hearing that better now, Mayor.
Okay,
So Mayor, was that an invitation to start with my report?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I've got a few items listed today. I will start with number one being communications with Baca Grande Water and Sanitation District. Regrettably, I didn't get the clerk some information prior to this weekend. Just today, I was able to provide her with information regarding two of the board requests, one being a report of the BODs and levels that the town is providing or sending to the Baca Grande. That was out of our prior meeting. There was also a request for current regulations and the current fee schedule from Baca Grande. That was just given to the clerk today, and I'm sure that she will get that to the trustees in a timely manner. But once again, I just got that to her today. It sounds like you may have had some discussion about the BOD levels, but from the report I received, they did appear to be high in the months of January, March, and July of this year. My notes indicate that the board was just having some discussion to make sure that we were within the levels of the discharge permit, or that we can be. It appears that we're in compliance for over half of the timeline for the last year, or I'm sorry, this calendar year. However, we are high on our BODs for a few of those months. I do have a question for the mayor and the board if there were any additional requests in regard to the Baca Grande Water and Sanitation District. I have had ongoing discussion with Mr. Locke, and I will try to meet with him again this week to see if he had any feedback on the edits requested by the town. And if I do have any updates, I will try to report that possibly next month, or if they are substantial updates, I may try to join our fourth Monday meeting, and I will try to notify the clerk. I will notify the clerk if that is an agenda item that should be added, because that would be posted. I do consider this subject kind of a priority, and in my opinion, some of the forward movement really isn't what it should have been. So I will follow up with Mr. Locke this week to see if he has any feedback or questions on the draft that was submitted to him. And that was after the meeting we had. It was an online meeting where we had some questions about edits, the BOD levels, and also the discharge permit. Mayor, was there anything I'm missing or I should be in contact with Mr. Locke about on that draft?
Obviously the tap fees were a big one. I'm sure that you talked about that we, we didn't know exactly how to handle that. Was that something that you had on your notes?
Yes, we did. I did have some discussion about the tap fees and the potential for removal of the tap fee section and a separate fee for each connection, and that fee would possibly go straight to Baca Grande while the tap fee would be remitted to the town.
All right, and what was the response on that?
I have not got a response on that.
Okay. Was there any other thing? Yes.
Seth, was there any discussion on the reduction of the 60,000 gallon day down to, and I don't remember right now what they brought it down to, but it was substantially less on a fluent that they were willing to accept and treat. The old agreement says 60,000 gallon day, and the new one, the proposal that I saw, is substantially less.
Trustee, I have to admit, I did not see a limit in the agreement. You're saying that there was a 60,000 gallon cap per day?
In the old agreement. Not a cap, well, I guess you can call it a cap. I refer to it as our allotment. And then in the new agreement that, the draft that we saw a couple months ago, they have reduced that amount.
Trustee, I do not recall that. I am putting that in my notes as something to look up. And so, no, I did not have any discussion on that to see if that change was pointed out, if that was an edit that was needed, if that's something they put in on purpose. I will follow up on that point though, trustee.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, the next point is the 3 mile IGA, the joint area of concern. It sounds like you might have had some communication with the county attorney about that. He
Yeah.
is asking for a more specific definition of the boundary or a specific center of that circle so that we can have a definitive boundary of that joint area of concern. And I guess I will just ask if the mayor has any follow-up on that, or if that's something I should simply follow up with the clerk. Try to delineate the center of town being town hall or some other location.
That was the question I had, was where do we delineate the center point? Is it at the border somewhere, or is it at town hall? Which I think would probably be the most likely and most legitimate place to run the 3 miles from, but it's basically, you mark a point and then you radiate out 3 miles in all directions, even though a lot of it is BLM and national forest.
I would do it from the center of the western edge. So we get north, south, and west. We don't really need to worry about east.
So like, where would that be exactly?
Well, like if that was the town, in the middle of the left hand,
Corner?
No.
On a map.
right dead center in the middle of the left vertical line.
You want to take it?
If
from
we
the,
do shift or possibly move the center point,
Right
to
here.
one side or the other, that just may cause some
Yeah, 3
feedback
miles,
from the
3 miles, 3 miles, because you're not really worried about an extra quarter.
So you're saying like, the edge of Galena, at the far end of Galena on the far.
On the western side. If you want to get the maximum to the north and south.
What do you think of that, Seth? Is that kind of,
Well, really, you
does
get.
does it say on the agreement that it's, does it have a definition? That we're not,
I do not believe there's a definition. It is just trying to incorporate areas in the entirety, north, south, east, and west of town. This is a amendment. It's something that the county would have to agree to. So just keep that in mind if we're trying to move that center point,
so if that's the
Anywhere.
case, I mean, it seems like with any capital per se, do they take the center of the capital as their, like, center of their estate or whatever? Is that normally what they do? They'll go right to the center? They have like a,
And if
Yeah.
I may, I was here when we did the last 3 mile agreement, and I remember we were thinking whether it was formalized or not, that it was basically the intersection out here, and I think that there is a center point pin.
in the center.
But certainly it was considered the town hall in the east side of Galena and Augur intersection as being the center. But I mean, we can have it be wherever we want, but we were looking.
They would have to agree on it, so why don't, I don't know, what does the board think? I mean, Adam is thinking that it should be on the edge so that we have more going to the west into the.
I agree with Adam. In just trying to run through my own line, seeing signs that identify a corporate limit. It seems like it's quite a distance away by the time I get to the actual town. So I'm thinking that they must take it from their southern or northern or western border.
So we do have a border, at the far end of Galena and the west end of Galena that has a sign that says town limit. And we could do that 3 miles from there.
I know that our concern had been, as was said, is development along the T road, so that western boundary. And of course, anything heading towards the north. There was also talk at that time of one of the old mines up above town maybe being reactivated. So we wanted to make sure that, we had input about that. The concern really wasn't about what was happening in the Baca. It was, but that the circle was made it easy and convenient. It also picks up part of the wildlife refuge.
So do you think the western edge, do you think that western edge is
should be the,
But I think the western is where most of our concerns would be.
Okay, so we have 3 votes for the western edge. What about you, Kim?
The western.
Okay, and yes, sir.
There is a marker on the north side of Galena. It marks the new town.
Okay.
I believe it's a federal marker.
Okay,
It's a bronze marker that's right there, easy to identify.
okay. Probably on some maps.
On the whole.
So we're gonna go with the western edge, and if they disagree, then we'll come back, but. Do you want me to? create a
Mayor, if
map?
I would, I would just ask that you direct, if you would like myself to do that, if you would like the clerk to do that, if you would like to direct a trustee to come up with that point, and then if we need to use some sort of a mapping technology to delineate that boundary area, that is something that I believe the county attorney would like to see before he puts that in front of his commissioners.
I can do it. I've done maps like that before, so I will do it if everybody agrees.
Sure.
Okay,
So you will provide that description to me, and then we will get that back in front of the county as soon as possible.
okay.
Okay, my next point is also a Saguache County topic, that being the road maintenance IGA. I was able to provide that to our clerk earlier last month, and I believe that that went out to all of the trustees. That provided a history of the maintenance operations performed supposedly within the town. Sounded like there may have been some questions about the work being done, or at least the work shown being done within town limits, and then possibly on county roads also. And if we needed to have some discussion about delineating, work done on County Road T in and out of town limits. So Mayor, I may just ask you specifically, did you review that document, and did you have any questions on that work being done that was provided by the county attorney and then through Road and Bridge?
I'm looking for it. I remember seeing it and I'm now looking for it. Let's see, we didn't get it in this month's packet, so now we're stuck going back in our email to look for it.
So maybe we could just add that to old business for next month also. I will make a note to get that also in the packet for
Yeah, I do
September.
remember. All right. Can you forward that again?
Yes, I will do that, and I will add that to my packet and agenda for September.
Our clerk already has it, so she's already sending it out to us. So if everybody could please take a look at that, and see if you have any questions about that.
And thank you. That partially falls on me. I know I did not get Ariel a packet this month, and that should have been in there. Ariel, clerk, I will work on that. Thank you, ma'am. Early last month, there was an email related to some water rights. The town does employ Berg Hill, specifically the assistant Megan. We've had some conversations with her. There was a letter from the state discussing water rights the town has, how they are unused, and the possibility of those being considered abandoned. Some follow-up with Megan. She is working on a way to show use of those water rights and to keep them off of the possibly abandoned list that the state has. I am hands off on that, honestly. If you are employing Megan and Berg Hill as our water attorneys, I want to let them do that. I have no doubt that they will be following up with those water rights and making sure that they stay off of the state abandoned or unused website. There's a period of time to argue that, and that's exactly where we're at. They are trying to show use by the town, planned growth, etc. And I am sure that they are on top of that.
Yeah, we discussed it in the clerk's report.
My next point does bring up sensitive topic, That would be Senate Bill 131. We had some discussion of firearms in sensitive places last month. And it was kind of left up to the board to have some discussion about the memo that was provided last month. I didn't want to draft any type of ordinance until I have direction from the board and the mayor to do so. I would just like to ask the mayor now if there are any updates or questions he has, and if I can answer those, and if there's any future guidance also.
Did anybody review it and think about it at all in this last? So there's an option to opt out, although you can't opt out to municipal court, so you have to have like a the ordinance in place for municipal court, but we can't opt out, and we can also customize it so that we can have it the way we want it. If it was up to me, I would like to opt out and just have it set for municipal court. I just don't feel like, I don't think the state should infringe on our rights in that way. And I can understand for court, but for just like a regular, if people are abiding by the laws, they're going and they're allowed to carry, then they should just be allowed to carry. If people are breaking the laws, it doesn't matter if there's a ordinance in place, they're just gonna come in with a gun. So we should have the right to defend ourselves if and at least that right should stay in place. So that would be my suggestion. I don't know what other people think.
Mayor, I have had a lot of conversation this last month with CIRSA and CML, specifically Sam Light. Kind of how to tailor this for each municipality you work with. And a lot of the discussion has centered around that tailoring, that customization. One of the recommendations that I am giving to each municipality, and this is specifically from CIRSA, our insurance provider, has to do with possible liability on the municipality and individually if you customize this regulation, this ordinance too much. Really, the CIRSA stance is to take a broad opt-out, if that is what the town is doing, to try to limit any type of, I keep using the word customization, but to limit, if you're going to limit or customize the ordinance, the regulation, the largest that CIRSA is recommending is really to limit that to allowing concealed carry with a concealed carry permit, and not to go into any details about, allowed by staff, if they have training, if you have ongoing training for the town. So that might be my one caveat. There are some options, I think, and the legislation gives us a lot of those options. However, I think that they would come back and cause some gray areas, cause some future litigation if we really do get into customization. I would, one, recommend an opt-out, or just two, a nothing, for lack of better words, an opt-in. So
What about open carry?
open carry would be allowed if we just opt out with the blanket terms. The thought on open carry is the intimidation factor. I do think that the town would be on stable ground. They would have other municipalities joining them on opting out. Prohibiting open carry, but allowing concealed carry with a permit according to state regulations.
That works for me.
What do you guys think? What's the pleasure of the board? It's not really that big, complex, I would say. It's either there's no way that you can carry in court when court's in session, including the whole building. Number one, I think it's the whole is it the whole property is pretty much closed?
I would read that very all-inclusive to include the parking lot around town hall. It's hard to define, but I do think that that area would be considered a parking area for municipal court. So anytime court is in session, any day court is in session, a firearm could be in the vehicle. However, it would have to be left in a locked compartment inside the vehicle.
Well, we would just put signs up for court that's it basically says.
I think we're in the weeds. I think we opt out.
No, but I'm saying, no matter whether we opt out or
I
not.
know, but he would determine
Okay.
that, signs and cards and
Okay.
boundaries and all
All right,
But if we're in agreement that we would allow concealed carry with a license and prohibit open carry.
That is the discussion before the board, and I'm not hearing any objections to that.
I would leave it alone.
I'm fine with that too.
I wouldn't leave it alone, I would. Just like all the municipalities, keep it broad, opt out. Or just an opt out with that one caveat.
It's a little broad.
I don't think the state should necessarily infringe on people's federal rights. That's a,
So then you're-
Not everybody
you're
else
just
is
so-
feel.
I said, I don't think the state should be infringing on federal rights.
What's the difference between court and a town hall meeting?
There is a distinction related to carrying firearms. Basically, only one allowed to have a firearm in a municipal court setting or any type of court setting would be the bailiff and law enforcement that are actively working.
I'm just asking Benji. what
There's
he
a
thinks.
judge, there's a judge that we've hired that, you know, and there can be more controversial.
We've had far more controversial stuff in
And
public hearings in the town, as budget.
they wanna, I think they wanna make sure that there's no weapons besides the bailiff.
Right.
In the court. In our case. Again, if somebody is, doesn't care, they're gonna come with a firearm.
And
So-
trustee Kenny, maybe to help your point, the only opt-out we are allowed to do is in our executive sessions, which would be our meetings, our executive offices. We are not allowed to opt out of the state prohibition of firearms in municipal court.
Well, I didn't get on the town council to decide whether or not people can carry guns, so that makes me be like, leave it alone. But if everybody wanted to allow concealed carry with licenses, I could also support that.
And that's maybe something that, you know, we should no longer pursue, but just make it be to where, you know, firearms are not allowed. And that maybe would solve a lot of these problems.
Well, I disagree, but
Yeah.
I think we'd have. People who would want to test that.
well, I know that when we did it at our store one time. We had huge controversy with, there's like people who go around and they actually cause controversy, but that's for a store and business. And it's a different environment than town hall. But there is a lot of people with the. You know, amendment for Second Amendment rights that are very strict over that. And they will maybe put up a stink if we do that. But I don't know, they're probably putting up a stink at the state level. My opinion would be opt out with the concealed carry would be my minimum, if otherwise just straight across opt out. That would be my opinion.
That's pretty straight across.
Me too.
You're saying opt out?
Yeah,
Oh, I thought you said leave it be.
well, and that's, I should have been more clear, that's what I was talking about, just leaving, don't try to rearrange anything or split it between concealed and.
So you know, in Moffett, when they wanted to rename the town to Cush. Maybe it's not true, but I was under the impression people showed up with semi-automatic rifles to town meetings.
Yeah.
Which I would say is for the sake of intimidation.
When, right, when, one of the first experiences I had in this town was when some ordinance had come out with sheriff,
It was a bad deal.
and
Right.
there were people inside the cloud.
Yeah, Joy's son,
It was semi-automatic and.
right?
So, the Norris Watch district, the fire district, had the same situation because some, firemen use guns. And people were not comfortable with that one, so they approved to carry concealed weapons, that's how they did it.
That's why I would say concealed, but not.
Okay, so can we agree to opt out with concealment, okay, as long as you have a concealed license?
I think so for.
It's a sheriff, the sheriff
I'll leave it.
issues those licenses.
Not make an issue or.
Not making an issue of it would be letting
Against
the
them.
state make the decision.
Yeah, exactly.
So are we
So-
going to coming to a discussion over whether or not we would allow the general public to carry guns when they come into the town hall? Or are we only talking about the ability of the staff to be able to have a gun? I mean,
Both,
both. Okay,
which I guess a month ago was legal. And now the state's saying no.
because
With the option to opt out.
I mean, so many places you go where you see signs that say firearms are prohibited.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of public buildings says firearms are prohibited, it's not unusual to come across those, that kind of signage, and. You know, one of the things I was in favor of was to allow to be able to have the staff to be able to feel like they could protect themselves. To have people coming in the door carrying a gun while we're in session or when our staff is here, I'm uncomfortable with that,
Open carry.
of having,
What if they're concealed carry with a permit?
unless.
So Mayor, with the discussion going on, may I just propose that next month I will have 2 ordinances for the town to consider regarding Senate Bill 24-131. One would be an option to opt out with the ability to have concealed carry with a valid state permit. And the other option being to simply opt out of Senate Bill 131 with no other caveats or conditions.
Okay, that
I would
works
give
for
the
me.
board 1 month to consider those, and those will be in the packet prior to the deadline. I do have that written down next month so that the board would be able to review both of those ordinances. Those would be agenda items.
Okay, thank
Could
you.
adopt one of them or neither at that time.
Thank you.
My next question, it does get back to 811 call to dig. I've had some discussion with the clerk on that. Some of the questions may come out of the 2020 membership guidelines. I will be working with our clerk. I have some questions for her to see if the town is registered as a governmental member. There were some questions about the fees being charged to the town, and I just need to follow up with the clerk as if those are annual fees or some sort of a per call charge. But it is my understanding that fairly recently, I believe at the end of 2020, the town would be required to register as a governmental member because they do operate underground infrastructure. I do not know how that fee structure works. I know there's a one-time fee to sign up as that member. And I just want to follow up with our clerk and see where we're at on that. That does get me to my next point of discussion with the clerk. I did have a agenda update meeting with our clerk last week. I do think that that was a very helpful situation, something I want to pursue, just working with ongoing contact with our clerk and our mayor being the head of the board of trustees. There's a lot of topics going on in town. I'm sorry, let me jump to my notes here. There's a lot of boards going on, a lot of meetings that I'm just not present for. The schedule just doesn't allow. There's some discussion of having a second Monday meeting and then also a fourth Monday meeting. That goes hand in hand with other things going on in town, be that planning and zoning meetings, board of adjustment meetings. Crestone has quite a few committees that meet, and also just the administrative actions and meetings of the town. And once again, I just know that I can't attend every meeting, but I did have discussion with our clerk, and I'll follow up with her about ongoing communications. If there are any pressing matters, please have her reach out to me as soon as possible. And that if there are any minute meetings, if those could be sent over to me as soon as possible. The clerk's working on that. She's done a very good job of that, and I will try to review those as soon as possible.
I would say, Seth, we just expect, a report from you at the regular meeting. The extra meetings were just to kind of fill in those gaps. We just keep, happen to put items on there that need more discussion or whatever. But if there's something that you have, you have the option to come to that meeting and just present what you need if it's more time sensitive.
Thank you for clarifying that. And that gets me back to what I started off with today, the Baca Grande. If I have any updates by our fourth Monday meeting, I will probably attend that. I will ask that to be an agenda item. So,
Great.
thank you. Let me jump back up to my notes here. I had some communication with our clerk and mayor this past month related to OHVs and golf cars in town. My research brought up ordinance 2008-008, and that referenced our 2020 and 2010 model traffic code. Ordinance 2008-008 did allow for off-highway vehicles, OHVs, to be used on city streets with some certain restrictions. However, that ordinance specifically stated that golf cars or golf carts are not OHVs and were not allowed in these city limits. There is some direction from the board, and I guess I would ask for clarification if they would like me to present an ordinance that would allow for the operation of golf cars specifically within the town limits. That would be not an amendment to 2008-008, because that specifically said that golf cars are not allowed, but this would be, because that deals with OHVs, this would be in a separate ordinance allowing for golf cars to be used in town. The ordinance that I am looking at drafting, and I'm looking just for that guidance also, would be to include all of the restrictions on OHVs, and then also the required restrictions from statute and our possible adoption of Model Traffic Code 2024. Those restrictions for a golf cart that have to occur would be that an unlicensed driver of a golf cart cannot carry a passenger who is under 21 years of age. And the operation of a golf cart must be by a person. I'm sorry here. Let me read this again. The operation of a golf cart must be by a person 16 years of age or older with a valid driver's license in the state of Colorado. And that the operation of a golf cart cannot occur on a state highway. Crestone, actually, I will include this number 3 in case the highway system ever changes, but Crestone does not have a state highway that runs through town. OHVs and golf carts are not allowed to drive for up and down a state highway. They can bisect it or cross it. That would be allowed. So other municipalities that have golf carts and OHVs, if you want to use the towns of Blanca or South Fork, they can cross Highway 160. However, they are not allowed to drive up and down Highway 160. So there would be a few restrictions on golf cart use that are required. And then also I would try to include the restrictions on use that are required for an OHV. They're very similar. They would require a flag, a few other items, and I can review 2008-008 if you would like. But I think I would rather just present that ordinance to the town for adoption or a vote.
I highly recommend we add golf carts to it. If we're moving towards even slowing this town down a little bit with traffic, it helps to have an alternative to getting around. All of our streets are 15 miles an hour, so there's no, it's not like we do have a high speed roads in town, which, is very unique, and I think something we should encourage people to be driving alternative vehicles around town. I don't know if there's something for is there any regulations on electric bikes or anything like that is a problem? Or electric motorcycle?
2024 model traffic code deals quite a bit with, and I might have some of these terms wrong, electronic bicycles, low powered electronic vehicles, and automated vehicles. That kind of dovetails into my next section, which would be the adoption of the model 2024 traffic code. And that would deal with your electronic bicycles and a few other items, Mayor. So if I might just move on.
Any movement we can towards alternative transportation, we should encourage in our town. It slows down the traffic. It might increase a little bit of I mean, it could increase the safety hazard, but, we really should encourage people to get out of their car and do something different.
Well, I will prepare and present an ordinance allowing for the use of golf cars within the municipal limits of Crestone. And that is the term used in the model traffic code. They're considered golf cars, not golf carts. So I will try to use that term going forward.
And I just stated to the board that this came up because, a gentleman who has one was driving around and he got pulled over by the sheriff, and the sheriff basically asked if there was a separate code, and he couldn't come up with it. So I asked Seth about it, and Seth said that there is a code, but that there doesn't include golf carts. So now to include golf carts, and then those people who have one can have that code on their golf carts and use it for getting out of a ticket. Which I think is legit.
Okay, the next topic I have would be the review and adoption of the 2024 model traffic code as amended. I am working on trying to standardize this across as many San Luis Valley jurisdictions as possible. We do share municipal court judges. The Honorable Judge Zollers presides over quite a handful of towns in the San Luis Valley. If the model traffic code is standardized as much as possible, it is easier for her. I think it's also easier when you have law enforcement officers such as the Saguache County Sheriff working in the town of Crestone, and then also the town of Saguache, if they're using something that's standardized as much as possible. Trying to remove any references that do not apply to the town of Crestone for our model traffic code and also other jurisdictions, such as 4-lane highways. We just don't have those in our jurisdiction. It doesn't matter. That also removes the ability of a motorcycle to lane filter. It's a new regulation, which is something you can do in the larger cities, but it's something we do not need in our model traffic code. The other standardization would be the possibility of standardizing any fees and also citation amounts. That way they're a little more uniform. Once again, if we're sharing municipal court judges and even law enforcement officials, I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for them. And once again, that comes out of a meeting we had with representatives of San Luis Valley law enforcement agencies. The Saguache County Sheriff's Office was there with the sheriff was there and one of his deputies. So they had a lot of feedback on the subject. That's something I and Mr. Farish are working on here in this office, just to make it as easy as possible for any law enforcement officers, our judiciary, and then also the prosecutors in the office. So that will be something that's an upcoming agenda item for the town, but it's got a lot of work to prepare and then also just make sure that it's customized for the town.
That brings up the point about that, writing tickets into our municipality. I was asked by the sheriff to start giving him the dates of our court and make sure that we're lining up with him so that he knows exactly when he writes tickets into our court. And so having that would provide us with an opportunity to deal with it in-house, which would be preferable, I think.
Yes, at that meeting, we did discuss, especially with those operating in multiple jurisdictions, how they can write citations into a municipal court. They would have to use the municipal traffic code, whatever is adopted for the town. The only con that I see is that the town would have to possibly have that law enforcement officer that wrote the ticket present if it's a contested issue. So there would be some cost benefit analysis there, just for their time having to show up. I would hope that they have a few citations so that those fees and fines can cover the cost of prosecution.
If they charge us for that, he doesn't charge us for everything.
Okay. Just a benefit and a cost benefit analysis going forward. But we did discuss that quite in depth. Also the reorganization of any fees. If there's court fees, it's not trying to be a moneymaker for the town, but it should be able to pay for the cost of enforcement and also prosecution. had a discussion with our court clerk about some of the changes to technology going on in the office. Sounds like the website is coming along for the Americans with Disability Compliance that went in this month and may have some grace period to be fully implemented. However, she is working very diligently on that. My comment to the clerk and also specifically to each trustee would be that if we have the ability to have an official website for the trustee, I would ask that the trustee use that website for town business and that they do not use any personal websites or personal phones, if at all possible, for town business, just to try to keep all town business occurring on our official email addresses. This could be very helpful to the clerk. We try not to mix business and pleasure, basically, is one way to say that. The municipal judge has contacted me over the last month, kind of just checking in on scheduling. We have not had any conversations that I think would cause any conflict of interest. It's really just about scheduling. I'm trying to work on her anticipated workload and what she sees coming for that position. And she may be in contact with the town just to make sure that the schedule is working for the town and then also for her workload. So I am trying to have contact with Judge Zollers just in a scheduling capacity. My next point, I did see in our packet some discussion about a budget. I don't want to be the guy that brings this up all the time, but a budget season really is upon the town. There is a deadline of October 15th for a proposed budget to be submitted to the town. And I do not have a note as to whose duty this is. I do not know if our clerk has been designated as the budget officer or if that is another individual, but we do have a deadline coming up of October 15th for the proposed budget to be presented to the board.
We designated our committee as the budget officer, which I don't know if we can do, but if it was one person, I would say probably Adam, but so Adam and Dennis and treasurer, as well as maybe one citizen, have been working on supplementing our budget, and then they're gonna use that supplemental budget to project for next year.
I appreciate that. It sounds like you guys are already discussing that. The budget is just a living document. It's something you look at all year, but we are starting to get into that deadline schedule. So, thank you, board. My next two questions were kind of addressed, or 2 points were kind of addressed. I will be present for the second Monday meeting. You clarified that I am really only expected to be at the second Monday meeting and not the fourth. However, if there is a pressing topic, you will contact me, or if I have a pressing topic, I will contact the clerk and get put on that fourth Monday agenda item.
Correct.
I did bring up the fact that the clerk and I had an agenda update last week. I think that this is a good example of communication and really our attempts to streamline any upcoming meetings, and also to then really be prepared for any anticipated discussion. Once again, I do want the town to feel they are getting a good service. I hope to be working with our clerk on that, as she really is my point of contact for a lot of items with the town. And I do hope to work with her over the telephone and email and just have that as an open offer for her to call me also. Thank you very much, Ariel.
Thank you.
Mayor, that is the end of my report.
Thank you so much, Seth. I think we're getting through some stuff. Be nice to get some of that stuff off our plate soon.
I agree. Would you have any questions or comments, Mayor?
I don't. Does anybody have anything? Nope, we're all good.
Would you like me to stay on for any upcoming agenda items, or would that be the end of my day with the town?
The only thing, the question was whether it was G meeting with the sheriff regarding tickets to our municipal court. If you think it's okay that we send him, the dates of our municipal court and when we get our updated, is it MCT?
Yes, the sheriff is involved in the updated 2024 MTC for another municipality. So I do think they will have some feedback and comments on that. We have not adopted the 2024 version yet, so everything is the 2020, and that is what they are operating on, I believe, out of Swatch also. But I would recommend you send him the dates of our upcoming municipal court dates.
Yeah, and I mean, the main thing was that if you probably haven't noticed, but we've noticed a lot of increase in sheriff presence. And I think they're doing a good job in most cases being here and helping us with our traffic violations and various things like that. So he was just suggesting that instead of writing tickets into Saguache County Court, that it should be kept here except for, large infractions that are have to go into the county court.
That would be great. If you would like, I do have some meetings with the sheriff, and I will continue those discussions also offline.
Right.
Okay. But yes, sharing the dates of municipal court, and if they do not have a copy of the model traffic code adopted by Crestone at this time, we should make sure they have a copy of that also.
Okay. And can you send over 2008-008 just so we have that on file, because I don't think it's in our code book.
Yes, I do have a unsigned copy of that. I do not have a notice of publication or signature. And if that's something we need to work on, we can also have that reauthorized or executed.
Okay. Well, if you're gonna write a new one, I think that would be fine too, to have like a updated OHV plus golf cart ordinance that includes all of it.
And my ordinance was going to be very distinct or separate. I'm trying to have one OHV ordinance and one golf car ordinance.
Okay, well, that's fine, but we do need to make sure that it gets into our code book, because I looked for it for about an hour and couldn't find it.
So I will add this to my discussion with the clerk. (2008) cannot be found. We need to, one, if we cannot find it, if we cannot find a proof of publication, we may have to go through that route again. But if not, it will be added just through our administrative channels.
Great. And I'm curious, how many of those ordinances are, signed into our code, however, haven't made it into our code book, and from the past before 2020 when it was codified. And if we should, before we do our next update on our codification, if we should start looking for stuff that is important and needs to go in there.
That may be something that needs to be done. We are putting a lot of work on our clerk. It is the responsibility of the clerk upon adoption and publication to record those in our book. I in no way intend to say that the clerk should be going back and looking through that. There's no way that that can be done, but just moving forward, and I am sure that our clerk is very aware of that.
Yeah. She's nodding her head, yes.
I can see her. Thank you.
I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board.
Thank you very much, Seth.
I will be in contact with the clerk. I sent out a proposed phone call. I think that was even for tomorrow. If that does not work, please let me know and we'll set up another time.
Okay.
That works for me.
Thank you, Ariel.
Next, we're
Mayor,
gonna.
I'm signing off now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Seth.
Thank you, Board.
Next, we're gonna go to I, which is presentation question and answer by First South West Bank representative. I see you on the Zoom.
Yes. Hello,
Hi.
my name is Hi, how are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Doing quite well. So my name is Michael Coltharp. I am the CFO here at First Southwest Bank. And I also had a gentleman named Isaiah Padilla join us. He is our regional manager for operations. And he's the one who actually does the work. I just kind of like to sit around and make sure he does work. So to the extent you guys need anything, he's a very good contact and can work with you guys in opening accounts and doing different types of stuff. So the reason why we're here is my understanding is there was a question about the funds that you have on deposit here for Southwest Bank. And you have right now around $900,000 on deposit with us. And that amount is over the FDIC insurance limit. So we understood that there was some concern as to the safety and security of those funds. So wanted to come here and talk to you guys about that and any other needs that you might have that we can help you with. So we are thrilled to be the bank of Crestone, and we have a long history in the San Luis Valley. I actually, back when I was young, my parents had property up near the town of Bonanza, so I spent summers in San Luis Valley, and we periodically venture across into the Crestone area because such a beautiful town and pretty area. So familiar with it, have been in this area my whole life also. So we're here for you guys. We have a branch in Center and in Saguache, as well in Alamosa. So that kind of is our valley coverage should you need any services for us. So with respect to the deposit, yep, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask what, for municipalities, what is the CDIC limit on that? Is it CDIC?
There's what's called a Public Depository Protection Act, PDPA.
Oh.
And the way that actually works is in order for a public funds, they have to be deposited with an eligible public depository. So the state of Colorado says, here's the banks that are eligible for public funds to be deposited. When that's done, the institutions have to comply with regulations of the Public Depository Protection Act that was passed by the state. So First Southwest Bank is an eligible public depository. So what we have to do is we have to track all public funds that come into our bank and are ever at our bank. We have to make sure one of two things happens. One, the amount is covered by FDIC insurance, so that goes up to $250,000. If an amount goes in excess of $250,000, we have to make sure that the money is collateralized. And what that means is we buy, in our case, one of two things: government securities, or we buy a bond through the Federal Home Loan Bank. We have to hold securities with a market value and have the bond total in excess of 102% of the uninsured deposits that we hold. So at any point in time, and actually we have to monitor this daily, which we do, and we report monthly to the state of Colorado about all of the public funds that we have, what our total collateral and bond position is, as well as the FDIC coverage, and it has to be in excess of the amount of deposits that we have at the bank. So we do that on a regular basis, and that ensures that the money that you have with us, should anything happen to First Southwest Bank, the money you have with us is secure and the town will not have a loss in that scenario.
Great.
Is that
Yeah, that's very clear.
okay?
Can
Now
I?
yeah.
I'm sorry, are you still presenting information or?
No, I much prefer interactive, so if you have any questions, please interrupt and ask, and I'll see if I can help out in any way.
I'm gonna ask my treasurer a question. Is it appropriate to ask them about titling accounts, or is that a different conversation?
That would be appropriate. I did talk to a teller about that.
Did you get any information?
Yeah, that it's not as flexible, it's not possible.
Isaiah, when we look at our financial reports every month, we have a list of 10 accounts, is that right? 10 or?
Probably more.
About 10 accounts, and they all have, you know, titles like BUS, BDPA, and numbers. So it's not very easy for us as treasurers to know which accounts those are. We're looking for a way to be able to title those in our bank statements.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we can absolutely title those accounts whatever way you like, so they print out on the statements. And the other opportunity you have is to be able to nickname them if you guys do any online banking. So that way you can separate them out as well. So I could definitely work with you guys offline to get that accomplished. That's not a problem.
Okay, great.
That's great. Yeah, I'd like to give you a call about that, Isaiah.
Sure.
That's treasurer.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's set up a time, and you can give me a list of the nicknames, whatever you like, and we'll make sure they appear on the statement, and then we'll make sure that they appear online as well.
Perfect.
The other thing is, with, interest rates the opposite way, so basically when you deposit interest rates, are they? I know that you guys, most banks are not super competitive, is there products that we can look into that are more competitive, that we would make more, you know, higher
Our
interest
CDs.
than our CDs?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that can be done in that arena. One of them, as they come up, what I would like to do is establish a better relationship with you guys so that we're working more closely together. You know, I would like to know you, and I would like to have Isaiah know you, and vice versa. And we can work on the CD rates. I was looking at CD rates and they are pretty low. So we can go higher on those particular CD rates. Generally speaking, from a banking perspective, because the money that we have has to be collateralized, that kind of limits what we can do in terms of interest rates. But one of the initiatives that we have internally that we're going to be working on through the last part of the year is trying to come up with some structures and some interest rates that are a little bit more competitive to you guys, because I feel like our deposit rates for our local governments aren't where they should be. And you know, there's two parts that we want to try to do. One, we want to help you guys out as much as possible. The other piece of it is, because we are a local bank, and we believe in working with our communities, when local banks or when local business and governments work with us, the money actually stays in Colorado and in our communities to be lent back out to the members and people that live in the area. That's different when, you know, if you go to a Wells Fargo, they like to take the money out of the smaller areas and then they lend it into the big cities. So we want to work really hard at earning your business, giving you a fair return, and keeping the money working within our communities. So to answer your question, we can definitely work on the CD rates, because as I was looking at the CD rates, they have gone up, I think, since they were there, and we do have some higher rates that we can do on the CDs. We don't have at this point, we don't have a higher rate on the transactional accounts, but we are working at putting one together where you can put some of your excess money and coming up with a business savings account that will have a more competitive rate and help you guys out with the amount of interest that you get.
Yeah, that'd be great. What would be the next step with you on doing that so that we can get that going? Because we've been running on a very low rate for a very long time, and we feel like, you know, we don't want to have to transfer out of the bank to get those better rates. And I know better rates equal more risk, but even so, we want to make sure that we're getting the best we can with what you guys provide.
Okay. Why don't we do this? I will work with Isaiah and we will do a review of your account. And then we can get with the treasurer or the county clerk. I'm not sure which you would prefer us to work with, probably the treasurer. We can get with her and come up with a proposal for you guys. And then she can present the solution that we can get for you to help get some more income into your city or into your town.
Great, thank you. Any other trustee questions?
Good.
So, yeah, one of our concerns was that, insurance and you've provided that, and then also the CDs, those were the two major concerns that we've had, and also the labeling of the account. So it sounds like we've handled all three of our concerns.
Okay.
Feel free to reach out to us, enjoy meetings. We have them twice a month now, and we can do
Okay.
special, so if there's things that, you want to bring up to us, feel free to join us.
Yep. Yeah, I will certainly do that. A couple other things I did want to mention. One of the things that's a little bit unique about First Southwest Bank, the U.S. Treasury has a designation called a Community Development Financial Institution, or CDFI. What those are, or in order to become a community development financial institution, we have to commit to having 60% of our loans, and both by volume and by transaction, in lower and targeted income areas like the San Luis Valley. There are only 2 CDFI institutions in the state of Colorado. One of them is Native American Bank in Denver. The other is First Southwest Bank. So it's one of those where, we actually get measured and are held responsible for trying to make sure that 60% of everything that we do stays in the community and is back in the community. And we're also, in addition to this, probably a couple other things. One of the other things we're looking at, in addition to security, there is another way of obtaining security for your funds, which is the utilization of a third party. And what that third party will do is they would take the 900,000, just as an example. Actually, I'll go up to $1 million because that way the math's a whole lot easier for me. If an entity had, or government had, $1 million, we could then take $750,000 of that, put it with this third party entity. They spread it out throughout the United States in increments of $250,000 so that it's covered by FDIC insurance. That is a program that we have that's available that can also be rolled out, that is a third way of making sure that all of your funds are protected. And we will be looking at that. That's part of our rollout of trying to find a product that will get you guys a little bit better interest rate. We will try to look at that because that will allow us to earn a little bit more on the money that we have from you on deposit above the collateral rate that we have. So that's one of the options that's out there. The other thing I wanted to emphasize about First Southwest Bank, about, I don't know, March of 2023, there were some banks that failed in California. There were concerns then about the stability and security of the financial statements. First Southwest Bank has a leverage ratio, and what that means is it's how much capital we have related to our asset structure. We have a 19.6% ratio structure. To be well capitalized requires 9%. So we are substantially higher than that. What that means to the board is that we have a very strong capital structure, which also helps support the security of your funds and helps you to know that the funds that you have with us don't have very much risk to them.
Great.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Dennis, I don't know if it's even appropriate to mention, but at times I've heard somebody bring up online banking.
Yes.
So when you do that third-party distribution of 250 increments,
Yep.
is online banking one of those?
It's somewhat similar because the information you will get will require some online information. So the city would hook up with this third line party. They will also send you statements. So what would happen is if you had three, and we'll use certificates of deposit, it can also be a money market account, but if you had three certificates of deposit, then for $250,000, they would send you a statement each month saying, here are the entities that your money is with that give you the FDIC insurance, and that's for informational purposes. All of the transactions still work and flow through First Southwest Bank. So what it does is it just allows the ability to extend FDIC insurance coverage. And we use that also for non-governments. We have some commercial entities. They want to make sure their money's safe. They don't want to have to spend a lot of time transferring between a whole bunch of different banks to make sure that they're all within 250,000. So that's another tool that we use. And it does require some level of computer usage. We do have online banking also, so that, for example, if you guys wanted to make deposits, those deposits can be made remotely. So you can get to your online banking, you can scan the checks from Crestone. It will capture that and electronically submit it to us. So you actually do not have to go to Saguache to make deposits for the town. So that's something else that we can work with you guys if that would make it more convenient also for you, and probably your town clerk and treasurer to save them some travel time and effort.
Cool, but I had understood when y'all were talking about an online bank, is that being an institution?
We were looking at, like, synchronous, I think it's called synchrony,
Uh-huh.
it's like, huh? I don't know, synchrony or something like that. Anyway, it's an actual online bank and they were just offering pretty high rates, but I think it comes with a little more risk.
So, but my question in regards to that is if I say online bank, I mean an institution versus a practice. So if you're gonna distribute, or if this third party is gonna distribute certificates of deposit to 3 different institutions, can one of those be an online institution that has better returns?
It will not actually work that way. So the return will still be what we end up setting up for it. So we can't transfer the money and pick which institutions that the money goes to. It's still a rate that we establish with you as the primary bank.
Okay.
And the challenge you would have if and you might want to check with your attorney, generally speaking, any funds that you have to be placed with a Colorado financial institution. And there is a statute specifically that allows for this deposit sharing arrangement that exists, but it still has to flow through the Colorado financial institution that is approved under the Public Depository Protection Act.
Okay.
I have a question, can it then go out nationwide after that point? Or does it have to stay, in other words, if there's someone in New York selling a CD for 5%, the situation you created where you said you have to do it within the state of Colorado, can that other entity buy it in New York, for example?
Yeah, so the way the program works is that the interest rate that gets paid to, in this case, Crestone, would be whatever rate that we agree to. And if there's a difference between, so one of two things can happen with the program. We may be paying more interest on our CD than the participating bank, or the participating bank may be paying more than we are. The difference between interest rates between what we quote our customer and what the other bank pays, we have to work that out between us, and it's done through the program so that the amount of interest paid is always what we commit to the customer, and it's not relevant to the third party banks, because there may be one that has a higher rate, but it could be a lower rate also. You know, so if, for example, we say we'll pay you 4%. And the deposit goes to a bank that is paying 2.5%, we will still have to pay you the 4%.
But it would
And it
also,
goes the other direction also.
it would also go the other direction, so if you're paying 4 and they were paying 5, then that's a percent for you.
Right.
Is 4% an interest rate that is available?
Yeah, if I would have to go back and I should have this on hand. And some of it depends on the time frame. So if you were doing a shorter CD, we can do higher rates at about 4% if it's probably 6 months or less. So that is, I think, available at this point on our public depositories. The public depositories are a little bit less than what we have on the other commercial side. And the main reason is because of the costs that we incur in making sure that it's collateralized and safe.
Can you give me an example of the size of deposit you're talking about for 6 months?
Almost any size that you want to do.
Can you renew it every 6 months?
Rates
Yes,
change.
you can. The issue with that will be it will renew at the rate in 6 months. So you can, if you want to guess what the Federal Reserve is going to do, that will help you know what it might be in 6 months.
And wasn't it back in the day, longer term holds were more interest rates, or is that a mistaken? It's kind of reversed now.
That used to be the case up until about 2 years ago.
Okay.
So for the last 2 years, the short-term rates have been lower than the long-term rates. So there has been, in the economic world, there's a lot of discussion. It's called an inverted yield curve. The inverted yield curve is, in many circumstances, viewed as a sign of recession for the economy. The reason is that they expect that the Federal Reserve will have to cut rates because the economy will be performing poorly in the future. And that's why the future rates are lower. The short-term rates are higher because the Federal Reserve has set a higher short-term rate. That's the environment that we have been in. There is an expectation right now of rate cuts coming. The market is actually pricing in a rate cut in September. I think they believe there's definitely going to be one of at least 0.25% in November. I quit guessing what they are going to do, so I can't tell you. I just know it'll change at some point.
Can anybody tell me what our current rates are?
Oh, they're really low, not good.
How low?
I don't think
It's like point.
.011
Really?
on one of the CDs.
Yeah, we want to do this immediately because we're just not.
So would even 2% be
Yes.
a vast improvement?
Better than strong
Yes.
sticking.
And so on a longer term CD, what kind of?
No, we would do shorten and renewal.
Yeah. And we'll work with you guys. You know, I looked at the CDs that you have. You can, you know, and if that's the rates that you have, you know, and I hate to tell you this because it's not good. It's not good for the banker, but it's what I told my dad. So he's retired. And he was lamenting about every time the CDs renew, he was getting less money. A lot of them had really low interest rates. What I told him is that there is a penalty for early redemption, but the penalties are so small that they don't even matter. It just makes sense to go ahead and renew them at a higher interest rate. So what Isaiah and I will do when we look at your account, we'll go through the CDs with you, and we will come up with a new rate structure and give you a proposal or a couple ideas on what you can do. And again, we can work with your treasurer and come up with a way to get you guys some additional income.
Yeah, one other thing was that we have a 3 month, we're supposed to maybe, I mean, I think you can have a 3 or 4 month reserve, and it would be pretty ideal to take our reserve and be putting that into a higher yield as well, because there's no chance of us spending it, we just have to keep it, so it's stupid to not have it in some kind of higher yield.
And if I may, I know that, you know, they cannot use a credit union as a public institution. But our local credit union is offering 5.1% on 13-month CDs for 13 months. So yes, it would really be nice to see, you know, we can get higher,
Yeah,
higher rate.
and maybe even, yeah, like I said, transfer our reserves into a CD. So
Yes.
we're not,
Yeah,
yeah,
and we'll give you some different maturities. There's the trick in trying to figure out how to do CDs is figuring out how much interest rate risk you want to take. Right now, the shorter term rates are higher than the longer term rates. So you may want to do a mix, put some in shorter term rates and then get that. But as if the Federal Reserve decides the economy is in really bad shape like they did in 2020, sometimes it's nice to have some longer term CDs also, so that when they reset, they don't reset down to the really low rates, which is kind of where you're at on some of your CDs now. So we'll give you a couple different ideas on what we can do for you and get a proposal to you in the next week or two.
great, thank you. Thank you so
Certainly.
much for coming and presenting for us. It's a big help and very clarifying.
My pleasure. We're available anytime you'd like to talk to us.
Great,
Thank you. I'll be in touch, Mike.
Right. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
thank you guys, yeah. Next on the agenda is Dewey. Do you wanna come sit with us?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
So, yes,
Go ahead.
well, so you know what happened, did you have a
I think
meeting?
it was in March, there was a meeting where I was unaware people were meeting, I think it was on a Thursday, which
Right.
typically this past year when Allison was working, she would be like, hey, we're doing something this Thursday, so I would know to be extra quiet, because even my music comes through the wall, it's very thin, I'm aware. I stepped out to get a muffin and foolishly left my very old dog inside, who's a clean out him, so he's probably loud as hell. I assume that you guys had to hear him bark while I was waiting to get my muffin.
Yeah, that was one thing,
Okay,
there
that's
was,
the one I was made aware of.
Okay.
I was told that people were mad that he was barking, and then after, I think that was the end of March, and then a couple weeks after that, I was told like, hey, they probably wanna talk to you about that, and that's what.
I think there was one meeting that we had where we invited you and then you sent like a representative.
I had work, and I
Yeah,
wasn't
that's
sure
fine.
what
No.
it was gonna be
Yeah.
about, and he mentioned that. He said something about handicap parking spot, make sure no one's parking in that, which I never have anyone park in it. And something about smoking weed near the building, which I don't do, I typically go across the street or go for a nice long walk, I'm an artist, so it's not like I'm not gonna smoke weed when I'm making art.
Yeah.
But I do get away from the building, because I know there are laws around that.
I think there were just
And that's.
probably like 3 or 4 complaints and then we just wanted to talk to you about them and then you didn't show up and then there was another complaint that came in later. And I don't know, I'm just really,
What that extra other complaint was, because if I could just.
We received multiple complaints about the dogs barking and being unattended. There
Yeah,
was one during an event that Benji was holding, Pato Banton, I think, and your car was here and the dogs were here. But you weren't here, you were over there.
oh, yeah,
And beyond that. I
yeah,
got
that was like the
complaints from
last
other-
minute invite, I had the gal who runs Ophia's come knock on my window, and she's like, why are you working? And I was like, I don't know, and so I'm not perfect and I make silly mistakes, but I feel like since it had been addressed with me that me stepping out clearly isn't something I can do with my old dog anymore, I was working there the other day, and the moment he couldn't see me around my cutting table, he started panicking, so. I'm in a place with him where I'm trying to learn how to manage him, because he's much more anxiety driven than he's ever been in his life. And I feel like I've taken a lot of steps to remediate that, as this was, March? I'm bad with time, it's been a weird summer for me, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But I feel like the past 3 months, my goal is to not have any complaints and to just be as more mindful as I possibly can. Because it is a learning curve for me, having a dog that slowly but surely is going blind and panicking way more than he used to, so. Yeah,
I know that we were kind of basing our notice to quit on
Mhm.
those complaints.
Okay.
However, I brought up with Ariel that we could renegotiate it and
Mhm.
have a discussion with you so that we don't
Of
have,
course.
because we already made a motion for
Yeah,
that to happen, so it's already in place.
okay.
However, it took a while for her and she didn't want to bother you because you were going through stuff with your family.
Mhm.
However,
Yeah,
I would be willing to renegotiate as long as, we
Well-
have a really good understanding about
yeah,
things and. that we're-
absolutely. What legally is a notice to quit? Because I'm not quite sure what that means. I think
It's basically that you have 30 days to, it's kind of an eviction notice, but it's,
Okay,
it's.
Since it's a month to month.
yes, okay.
Notice to quit, because the eviction takes 3 months.
Mhm.
That's if there's a year's lease or 6-month lease.
Yeah, but this is not.
Right, this is month to month, so it's just notice to quit.
When did the board vote on a notice to quit?
It was about 4 months ago, 3 months ago.
I don't remember voting on that.
We did, we haven't,
So that was before Jeff came in on.
no,
WPR.
after.
Yeah, I sent Jeff here just so that I could have some eyes and ears here, because there was no way I could have made it that day. I do labor work and when I'm needed, I'm needed and.
That wasn't the reason why
And
it
they
came up.
giving you the information, cause
Yeah.
you didn't know.
Well,
Okay, did it or not?
he said, it sounds like to me that they didn't have the right company name and that as long as, you make sure that you mind the dog barking and keep people out of like the parking spots that are designated for, and he's like, and no other complaints with anything else, then you should, have some more time. So I've just been trying to be on my best behavior.
Right, and then something else came in and that was where we were like, okay, enough's enough, but
Okay.
then. There was some time where you were going through stuff and we didn't wanna,
Yeah, I've been in Vermont for a while.
yeah, I know, and so what we did was we just held off, and then I think, did you meet with Ariel, or did you just?
Yeah, well, I just briefly, knew that something was coming up, and I've also asked her, like, I go over there a lot because I like to play music, and they've had a lot of really long nights here working, and so because it is such a thin wall, I will go over and I'll check with them and be like, is this okay? Am I being too loud? I try to, cause I know it's a really loud building. So if I'm playing something at a quiet level, you can hear it through the wall.
Yeah, I mean, we had
Um,
random
so-
meetings in here, I heard it was
Yeah.
pretty loud in there.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a huge deal.
I would also wanna put forward that, like, if it's a day, so in my lease, it specifically says, like, not to be in here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because that's when you guys were, when we first wrote my lease, doing lots of meetings. And I really liked it how, like, say it was a Thursday, and the, like, cops had to come for something, and there was like a court stuff that would happen in here, she would come over and be like, hey, can you please keep it quiet today? And I would just I put in an earbud so I can listen to my music and do my sewing that I have to do for the day at a very low volume, because I know it is so loud. And I would like, if there are going to be special things happening here on the days that my shop is open, to just be notified so that I can be a kinder tenant.
I think that Thursday thing was completely last minute, it was.
Yeah,
It was at 5 PM.
and last minute things are gonna happen, and I would just like to know so that I can be more aware and respectful of the people doing stuff over here, so.
Still okay?
So this is a good opportunity to have real clarity on, what the conditions are, what the town's policy is about dogs. I'd like to have our clerk speak to what the problems have been, and so that there's no confusion, about what's being requested of you, and, so that we can address the problems. So Ariel or Benjamin, can we say what's the concern and how, what we need to pay attention to here?
The concern is the excessive dog barking that is in our code, that it's a typical offense. Also, at some point it was brought up the dogs pooping outside, the dogs have been off leash, that's also a code violation, so it's really the code violations, it's getting complaints from residents in the area about the excessive dog barking. It's not necessarily the music, we're having music going while we're working, that doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel like in the past few months, I've really worked to mitigate the dog barking feel free to please correct me if I haven't, but I feel like I've made an extra effort to, you know, I need to step out for a minute or go get a snack to get them out of there so that it's not going on and on, because that is really the issue. I can't walk away from them for a second, even if it's across the street without them causing a scene. And so I've really been working hard on not letting that.
So, and I would also like to know about the parking,
Mhm.
you know, what our agreements are about the parking. I know one day when I came walking up to go to the town hall, the vehicle was parked, you know, right up front, and as I walked past, you know, dogs just were in the car and immediately started barking. It scared me half to death. And I'm like, okay, is anybody who's going to the town hall on business experiencing that? And to me, that's just not acceptable to have a vehicle with dogs barking right where you're trying to have an entrance into the town hall. So I know we try to keep the front of the building for town business. So what are we talking about for over parking here?
Would you like me to not park there anymore and then I just won't? I didn't realize that it was an issue, me parking there, but if it's an issue, I'm happy to just. There's parking there and like over by the park. But I had never been made aware that I couldn't park there. I also do not leave them in the car for long periods of time, so I'm really sorry that you came across my truck at a time when they were in there, because it's not something, it's hot. I don't make a habit of that. But if you need me to park somewhere else, I'm happy to. You know.
I would just say, like, I would be willing to give you another chance, but I would say that, you know, if we get like another complaint, that it's gonna come back up again and it's gonna be a problem.
I mean, what's our long-term goal? You were over there, and I don't know if that was 2 years ago. And you had to leave, you see you were somewhere.
Where the remodel's happening,
Oh,
where they're turning it into like, he's building like a spa thing. It's where all the work's been done at the Crestone Inn, and that's why I had to leave, because they were remodeling the whole building.
But I remember when Dewey first came and we were talking about, I wouldn't say temporary, but we were talking about a short term
Yeah.
opportunity for Dewey to have somewhere to set up. And was that 2 years ago?
It was just, it was May of last year, so about a year, a little over a year, and.
So I would ask us what our long-term goal is for that space. And an alternative to notice to quit is if we got clear on what we wanted and we let them know that. It would be good to look for somewhere else, where you don't have to worry about dogs and all of that.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I might say especially if we thought we wanted to utilize that space for something more beneficial to the town.
Yeah. Well,
I
that
thought
came
we
up,
did.
and I don't know if, you know, we were talking about, is it worth losing the revenue?
I didn't want to run it for $500 a month, a year plus ago. I think that's not enough to rent that space.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to sacrifice the revenue if we're gonna start creating an atmosphere that is very welcoming and open to the public and maybe expand our functional space. But then there's different ways to approach it, which one is like, oh, you got 30 days, you gotta go, these people are mad, or having a conversation of what's your long-term goal, what's our long-term goal, and could you be looking for something that you can settle into?
Oh, absolutely, and I understand that the whole reason why the rent was lower just because I can only be in here for half of the time of the week. It's very limited, and that was kind of the whole reason why I brought up, well, can I have a lower rate? Because it's just, no one can really be in there when you guys are doing stuff here, that's a separate entity, you know? Cause it's loud, no matter what, even if I'm sewing, you're gonna hear clumps and clangs, I can hear all that is said through the wall, it's very thin. But also the atmosphere I'm working to create, albeit I have a very sick and old dog that is literally about to get buried in the ground, this is why he barks so much he cannot see. It is a community art space, it's not closed to the public, I have artwork from high school students in there. I have classes that people have taught in there. At one point this summer, I handed the keys over to a lady to teach a couple kids how to do leather work in there. So it is, I try to make it an open and welcoming space albeit, yes, I have a very old dog that barks, which I understand comes off as not a very welcoming thing.
What those terms for when you rent the place that you go to have other people come into the place?
I'm not renting it, it's free.
No, well,
I
no,
let
you
people
rent
come in.
it, you rent it for us, when you rent from us,
Oh, I rent you
you
guys.
said you want to have classes, you giving somebody else the key?
Yeah, so she could go in and water my plants and teach 2 kids how to do leather work while I was in Vermont. Older lady.
Yeah,
who's
I don't
still
think
there.
we're questioning the value of
Okay.
what you do like that.
Oh, I didn't
No,
think so, but I wanted
I-
to like, let it, I try to make it as open and a welcoming space as I
Do
can.
they have a goal for completion of the construction?
I have no, it's getting turned into like a spa, he's like building actual like. hot
Well, that's
tubs and
off the
stuff.
table as far as.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big believer that what I'm cultivating in that space right there, when it's time for me to find a new space, I will, because I have so many allies that I've made just in the past year of people who wanna come in and do artwork and do classes and et cetera, so.
Oh, just so how long ago were the complaints, and this is the first time that she's here?
Mhm.
And I would like to invite you to come more often to us, when you hear those complaints, especially when your friend didn't bring you the right information, you should come here and ask to us what is happening. But you do the responsible, and I understand you have things happening, but I, at the same time, I kinda hear a lot of, just trying to find all the problems, and you agree to comply with all those
Yeah.
before, so.
And I wanna work to remediate any problems that come to me, which is why I'm here today. I have work I could have been doing in Moffett, but I called it early, which is why you guys saw me walk in, because I wanted to make sure that I can be present to talk to you guys
Okay,
about this.
yeah, no, just be more present, because definitely. Okay.
No.
So, I mean, we had talked about, because of the way that our offices are set up, that we were struggling a lot with that office being really sensitive to like the treasurer's work, and that we were talking about keeping her in there, but then moving our main,
Lobby kind of.
lobby. Now, of course, it's
Information.
it's more work for us to, do that. So, I mean, what would be, from the board's point of view, I mean, I think Adam's perfect, totally correct on that. What's our pleasure, and what should we, do we want to switch that into an office space? And if so, how much time do we need to start preparing for that and having to prepare for that?
I mean, we're going into winter, which would be a good time to remodel, if you will, and we're not gonna have as much tourism. So, I'm not sure, I'm not sure, I'm just thinking, if we were gonna start building calendars and maps and putting stuff up, whenever would be the time to do it.
Yeah, I would say if we could, I mean, I even think we could create a substantial or semi-substantial revenue off of having that space open during tourist season. As information, tourist information.
Maps,
Merchandise.
applications.
I mean, if, there's potential, but I don't see that there being a great value to us in the winter. So I would say even if we could start setting that up a couple of few months before summertime.
So, I mean, would 6 months be fair? I mean, give you like plenty of time to keep working, and then also time to look for things.
Yeah, I mean, if
Let's
you
see.
guys really want, that was the agreement, that eventually there'd be a remodel.
Right. Well, we were gonna do a bigger remodel, and we
Yeah.
still might, but we were gonna like take this out and do a whole bunch, and I think we're backing off a little bit on that, so that's not so much, but. That space is, the main thing is, like I said, we are running out of space,
No, I understand.
with offices and stuff like that, and it's just becoming a problem for us.
Well, I mean, really, I'm at the will of you guys, because I am on a month to month, so really what you guys are willing to give me, I will appreciate, and I can start.
Well, I would say
talking
two
to
things.
folks in
One,
the community
this is
about
based
this.
on fact, there's no more complaints, that we
Okay.
can really minimize those
Yeah,
down to
absolutely.
nothing, because.
Well, that's why I showed up today, because I wanted to figure out make sure I know exactly what I need to be focusing on and remediating to make people more appreciative of you being there instead of frustrated with me.
Right, so I would keep it on a month-to-month basis, however, I would also say that we can like. You know, if there's no complaints, we could just say like in 6 months that,
Mhm.
and then we could even say in 4 months, we could tell you. 2 more
Yeah.
months are available,
Yeah, just,
that
keep it
sound
open.
like a-
with me.
I think that's good, because 6 months is January, February.
Yeah, right, so it's, say it was starting August first, would be September, October, November, December, January, February, so. And that would give us a couple months.
Okay.
Is that, I mean, I know that you as treasurer have been, probably the most sensitive in that office.
Oh, no, I don't have a problem.
Okay.
We talked, and I agree with Dewey that, we give her feedback that she's receptive to, that really takes care of it.
So it's just gonna be like a handshake agreement on that?
Yeah.
That we just, month to month,
Okay,
we'll give you 6 months, if there's no complaints.
all right, awesome.
And that would be come up, for February first, and then we'll renegotiate, like we'll start, 2 months in advance, is that good for the board? So, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. There's a possibility that it could be longer, we don't wanna move in there yet.
Yeah. So we got a lot on our plate, but it would be nice to.
So, G was, meeting with the sheriff regarding tickets to our municipal court. That came up with the attorney, but I would like to direct our clerk to be in contact with the sheriff about this on a really good, he's requiring, and I don't know what it, who's the best person to talk to at the sheriff's office, but they're very interested in writing tickets into our court, and I think it would benefit us a lot. We've already gotten these giant bills from them, and we're already paying them to come here and do the right tickets, and then we're also paying them to. So we're paying them to come here, and then we're not getting any reimbursement at all.
I had a question about the giant bills. Don't we get, what are the $600 bills or $1,000?
We had a $1,600 bill.
Okay, so that's divided by 50,
No,
it's $50 an
no,
hour.
we had one that was $1,000, and that was something that was gonna come up on the next.
Okay, so that's 20 hours.
I have it.
And we,
Aren't we paying them $50 an hour?
Yeah, but I'll tell you
$30
what.
a call, I thought it was. And are we paying those?
Yeah, that's my question is, I mean, I don't know that their deputies know that, posting up at the kiosk is not something we're paying.
They know. I mean, the sheriff is the one that takes all the complaints and
So he's not charging us for being.
Yeah, those are all town addresses.
all town addresses.
Oh, really?
And he zeroes out, if you notice, there's a number of 0 addresses.
Wow.
That's 1 month, but that was crazy. I mean, we should
Wow.
never be paying.
What happened that one? What one was that one?
So I'll bet, if you don't mind, I'll get into that. Wait, that was actually not the right.
So I have a question. If tickets are written onto the town's municipal court. I mean, the reason that we want to do that would be in order to generate the revenue and order to pay the sheriff. What happens if somebody decides to challenge that tickets and they want to tell to the judge? We have seen here in the past that then you want to try by jury. I would have a concern that, a person on the expense of having a trial by jury. And if there is an anti-law enforcement, jury, we end up with the cost of that jury trial. So I just wondered, I mean, with a couple of times things have gone to the court, sometimes in the having a jury trial. It's like jurors deciding they didn't care what the laws actually were, this is what we think, and.
I wonder if there's like a limit to that and how, if like, when it goes to the sheriff, how many
of those turn into jury trials at the county level as well. And if it has to, there's like a certain level. Like if every single one can go to jury, I don't think that's necessarily.
They have more dire, but they have more dire, where you can, if somebody's just staunch, I hate cops. That person can be dismissed right away, cause you're showing prejudice. They do that before every jury.
That's not what we're talking about, it was just a huge expense when we had a jury
Oh, I
trial.
know that.
And it wasn't even legit because you can't have a non-biased jury in a town of 130 people.
So, and I think it would be good to see the money come to the town that we could use it to pay the sheriff's department. I think that's a good plan. I just. I would like us after a certain period of time to evaluate, the effectiveness of it,
Yeah,
how it's working for us.
right, and I also thought that we should, and I don't know what they do, but there's usually a fee on there, like a processing fee that they write in, and I don't know what they would write that as, so like, you don't only get your ticket, but you also get like, there's a fee. And I don't know if it's like a set standard or if there's actually if we set that or who sets it, and so this is the kind of information, the dialogue between the clerk and the sheriff's office that I would like to know, but if she sends, we do these are the dates of our courts, they're set, this is the judge, I think the sheriff said that was really interesting was that, he really loves our judge and he feels like she sets a very high standard and he's really happy that we have her, and he said that he used to challenge his, deputies, he still does, to that standard where is it gonna hold up to her, her scrutiny? And they would have, that was the level that he set it to. So it was, he loves the fact that we have that judge, which is a good, it's very fair.
Did you get any clarification on that? $1,000?
So, yes,
Is it?
and that was gonna come up on the next one, so
Okay.
as long as we, agree that we can start looking at putting some of our.
All about it, yeah.
Everybody in agreement? To have the municipal court, written in, or tickets. Do we need a motion?
You're just talking traffic, right?
It would just be traffic. Maybe, I'm pretty sure. So the next one was, dealing with local issues without sheriff. So what happened was, I asked him about that $1,000 ticket, $1,000 charge.
We got charged $1,000 for one visit.
But it had to do with them doing an investigation and all this stuff that was going on around that kind of was with one resident who just moved to town. I know who it was, we do, not gonna bring up his name, and it was a restraining order against his ex-girlfriend, which was kind of, an interesting thing. And then he made such a big deal out of something happening that he called the sheriffs multiple times or something like that, and they ended up, charging us $1,000 for that. So he said this is the kind of stuff that like the sheriff doesn't, there's, the fact that they're calling the sheriff is showing that we don't have a huge presence with our code enforcement. I'm not saying on that particular one, but I'm saying on certain things. So we have to decide how we, Mateo is very busy now in the summer. He's better in the winter, but he's very busy in the summer. And we're not getting a huge amount of presence from him. I think he might be charging us 2 hours a week at the most, right?
Yeah, he said he's starting our own business, so he's putting his time in that one.
So we have to decide if, we only have him on for 5 hours. But if we're getting these kind of, $1,600 calls, it's more efficient for us to have somebody that's more on call and we pay them a little bit more.
Should we be looking at another?
Well, that's the question. That's the question.
In this case, I'm not sure what was the conflict with the girlfriend, but the code enforcement don't have authority to arrest or to do anything like that.
He
right?
could have done some preliminary work though. I think on that particular one, he might have been able to do some preliminary work if he was accessible. He could have gone and talked to him and, cause it had to do with somebody who worked in town and then somebody who lived in town.
Yeah, because I talked to Mateo the other day about the hours, he need more hours, but he said that he, have his own business. And when I did the conformance, yeah, I put over 30 hours from time to time, because I was do a lot of walking.
Right.
And I was thinking to raise his hours, but he said he don't have time.
Yeah, and not to mention that he hasn't written one single ticket yet. Out of all the time that he's been here, and I'm not saying that. Whether that's good or bad, he just hasn't been really.
I only write 2 tickets in my time, I told,
Right.
and that was just because I had to. But most of the time was just to remind to the people for a codes and things like that, but,
Right.
yeah.
Have you talked to him about? Leaving?
Yeah, either that or we, still have him because he is really good when he's here. And then we just start looking for, I mean, we did this before.
Yeah.
Or we had 3 people, but it was nice because then you could have, somebody on. But I mean, to make up, say, 4 hours or 5 hours, it could be somebody who's more available, is what I'm thinking.
I don't know. The few times that I've talked with him in instance, he's been really good at what he did. Could be kind of a hard guy to replace, but if he's only putting in a minimum amount of hours, I can see where we might need somebody of his caliber with more time.
I think it's always a good idea to have like plan B, have the feelers out there looking for someone. In case he gets really involved with his own business and leaves us high and dry. We might have somebody in the wings that, so everybody just kind of puts the word out that.
Everyone can go on.
A supplemental.
I just think, I mean, the sheriff really highly recommended that we start for nonviolent, calls and things like that, if we had somebody more available, that we wouldn't be spending that much with him. He said, you should be dealing with local issues more locally. He said, because we're just getting called like crazy, and then he's, once they're here, they're gonna write a couple tickets so that it makes it worth their while. So they're now, not only doing these calls, but they're also getting their own, revenue generation. So it's kind of like this, and then everybody I've been asked probably like 6 times already, why is there more deputy presence? Especially after that incident that just happened, and I just said, he's got more deputies now, he had a higher budget to work with, and so he hired more people, and so they're, cracking down on Crestone a little bit, and I said, if you don't like it, don't do things illegal.
So that's the basement, so.
I feel like we should have I know we can't have a contract with the sheriff, we also can't just give Bill whatever he wants. We should have a cap at the very least.
And Adam, even at the rate he's charging us, it's a lot less expensive
And
than if we had a contract or if we had our own police on, I mean.
I think the
well,
SWAT,
we can't budget for something that's gonna be $50 for 4 months and $2,000 in 1 month. Like, we need to know what we're getting into. Yeah, just to know.
So we had a few years back, looked at doing a budget, a certain amount per year. And, that arrangement never did work out. And I've always felt like there's just not a lot of clarity over what we're paying for and what we're not. To me, I've always been somewhat confused over it. I mean, we've looked at if there's things that are basically in state law. Somebody's committing a felony, maybe they're selling illegal drugs or injured somebody, shot somebody. That's under the sheriff's purview, and that would be the sort of situation that they respond to. If it was somebody disturbing the peace, or breaking any of the town ordinances, that kind of comes to the town. And yet there's a real gray area between there's a lot of things, well, you need the sheriff backup because we don't have you know, an actual law enforcement in the town. So it's just been this kind of gray area that we've never seemed to really pin down. As town citizens, part of our mill levy goes to the sheriff department. So we're funding the sheriff department as a mill levy. You know, we're funding the jail.
And sales tax.
But we're also funding patrol as part of our mill levy. And that's because we don't have our own jail and we don't have our own police department.
They don't have their own jail.
So, you know, what
They're
is,
transferred to seven?
you know, the question is, what does the mill levy that we're paying pay for? And, you know, I'd love for us to be able to call on the sheriff when we need help. I mean, we really want to have that. And, so we would have a good working relationship with the sheriff. But I think we need to know what we're paying for, what we're not,
Well,
how much money we're really looking at.
have you seen these invoices? 'Cause-
No.
Oh, okay. I mean, this is the one with the big one. I don't know if you can see if you can blow it up. I guess last biggest one.
We could probably just over allocate and that'd be fine. I mean, we could put $1,000 a month. And then if we only spend 6,000 or 12,000.
Forget what
or
this-
14,000.
Town of Swatch,
At least we'd be in range.
Town of Swatch, I think pays
They have a contract.
500 with the contract.
Yes.
But it's like, it's like a $50,000 a year deal with them, and they have less than we do. But I'm just saying, that's,
Sorry, who was this?
Swatch,
So what's
town,
town we?
so the town hires the county as their law enforcement,
I see.
and it's a lot easier for them, they don't have to,
Uh-huh.
they don't even have to go anywhere.
50,000 as well?
It's 50 something thousand, do you know about that?
It's a lot of money.
But that will be, you know, like expensive for the town, I mean, we pay, because this one actually, can you put it as expensive? This 1,000, 1,600, you got the money from the town, right? We pay.
Yeah.
So it's an expense.
Yeah.
So if we had a 50,000, I mean, I don't know, I was thinking to have the whole thing instead to all those small bills and have more power to request whatever we want to, because.
I think the only thing he's willing to do right now, based on what we have available, is show up when he wants to and charge us for what he wants to charge us for. And right now we've under allocated.
Yeah.
So if we just allocate more money, at least we'll be semi-prepared for it.
Also, he told me
And-
specifically that he's being super fair with us. I don't know why he charged that $1,000. It must have been some
Yeah.
crazy reason, but
Wow.
he says, that, I mean, if you look on here, there's 0, 0, 0, you know, there's
Yeah.
1, 2.
Those charges look very fair to me.
Yeah, and we might be able to build into a contract if we
Keep paying.
just keep paying.
Well, if we can continue on the way we are right now through the rest of this budget year, and as Kim started to say, in the meantime, look for a code enforcement officer that might be able to take Mateo's place.
Or even, like I said, supplement Mateo, like, because Mateo, you know, it might be good to have him and one other person.
Oh, they'll train him, person, and get him used to the people and.
We could-
So-
Or,
There's no question about paying.
Oh, it's already paid.
Okay.
I don't know where I was looking to see if we had another one from this.
That's from
This
2
is,
months ago.
this is from, June, and then there's gonna be July.
Yeah.
You know if July came in yet?
I believe it did, you remember that?
Yeah,
We used to put in at least 25,000 a year for code enforcement,
Oh, so that's nothing.
and now we have like 4,000 or something.
oh, it's 5 hours a week.
Yeah.
18 or 20.
It might be 5,600 and then.
well, and some local issues are kind of scary too, like that ambulance. You know,
Oh, we got so much.
breathing and yelling and urinating in the park and stuff. We can't handle that as an individual.
Oh, no.
I mean, she.
Not even the code enforcement,
Yeah.
I got chased one time and that was enough for me.
So
Yeah,
this last bill for July, 550, so that's totally within our
Yeah, so it's
boundaries.
Well, not times 12. Or are we right there?
Yeah, this is also midsummer, so,
Right.
but did you supplement that line item?
To a certain degree, I don't know how high we went, but we added for sure.
So hopefully we have supplemented it properly and then, I mean, I would say like you said, $1,000 a month for 12 months would probably be.
Yeah.
the right amount. And that would actually be a good deal.
Well. Plus whatever we pay,
Yeah.
like a code enforcement.
But I thought that, that was a separate item.
We.
Yeah, he's on, you're saying it's not active.
Law enforcement contribution one, so we're way under on, we have. And code enforcement and.
Is that under court or personnel?
That was professional services,
Okay, so yeah, that would be that one.
and there's court too, and we did.
We'll look at it and consider putting in 12,000.
And the other thing is that I don't know how if he's charging us on this bill for court, because we're supposed to have a bailiff. You know about that?
Can you repeat the question?
Sorry, so when we have a court and we're supposed to have a bailiff here, who's like a deputy, does he charge us on this bill? Or does he charge us on a separate bill?
I'm honestly not sure because we haven't had court.
Okay.
We should just add them to put court if that's what's happening. It seems like you would. And yeah, we haven't had court, so. Obviously, this is Baca,
Is it?
0.
Oh. I mean, he's probably got a huge list from the Baca because.
But no, but he doesn't charge him. Or nobody pays him.
That was my only question, the charge to the backup team?
Nobody.
No, but he has to report everything. I mean, every single,
Yeah,
thing that they do, they're.
the code allowed there, so.
So let's just supplement our budget to, I don't know if you'll tell Kim,
Yeah,
so it'd be 12,000?
we'll try that out and see how they told us.
Do that back to her. She's.
Okay. So next we have, going down, we already did the presentation by First Southwest, we did alternative location for sanitary sewer expansion. Right?
Right, I don't know how much more I'd be able to add from what Randy said. But if I remember correctly, if you read the grant, the stubs to each and every property, we're gonna go from the main to the property line. And to me, that's a big deal, in a couple of different ways. One, it's out of the right of way, it's right at the common property line of the right of way and the private property, so any construction or reconstruction or drainage work or anything else that has to be done on the road, those stubs will be put in and the road wouldn't have to be dug up again if somebody was 2 or 3 or 4 years down the road asking for service. So it'd be there. The problem though comes in how many, because between here and wherever this might end, there are a lot of lots.
Especially
And,
going up Galena, but then.
exactly. So we would have to look at those real carefully. I mean, not all of them singularly would be buildable. But if a person had owned maybe 2 or 3 or even 4 lots and consolidate them, then of course they would only get one stub.
But they're not really consolidating, they just have one buildable lot, and I think it's like, it's in our code.
So they would just go over the property lines or whatever.
Yeah.
Or if they hugged one and then just left the other one.
And also if they like, say they did an ADU, they would probably just stub into their own.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But the point is, an engineer looking at all those lots, reading that grant, would probably count one stub for either side of the street for each and every one of those lots. So I would try to use for myself best effort to talk with whoever owns property out there and see if I can get some intention of what her short or long-term plans might be, explain the situation to them. And then reduce the number of studs or service lines. Because it'll just make the project that much more expensive and shorten the length of it. Anything else that anyone else can add? Great.
Well, what about item K?
Oh, right, I talked to Natalie, Natasha Butler from the Department of Transportation. And she had, this was from the January inspection that we had on the bridge deck. And she had told me that normally these secondary bridges, it's not like stuff on the interstate or state roads or even county roads. They're looked at only once every 2 years. Ours is now on a once a year review because of its condition. I talked to her about the possibility of having the deck replaced and any other repair, and what grant monies might be available. And they don't necessarily, although they don't necessarily use design and contract grants anymore where they combine their stuff. So they could be known to do that. What I'm getting at here is to show best effort to keep us out of liability, is that in the 25 budget, do an estimate on what a design might be.
You mean the 26 budget? No, oh, this one?
Yeah, as that's to the season we budgeted. I mean, we're there, anything that we want to get for 25, we should at least be talking about it now. So what I would do is get some estimate numbers on design, and if it's possible that we can move into that and get some repair work done on the deck, then we'll at least have some money in the budget that at least a line item for, be it high or low.
And you're gonna get some idea of what that number would be?
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
If that's okay with you guys.
Of course.
I guess I'm asking, I'm telling you this, but I'm also asking permission to kind of look at this stuff. And the BOD level, Seth mentioned that in his report, when you saw the bill of BOD, I noticed that it was the second highest since January. Actually since from March, and talked with Brent about it. And we do have our municipal code speaks to grease traps and that, and it doesn't, a lot of people think that it only has to be a food service, but volatiles can be coming out of a residence. It doesn't necessarily mean everything is coming out of business or businesses. But what he's done, and maybe you might already know about it, he's put together a notice where there will be an inspection on certain businesses. And then to make sure that what they need is there and it's operational and everything is fine. I don't know, Ariel, if he's mailed that out yet.
I don't believe he has nailed it yet.
Okay, and then I guess the only thing that I would ask, because it's not just gonna be focusing on business, it could be residential, is that maybe we put out a public service announcement saying that something to the effect that sanitary sewer is just for, it's not a garbage dump. You know,
Don't, definitely on our website, and down the sink.
all that, yeah, and I mean, who doesn't, you know, I mean, I do.
I
You know,
don't,
butter, pepper,
I don't.
you don't really think about it, but it's costing us not a great deal amount of money, but it does disrupt, as I understand it, the digestion down at the treatment facility. And I think we're paying like $1 a pound for whatever they calculate, that we're contributing to it. So let's let you know that that's gonna be happening. And if he hasn't done it yet, Brent will be mailing that stuff out.
So, thank you for that order there. I'm wondering if, when we send out the sewer bills, if there could be some consumer information, she said something like grease costs money. And then have some information on how, you know, like, don't empty the defect fire or whatever down your drain. And possible ways to better dispose of things, so.
I think that's an
that-
excellent idea.
You know.
And that little stuff for sure.
But just some real information on, you know, put it in.
Definitely do not put motor oil or, you know.
Yeah,
I pour mine in the can until it cools and I put it in my trash can and I wipe the pad out with paper towel.
Yeah.
And throw that in the
and
trash.
things like, you know.
So it's darn near already clean, but it's not oil.
Yeah,
The,
but people bacon grease or fried
Yeah.
chicken or whatever, but I think that there's a awareness that just some things like grease costs money and.
You wanna have a review for the 22nd, is it 22nd? Is there?
So this is the
26th.
Just some public information,
We put that on as some.
yeah.
And if we took $50,000 from our $480,000 grant, is there any sort of reduction or filtration system we can put in?
Right, but I don't think so.
You know, I don't know what it would take to build and maintain something like that, but it's not really our responsibility.
Well, it is in our contract with water and sand.
Well, I talked with, Gary and I didn't talk too directly with Diego, but we talked about this and, I don't wanna put words in his mouth, but what they're asking for is to see our best effort in trying to enforce it by our ordinance. And through, we have the ability where we can test individual manholes. So if we had a downhill manhole, downstream manhole from any restaurant or whatever, we can do a simple test there. And start isolating where some of the stuff is coming from. And I would do that long before I would think of any pretreatment for myself, only because of the expense.
But how much can we reduce our monthly fees by decreasing our VOD?
education.
It's not gonna be, in thousands of dollars, it's not gonna be anything like that, even through the year. What it's really showing, is that we're trying as a customer to the treatment authority, doing our best effort to run a clean system.
But is this, this report here is showing these red, saying that we're exceeding our monthly limits, is that right?
I saw that in what I had on my tablet and what was given here are calculated in a different way, and I'm not familiar with this.
I see monthly average gallons per day were below 30,000, I don't know where the 30,000 came from, but. And then put that in EODs and CSS, we're hitting limits.
I don't think we're exceeding, but, what they're saying down there is in comparison to them, we're high, but they don't have, the same businesses in there that we do. I mean, unless a bunch of hunters got together and started playing their game at somebody's house and dumped it all in there, that might show that.
And when was the last time somebody talked to Cart about whether or not he's still doing taxidermy?
Keep quick, 2 years ago. Well, keep not quick, keep it tight, or that.
The one thing I heard is that our butcher shop does not have a grease trap, and I don't know if that contributes a lot or what happened with that, but that could be one of the reasons.
Supposedly,
Huh?
How about T-Road?
And T-Road is super greasy.
I suspect two businesses that I contribute most of it. And remaining both. And the blood also from the butcher shop.
Is it BOD?
Is a big deal. So be aware, I might send out some sparks and.
The other thing, is if people don't comply, do we have, what's the consequence?
I'd have to check our municipal code. I don't think it's written as strongly as other municipal codes that I've read. But I'd have to read it to see what the fine or penalty would be.
So in the meantime, I say we direct if Ariel can be creative and come up, I mean, you are usually creative, but if you just come up with like something that goes into the
Yeah.
website as well as
The sewer bill.
the sewer bill, but, and then maybe review it with us on the 26th.
So, absolutely, I'd be happy to do that. I was wondering if I could work with Dennis and Brent on getting, good verbiage for that, PSA. And then the bill itself is tricky because you've all seen it.
Oh, it's a little-
small. I mean, we could try to fold something and stuff it in there, or I could maybe just keep it as simple as grease costs money in that little box area.
Or what you could do is make 4 of them on one sheet and then cut, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, like a little flyer or something.
Paper cut
Yeah.
them.
Maybe there's something posted out here, posted at the post office,
Sure, whatever
or
your direction.
in our, on our website.
I think that'd be a good start.
Next is paving parking areas, stands.
Oh, yeah, after the heavy rains, we've had,
Sorry, back up, pursue grant for pump house electric.
great, I talked to Angela Garcia with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment about the possibility of applying for a grant with them on the electric components for the well house. And we have a meeting set up, her and I have a meeting set up for 1 o'clock on Wednesday. We're gonna do a Google Meet, and she's gonna just line out to me what is necessary to be able to initiate an application. They have several different types. Some of them are 100% paid for by the grant, and those tend to be of a lesser amount, which we might qualify for the electrical units, like 20,000 and less. In the other, we talked about the possibility of replacing our water meters in that system, and hopefully that might help with our billing. Because some of that stuff, not some of it, most of it's antiquated by today's standards. And if we can combine the two, that would be great. If not, maybe we do separate, one with the lesser amount and the other would be more expensive, which would be the meters. Meters are probably gonna run about $25,000. And the way labor costs are going are almost equal, so looking at around 50,000 for the removal and replacement of the old meters and replacement with the new. I don't know.
In each tap or just at the?
Each meter.
Meter in each
Throughout the
bed?
community, yes. And I don't know whether that equipment would be salvageable by anyone.
It's each meter is included in 50,000. I mean, so it's not 50,000 each meter.
All inclusive, yeah. That would be, I get in that part, I get in that business.
Yeah.
No, it would be for the
Whole thing.
52 plus meters that we have in there. So that's for your information, and as soon as I get more detailed information from her, I'll bring that forward. And that may require some assistance from a grant manager.
We also talked about an upgrade on the booster pump possibly as well.
That would be included with the electrical components. Yeah. And as far as the rainstorms have created a lot of erosion problems in all through town on the roads. And some of the ones that looked a little bit more simpler to handle, the Public Works Street Department went out and gravelled them, brought the grade back up to the level of the concrete, and it replaced from in alleyways, and I know they've done some stuff out in a little bit more remoter areas as well. But it started me thinking about this stuff here, and I've heard some of our current and previous employees complain about specifically snow removal and keeping these parking areas cleaned out, and the difficulty of it. These little rumble strips tend to hold a lot of gravel, so they can't use a snow blower in there, they start breaking windows and stuff. So I thought maybe we could pave them. I had talked with the street, or the road and bridge with the county, Randall, and he said maybe we could work something out with them. And I'm just giving you that for information if you want to pursue that. I'll let Drew know. And then all they're asking for us is location of where these areas are. And I would say if you go from town center, from Golden down past on both sides of the cloud up to that one area where this field is over here, that one big lot, we wouldn't do that, we just do the designated parking areas. Excuse me, down, further on down, by, the old brewery there, or Scott's Forties place. And then if you come up streets, there's some couple parking areas there, ours here, and all the way up into, the grocery store. Now, maybe that's something we do over 2 or 3 years, I don't know. First, see what they're.
They have to take them out. Go actually break them up, break out all the concrete and then replace it with asphalt.
Well, it would be on this rumble strip.
Yeah, just the normal stuff.
The gravel, of course, just the gravel will be removed and will be.
Thank you all. Thank you all. I don't know, we paid good money for those, I just think it's just the pavement on roads that don't have pavement.
You know, I follow that myself, because some of them look okay,
Yeah.
and some of them are in pretty bad shape. Maybe all they need to be really is cleaned out very well, and some sealer or something.
Mortar
Yeah, something like that,
and all the cracks.
right. And seal it up so the stone doesn't lock it's in there, and then if they needed to use a snow blower, they can go in there with some reasonable safety, know that they're gonna knock out all the windows in town. But anyway, let's get some prices and we'll see, and then we can kick it around from there. Okay?
Yes, thank you. Trustee, me. Then you had the personnel behavior in the workplace.
Yeah, I don't, know everything that happened, I don't know if anybody else happened, but I understand Sam had come in and really, Ariel, you can tell me more what happened. And really lost the school with our employees here. I was kind of hoping that those days might have been coming to an end, but, you know, maybe stress with whatever he was dealing with and what he really thinks about the town. He may not be so suited to represent us as a building inspector.
Well, he's been censured before because he attacked our staff with letters. It was Gwen and Allison. And it was inappropriate, completely inappropriate. The letters were rude, hateful, mean, and that's what he was on the board. It was not through the board, it was through him himself. And I called for censorship. And he got fed up and quit right then and there. But yeah, we cannot have that behavior directed at our staff, by other staff. That's just not what we planned.
What happened?
I don't want to be treated like that. I wouldn't want anybody else to be treated like that.
What happened?
He came in upset about his water sewer bill and we were trying to rectify the situation with him, but he was frustrated. He was already mad. It just culminated in a lot of screaming and slamming of things and cussing us out. And
Was he behind the counter too?
no, he was in front of the counter, but
So that's as a resident, not as an employee.
Yeah, no, that you like,
We let other residents yell at us.
Well, that might be something we need to talk about too. As, I don't know.
I mean, the board is a little different also than staff. If, you know, if we're getting yelled at, it's a little bit more like.
We're letting Warren talk to Kim in ways that we shouldn't let Warren talk.
Well, I agree, and
well, we have a lot of things, cause we remember what happened with Brandon too. And that was another case, and that's why I was bringing to her today, and yes, we had to, and I had to take care of my tone of voice, because that's the main thing I pay attention, but yes, we had to work with that employers, and we work with everyone, doesn't matter, but we should keep
It's
it high.
become a habit.
Yes,
It's become a habit, and I can guarantee you that if I would have been here when that happened with Brian, the situation would have ended up differently. But it's over now.
yes,
We've had our talks. And,
You weren't here?
no,
as a year,
you have it now, so it's okay.
I would, you know,
It's been more than once, but yeah, I think Sam has. I think Sam has Tourette's, like, I mean, you've seen him probably in other cases too, where he just suddenly starts yelling and you can't. I don't even think he knows he's doing it, but I'm certainly happy to not having his building inspected.
We currently have a vote to keep him, he was hired for 6 months, and that should be up in October.
Cool, so let's not renew.
Well, maybe just send them a letter saying thank you very much, but as of October first, your services will no longer be needed.
Sure. So, and keep him until then, just keep working.
There's not a whole lot of building in the winter.
Yeah,
I mean, we just paid him $400, right? Which was for probably that.
It was for CPCH and then for other building permits.
There were a few other.
So it seems like in September, would be a good timing, because when looking at that 6 months time. And we can make a decision to advertise for that position. At the September meeting.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
But then, so still, he was a resident when he did that, not an employee.
Correct.
So that's a further conversation about what.
But I think he might have thought that he had more.
It wouldn't matter to him. He just-
Well, when we went through those DOLA trainings, they told us, or you could look at our handbooks. It states that, you know, we only have a meeting a month, more than that now. But once we become trustees, we are 24/7 trustees. We might not be doing town work, but we represent the town 24 hours, 7 days. So the staff members, they too represent the town. We hired them, they're our children in a way, so if they mess up, it's our fault. So I don't know, if somebody jumps on my child, I'm gonna be the mama bear and attack. I mean, it's just, they're my children and we hired them, we should protect them. I don't think that anybody should be treated, whether they're citizens or not, should be treated like that. I mean, we're not paid enough to take
Yeah,
that kind of abuse.
I think that's what I said too.
Okay, well, I'm just. So, and Sam jumping or Warren jumping on Kim, and Sam jumping on them. And even as a citizen, like Warren and Sam are, they need to get their comeuppance, they need to get curbed a little bit and behave yourself or leave.
so we should write a letter to him to let him know as citizen, he should not come and get it to our staff. Because, I mean, we're not going to say
Or if
anything,
you can't behave yourself, write a letter.
well, that's what I said, we should do that. Oh, you.
I don't know what the best approach is, but certainly something like that.
Just dealing with Sam for now.
Yes.
And the other situations, I guess we'll handle as they come along, and they will. But I don't know Sam that well. I talk with him, it comes in, his former wife is my neighbor, we see each other every now and then, especially through these tough times. And he is more deaf than what I am. I mean, so he naturally is talking very loud. So without a filter, it's probably even more easy for him to get louder. And from what I've heard, people that I've met over he's a pretty forceful guy.
Yeah, I had issues.
So I think that to having an outside town hall conversation. Of just saying, hey, this is inappropriate behavior and, yes, sometimes you get upset about something. But when you're dealing, like Ariel having to deal with somebody, sometimes as a citizen, sometimes as, another staff member. It kind of, if you're a staff member, you're held to a little higher standard. To where I could come in, I'm like, I'm the trustee, but I'm coming in as a citizen upset about something. You're still held to a higher standard because you are a trustee or a staff member, so even when you're speaking as a private citizen, you are held to that. And I also feel like it's very important for our staff to be able to say to anybody, hey, I feel like you're being out of line here. I think that, I'm feeling threatened by your behavior. I would ask you to please leave and come back at another time when you're cooled down, we'll try and work with your problems there. But I feel like it's all right for our staff to set those boundaries and not feel like they have to take that crap from somebody, that whoever it is, they can say, this is inappropriate, I'm gonna ask you to leave until you can come back and then we can work on your problem. And so that they know that they're not gonna lose their job if they tell somebody to go home or to leave. And,
And you did try that, right?
yeah, and I just feel like they should know that in that situation, they can say, hey, come back later, or I feel threatened, I feel like I need to have maybe a board member present for this discussion. And be able to make that judgment call and not have a complaint filed against them that they wouldn't deal with their problem.
Is there anything you wish you could have done and you felt like you couldn't do?
No, I would just ask, I would say if you have generally said that. Not when you're cool down, or ask people to email instead, so that we can have written communication going forward. I feel like we encourage people to write it out, it's more thoughtful and less reactive and emotional. So I would just ask that we be able to do that as well, and just continue saying that please reach out via email or written correspondence, you know. If it gets to that level. I wouldn't bring anything like this up except that it got to.
And you could call the sheriff? And you could tell somebody, I'm gonna call the sheriff if needed,
Yeah.
and
I don't really think that's.
we'll pay $1,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There is a code in our code book that basically says you can't threaten employees or threaten, threaten, board member. That's pretty, I think it's in state law as well. So, if if you're feeling threatened, it should be taken seriously. Next, we have, we already talked about the office assistant, next steps, we're moving forward on that. Yes,
In this one, C requested a proposal review, this was an on part-time program.
oh, okay. That's kind of a big one. So Allison McClure, who's our grant administrator, she's the one that does the reporting. And I met with 2 applicants after 30 days of hosting on the diversity network as well as the local papers and everything. So we got 3 applicants, 1 backed out, I believe. And this is for a manager job that is funded by the grant. However, it will be reimbursed. It's a subcontractor, so they have to pay their own taxes there. And what it is it's $20,000 for the manager position over all the way up until 26.
Yes.
And as of right now, we can only work September 1st to January 31st because of the spotted owl. Now, if we get a exemption from a forester, Adam Moore might exempt us because he might go out and see that there's no spotted owls, or if there are, then we're not gonna be exempt. So either way, that's the time right now that we're gonna be working with as of the moment. And so this job is kind of a self-directed job. There's not like an hourly pay. They just get $20,000 and they have to kind of budget themselves to work within that. When they get paid, there's also a $6,000 educational section, which she can kind of like say, I spent $2,000 on my own labor and then $4,000 on whatever I needed to make it work. So she had that control as well under the managership. So it's basically $26,000 is the total. And that includes educational. The job is basically working with the mitigation crew, the administrator, who is Allison,
on, reporting. Our, you know, our Firewise, even though it's not a Firewise grant, we can still use Firewise resources if we need to. Obviously, working with me because I helped write the grant, as far as like having, the maps set up and the descriptions and getting permissions from different folks. So she's gonna be like really, this person, this manager is gonna be very involved with going out and, dealing with each citizen as they come and really getting to know people. And so 2 people applied. The one that I'm choosing, her name is Melody Taylor. She is fairly new to town. I think she's been here for 1.5 years. She has a lot of really good experience. I mean, she has an executive profile, and this is not all of her, but let's see. Goes to here. So basically, this is her resume. She's done all sorts of things: compliance management, leadership and team building, merchant. She's overqualified, just to say the least. But she's really interested in this grant. She's been in fires herself, big fires where she was locked out of her house for 3 months at a time. So she has that, you know, story and educational, she understands how devastating a fire can be. So she really is, motivated for this job. She's not gonna get paid a huge amount, but you know, the better she manages, the better she'll get paid. So basically, I'm asking the board to hire her as a subcontractor. When we're gonna get from Allison, Allison is gonna do a budget month by month on how much she thinks each month is gonna be. So we'll have that set, we can put that into the supplemental budget. The idea is that when you report, so basically, they turn in the hours to Kim. Kim will pay that amount, and then that amount gets reported into the FEMA system. And then FEMA takes out 5.2% for our contribution. Now, we can contribute in kind as well, so we're gonna be reporting the use of our vehicles. If we do pickup, any kind of like slash pickup will be, you know, paid for by the grant, but it's probably gonna come out of our contribution. So that'll all get tracked. Then they take out a 10% that we get back at the end of the grant. So that's gonna be another amount that gets eliminated out of that reimbursement. So you're gonna see that we're paying out more and we're receiving less. And then when we 2026, we close out the grant, we get this big check for like $13,000 or whatever it is for all that 10% that was eliminated. So it's a pretty, you know, pretty good deal for us. We have a pretty good, we're supposed to do 90 acres of land. Some of the land has been, because Adam Moore did it, he did it basically from satellite imagery. Some of it is inaccessible, we won't be able to get access. Some of it is already been done, like the CPCH project has already been done. But some of it, and then some of it, we're gonna need new permissions, and most of it. For instance, I was hoping, you know, to have a sit down with Kim's sister and Melanie and Alan, and really have like a real, you know, good.
Not have to be in town.
It doesn't have to be in town. If it protects the town, it can be outside of town. So it's pretty cool. It also, you know, it's not.
School engaged.
Okay, yeah, I think they're on the map as well, so we can do work on the school, but we have to get permission for each thing. The only thing we don't have to get permission for are undeveloped streets, sides of streets. I mean, we might actually do mitigation, like just pay for weed whacking as part of it. It doesn't have to be like this full crew out there.
So when are we gonna actually be able to start?
September 1st is the day that we can actually start.
When is it?
September 1st, because of the,
Okay, because I really think we just mentioned the weed whacking part. I think that's just so crucial. We've had such a rainy year, all the grasses are going really high. You know, in September, they're all gonna be drying out if they're not already, and, I just recently hired somebody to do some work on my property. And it just cost way too much and didn't get near enough done of what I was hoping for. And I always used to do below the property and up the side, that was town property road right away. And, it's like those things need to be done in order to protect my property, everybody else's property. So I would really love to see, a big push that says, let's just get weed whacking done all the way along town road right aways. Because that's what carries a fire. And we know if we have somebody here with fireworks or whoever, it's the grass that carries the fire. And I almost put that as a priority. I mean, all the mitigation and all that is important. But, the fires that I've actually seen in town were two. One were either a structured fire and the other one was grass fire. And so I would really hope that, we could have a team of people that just goes after it.
So, yeah, I would recommend that, we deal with two crews. We've already actually advertised for crews, we haven't gotten anybody apply, but I do know people that are interested, including Mateo, he's interested.
Yeah.
And Mateo will do almost anything, so if he has a crew, we can, just send them out and start in various areas and do, cause those roadways are not just the undeveloped roadways, they are also the sides. And that is included in 90 acres.
I see on Silver Street, along Silver Street, between Cottonwood and Goleta. It's just weeds all the way down, line. Normally our public works would have already done that work.
How does Melody take this information and is she charged with conveying that to the crews?
Yes.
And hiring the crews, or do we?
No. We will hire the crew, she might be part of the interview process for the hiring before. So basically what I'm gonna do is, once we hire Melody, it'll be me, Allison, now Melody
And
as.
Melody gets a flat rate regardless of what hours she turns in?
Correct.
Is there any way around that?
No,
Any alternative to that?
she can pay herself whatever she wants.
But you can't set this up where somebody has to turn in hours.
No,
Okay, then I make a motion, we hire Melody, is that what you're looking for?
for this, now it's gonna be multi-year, so it's gonna go till 2026. But she only gets paid, like I said, 20,000 is all.
Can you go on an annual basis, or does she have to get hired?
Well, we're gonna have a budget for each year, month by month.
Do you
but
wanna hire her for 3 years or 1 year?
We wanna hire her through the whole project. if
Okay, then I
possible.
make a motion, we hire Melody for the 3 years of program management.
It's management of the.
And if she's terrible on the first year, can you?
Yeah, we could tell her that she's not good and replace her. Yeah. If it's not working out, she can. We can.
I would second that motion.
Okay. We might need like a subcontractor. Did we get a contract from Allison? We got like basic.
No, but I think
Yeah, we might wanna have like a couple real basic subcontractor contracts and obviously 1099 for subcontractors.
But I'll leave that up to Allison, right?
And
That's Allison's job to.
no, it goes through the town. Not Allison, that's the other thing, is Allison gets paid 100% by the feds. There's no state contribution, there's no town contribution. She gets a flat rate of $6,700. And that rate, I think, and we're finding out if there's any reimbursement from the town, or if it just literally comes a check to her from the feds, and that'll be, we'll determine that. So we have a first and second, any more discussion? Yes.
Just the only thing that I don't say, I would like to not hire her for the 2 years, I would like to do it one by one, but we had the option to find her, she not did a good job, because.
Yeah, it's still at will.
So if we have a contract, we can put that in.
Yeah, it'll still be in that will. Subcontract,
All right.
All in favor? Aye. Great, I will let her know, she's gonna be excited, she's been so on it. It's great to have somebody, and this woman, if she works out, will be a great contribution to the town on other grants and other things we're gonna be doing.
Is she a CPA?
She's not.
Is she a foundation expert?
She's a grant writing management, I mean, you're,
So it's only you and it's only two persons running this grant?
no, not necessarily, I mean, we're gonna be, if you wanna be part of it, I can.
Well, you just mentioned that you're going to be and then charge to parent the crew, so that's why I'm questioning.
We didn't get any applicants for the crew, so I'm not gonna be in charge of hiring, I'm gonna bring it to the board.
Okay,
But we'll have to break it out and figure out who's, and I'll bring it back to the board.
cool. Thank you.
Probably on the next meeting, 26th. Please put that on the agenda for approved hiring. Cause that's when we will do it. That's when we will have the information for who's doing what, but I agree with Kidden as far as the priority of getting these streets. And it'll probably entail. But
It's really up to us that we gotta impress in the mind of our, employees when they're moving / off the road and all that. To keep track of the hours, the miles, to dump it. Truck expenses.
Oh, yeah, there's gotta be
Everything.
everything has to be tracked.
So we can come out on the black. end.
Oh, yeah, totally. Totally. And also, one other thing, will you, please write Nancy a really nice message? It was Nancy Tulis, who was the other applicant. And just say, we would love to, maintain any connection with you, for future grants and it. She actually might be a good person to have write grants and actually. You can't write yourself in as like a 10% percentage, but you can write yourself in as like the administrator of the grant and get paid that way so that we don't have to pay out any money.
Yeah, we got one on the books and tentatively anyway, that maybe she could fit with something.
Oh, it'd be great. I mean, she gets our stuff. One other thing, I have to go back quickly to my report and we need to know where we're gonna put the $25,000 that was given to us by CPCH. To get in I thought a generous manner because of the way that it worked out. It was way over their budget, how much it cost. Extensions and the taps and they still gave us 25,000 thanks to a few of the board members. We received it and we need to just know where we want to put it. If we want to stick it in capital funds account or stick it into another account or, I mean, what would be the best?
What have we got this money, son?
Dennis wants a
Contribution.
capital improvements fund.
That's where I put it, I don't wanna put it in general, it'll be just blow.
I think we should see where we're at with the supplement. And see where we need money. And if we can afford to put
So
it in
then-
there, but for now, can it just get deposited in general fund?
I think it already is.
So yeah, we might,
So do you want to put a separate like line item as contributions or like
well,
it was a
we put that in as tap fees so far in our draft.
We won't forget.
Yeah, we won't. forget.
Alright,
I'll be-
she asked me
We
to ask.
needed to get through this supplemental.
Lastly, bulletin board, is that going in soon that we got approval?
I've asked every day for a week.
Oh, jeez. So there's, we got approval from the post office to have our own town.
Oh,
press
yeah,
club.
yeah, yeah,
So
okay.
that was a really cool thing, and so we have one out there, it's gonna be put up, it's gonna be our own thing, and then we have like our information lockable.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Cool, perfect.
So that was cool. So that's how I want to say that's back in my report, and then, we already did the stipend, did you get clarity on that the personnel committee is gonna work
Yeah,
on that?
come on.
Approval for stipend for cell phones, it would be $20 per cell phone per month for each employee.
It looks like she's
No,
just
you
asking
don't
for
want it?
herself.
It was under my agreement that
You would,
it would be included.
oh,
But I think I will ask for you guys to text me on a different line so we can, on a different phone number so that it can be tracked as just town hall business instead of
Gotcha.
mixed in with my personal.
gotcha.
How much did you put in
Put in,
for stipend,
I didn't put anything.
in your agreement?
Mhm.
You just said it's already in your agreement.
Oh, I didn't put a number, I just said it was included in my
That you could
salary.
use during office hours, you can,
My phone would be used.
during office hours. Is what we said.
Yeah, that's what you guys asked, it says, or you said, would that include your phone, and I was like, sure.
So you didn't ask for a
So that's
stipend? Oh,
Just, Kim is asking for the stipend, Brent has his stipend, Kim is asking for one, Mateo hasn't expressed an interest, and, I think that.
Okay, so it'd just be for Kim. You guys, anybody wanna make a motion
I'll
for that?
make a motion, we approve $20 a month for Kim. That's what she's asking for, right?
Okay,
More discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Dark sky grant status, so we already did that, employment agreement, so we already did that.
I make a motion, we approve
All right,
the
town,
employment agreement between town clerk and town of Preston.
is there a second?
No, we appointed her, but now we need to just kind of approve the agreement.
Yeah.
second,
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next, we had the public works, we skip everything else, we did that, public works report, which is in your binder. Was there anything that stood out?
one thing that's not in there,
Uh-huh.
is the last and final violation that was left behind from the previous ORC. All that information has been sent to the state, Brent is just waiting for the state to respond back. He thinks, and I feel as well, that once they respond back, responsibility, everything's cleared off the table, but they're dragging their feet, it's not us.
You also said there was a few more little repairs or something on the flow meter, is that correct? That the flow meter still is not totally operational.
I don't recall, he may have, but I don't recall what it was.
With him, I think we should figure out how we wanna work, violations on grease traps. And if we have to have like a separate ordinance or something.
I've got one in my tablet that's got more meat in it than our current, but we'll see how successful we are with cooperation.
Bulk water.
I know some people are holding their guns saying, we're not a commercial kitchen.
Well, I'm loading mine only and then we don't do any grease, but we have some grease, so, but we throw it away in the garbage. But we don't have like a fryer. But anyway, I will still, check on getting it rehooked up.
Keep coming back here tight.
Next, we have water department, we did, is there public works? That was, okay. So I'd like to set up a public works committee meeting again sometime in the next week. We could work that out, when you have like, if you're thinking about it, in the next few days, we
You can
can
do
do
it,
it.
they can-
Doesn't matter. I mean,
Anytime after 2, if it's Monday through Thursday.
but I'd also like to invite the two public works people so that we can have feedback and start working with them.
Yeah, I'm gonna be back on the road Friday morning, so we can do it before Friday, and I'll be back the following Friday.
You got your thing Wednesday.
Wednesday,
No,
Wednesday afternoon, late.
he's got his thing Wednesday was,
So
So
it'll be an hour.
oh, well,
Yeah.
I would like to make a request of Public Works, to cut down, haul off the mullein plants that are now sprouting up all around town. They're an invasive species. There's a whole cluster of them down at the stop sign of, Auger Street and Golden. Those really need to be removed. There's several other places, like alongside Ophia, there's some coming up by the post office. They're easy to remove at this point, basically, your plum owner just chop them down. They're getting ready, they're blooming, they're gonna be going to seed very shortly. They really need to be removed and they will spread, this witness the baka, they're everywhere. And they are an invasive species, there's not that many in town right now, it's a real opportunity to go ahead and get rid of them. It wouldn't take much time, but especially those ones that are down by the stop sign. They need to be gone, any place else you see them. If you wait, we're gonna have them everywhere, and then they're gonna take a lot of work to eradicate them. So I please would like to see Public Works deal with them. I talked to Brent about them about, I don't know, a week and a half ago, and, it's not for me to direct his work,
He's not public works at all,
okay?
like zero.
So who is it?
It's
Andrew and Eddie.
And Eddie, okay.
Don't
So-
come over to my house, it's like.
So I.
Eddie,
Anyway, whoever is responsible for that just really needs to be done.
With the plan you talk about?
Mullins.
They're real tall, they're tall plants, they develop a real tall
What
spike.
do they look like?
Yeah, okay.
And they're actually really good for your lungs. You can make a tincture out of it.
It's also like toilet paper.
It's great toilet paper.
Yeah, and they're good for, your ears.
You know,
For
they are good, or they have a lot of value as an herb, however, they are an invasive species. So if you wanna grow one in your backyard, you use as toilet paper or do as an herb or you sell, okay, but as far as on the public right of ways, we need to not let them go crazy. Or they'll end up like what we have at the White Shop happening in town, so.
Yeah, they got a little carried away at my house.
Okay,
So
so
will you guys direct or will Ariel direct Eddie?
she can put it on, because we're supposed to start doing notes for our committee meetings.
I can direct them. I send out a note to all
I
staff.
hope to be talking to either Eddie or Drew or both of those guys in the next couple of days, and I'll mention it as well.
We also need to do our, a meeting with the committee, what was it for, office assistants.
You wanna do
Next
that
couple
tonight?
days. Tonight?
Do that now?
Well, we'd have to set it up to meet with them, right? Or no?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. Next, where's my agenda?
we work for the department.
Code enforcement, so we don't really have, that was kind of with the sheriff thing, planning commission report planning commission got canceled because of the lack of. Quorum. Now we have correspondences from Elaine, that was a big one, sorry. I wanted to kind of go through it, but go through it kind of quick. So obviously she's kind of backing out of her commitment to the town in some ways, maybe she'll do some stuff, but she's referring to 2024 budget, it sounds like we're moving forward on that, so we don't have to do more of that, but she was really upset because it was like the chart of account, or the way that she had put the budget.
She didn't put the budget, the finance committee did.
Okay, so the way that the finance committee created the budget didn't transfer well format wise into the QuickBooks, and so there's been this ongoing fight basically between people, and we have to kind of go with what's in there. Now we can make it more accurate, I think, as far as how it lines up, but
I think we're gonna have to meet in the middle, yeah.
we're gonna have to meet in the middle, and
That's a good way of putting it. I mean, it's not just one side on one side or the other.
I think Kim is totally willing to do that, and she's willing to work with you guys to make those things look really good. You can't eliminate,
Right.
you know,
Yeah, and through our process, she's also convincing me that in some cases we oversimplified, so. There's.
so you can increase it and make it more detailed. Okay. So that's being worked on, general bookkeeping, she has a lot of that stuff that she's working on as well.
Kim
Is, I saw
It's
her,
really working.
yeah, I agree,
She has some stuff to learn and she's really working.
yeah, and she's really committed, and she's really good, let's see. The town needs to have financial information returned to the office, do you know anything about Virginia West taking stuff from the office?
To my knowledge, she didn't take any.
Okay. And she shouldn't take anything, so that's. No 2023 supplemental budget, so that I don't understand, because if we already have 2022 supplemental budget prepared,
Yeah,
where
but
is it?
she said they had to be authorized for the board, and after they be authorized, they can do the 23, that's what I understand in the letter.
But I don't understand, I've never seen the 2022 supplemental.
I'm not saying it, you just read that one, that part, and she said it's ready, but it has to be approved for you guys, and then they can do the 23.
Can you ask her to provide that?
Can I?
Yeah.
I will, I guess.
I mean, unless somebody else has more
Did
content.
she send you that letter?
This was,
To
given,
the
I don't know where this came from.
Yeah, this was.
I had to request it from her, because I read about it in the paper.
We could ask the Eagle for it.
No, they didn't have it.
Matt signed out.
I don't remember us putting the 22 together. I remember talking about it, but I don't remember.
I think she did that on her own time.
But she said it had to go for approval for you guys, and then she put on the 23 articles, those meet together.
Well, anyway, we did need to track it down, so I will work on her. She's saying that the 23 one isn't reliable information, so maybe with, cause the auditor is gonna be doing that, so, oh, shit. Oh, here it is, it's just went to the top. Next, we had,
Letter from Elizabeth.
no, sorry, financial oversight,
No.
expired, so saying something about the town was, prior auditor said we didn't have sufficient supplemental safeguards. I mean, there's only so much I think that we can do with that, it's a big one.
And I think we accomplished a lot by passing a motion to advertise for a CPA.
There's that, and also the fact that you guys are checking over all these bills before they even, are.
And going line by line with our treasurer through the
Yeah.
actuals and the budget and.
Sales tax decrease, we're not as bad as you thought, I think.
Yeah.
She's saying the ultimate impact is still unknown and careful monitoring of sales tax revenue as well as expenses, so I think we are doing that. And she's saying that we exceeded our 2024 budget, so that's why we're doing our supplement. Dark sky, that all got worked out, hopefully, I mean, and do you wanna send her a reply to some of this stuff? I mean, I think it might be a good idea to just kind of go through and. Is it too much work?
No, whatever you want me to do.
Well, you already did the DOLA forfeiture, so you can just say that's been done and we've been told by them, the sheriff will do it from now on. Right? Organizational charts being done. Online information is all being done. Board meetings, 24-hour notice.
Doing good.
Doing good. Operationing manuals, you guys are still working on those or?
Yes, so to be honest, that's one thing that is really hard for me to do with my current workload is go back and make a training.
So let's say that we're gonna put that further into our, cause I do think we do need operational manuals.
I would love to do that. I would just love to have things streamlined first so that then I could make a manual and if there was ever the situation where I was leaving, then I could train someone.
I think it would be good for more of a winter project anyways. Elections, I mean, that we had no numerous concerns about the election and the selection of the mayor. I mean, what I heard from our election, what was her name? Judy expert, that we followed all the procedures and that we also really only would have a problem if somebody was injured in the fact, like, for instance, if Dana didn't get on the board and she felt like there was some reason to fight against it.
Dana didn't get on.
If she didn't, like, say we didn't appoint her onto the board and.
They, them.
Huh?
They, them.
They, them. I can't even guess.
So if Dana was injured.
If Dana was injured, that she could complain and say, I got on the board, I felt like the noticing wasn't correctly done and I'm injured by that, being that they didn't, and that would be the reason why somebody would complain or have a suit against the town, otherwise.
I thought there was another question, some people did it, that we never advertised for mayor. And there was supposed to be advertised for mayor, that's why I never run for mayor, and that was the violation we committed.
Talking with Judy Egbert, the mayor was advertised at the same time as trustees and no one applied.
So we had advertised that we had a page that we can show it to people, because that's what people were saying was not advertised and public,
She has a file that.
okay?
Yeah, I
Can you
remember
send
my
me-
ballot had mayor on there separate.
Sorry?
My ballot had mayor on there
The
separate.
issue is that advertising.
Advertised, yeah.
Oh, advertising.
Mhm. So somebody could run for the seat.
I mean, yeah, what are we gonna do?
If somebody really files a suit against us, okay. I mean, that's.
So maybe not.
I would think that if we really did all those things wrong, the guys with the handcuffs would be here by now.
I agree. Either handcuffs
Well,
or.
and I was told that we could do it the two different ways. We could just appoint, once the board was, reelected and we had a solid board, we could appoint the mayor amongst ourselves. Or we could advertise and wait so many extra months
Do a special election.
and do a special election, which costs $4,000. And we chose not to
I
do that.
remember that as well, the order.
Okay, so what choice? It was not this.
There was really no choice. We
So
appointed.
you guys as a board take that decision.
It would have taken too long to advertise and I would have been, pro tem. And that would have been a scary thought. So, I'm happy with the way it's going.
I used to mention what other people mentioned, and that was the concern about the election.
Well, you can, yeah, so if she has that,
That we could
advertising.
have it, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so I think if, we would have already gotten a letter from the Secretary of State, I believe, saying our election was contested,
Okay,
and if we still do,
So-
it's great.
next,
Water and sewer,
working on it.
working
No,
on it for
It was
sure.
a letter for a person who.
We're still in Elaine's.
I thought we finished that part.
Oh, the other one, yeah, water and sewer is gonna be a lot better off once we get the new software, correct?
Mhm.
Business licenses being worked out, you feel good about it? Okay. Major projects, cemetery expansion, I'm sorry, but I feel like we can't do, we could get a lot of input, but it's still gonna come down to a LiDAR survey and engineering,
I agree with her that we should have a committee, which
and
is
that's fine.
something I've been suggesting. So that a group of people can spend 2 to 4 hours talking about ideas and design. But
That's
yeah,
fine,
we
but
still.
we first need those,
Sure.
that information, so. I think we should get LiDAR survey, get it to an engineer, they tell us where we can expand into the best places. What we have to do to mitigate any expansion, and then. We bring that information to a committee and.
Great.
everybody, and then we decide how we want to plot it, basically. Living wisdom, attention must be paid to contractual obligations related to this project.
I didn't get that one.
It's on the next page. Financial obligations related to the project will certainly exceed 10,000.
I think we're down at 7,500 anyway.
We put an arbitrary number in there thinking what it might cost with Brent involvement in that project. I don't think their involvement has yet to come. It'll be with the testing of the sanitary sewer and water main and the hydrants.
When we have Brett,
Right. And Brett was included in that, and the way that project's going, Brett will probably be off the payroll by then, and it'll be Brent.
Hmm.
That may witness all that stuff.
Okay.
We'll see.
and then
He's
those,
already on the payroll.
right. So it's not gonna exceed $10,000 and.
I thought we put it in for engineers, unknowns, and it was 10,000, but I think we lowered it to 7,500.
I mean, I'm happy, they gave us this you probably weren't there for this, but they gave us $25,000 because. We were supposed to pay.
That's not.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that we're okay with them.
I'm not, we're happy with the 25. That's
What would you have wanted?
for them to convey the billing more accurately. So that there wasn't a $600,000 number floating around. But
I will say this, that one lady did say that Cooley was the lowest bidder, which led me to believe that long before this happened, they knew what the numbers were on the project. So, but that's over.
Water and sewer grant is totally being taken care of. We worked on it today. And that's the main stuff. I mean, she kind of put it in another format as well. There's more. I mean, would you mind going through that and just telling her this has been done, or do you want me to do it?
Maybe we could work on it together, cause there's some things I can't speak
Okay.
too in depth.
Okay.
What kind of a deal? There's more, but I think we can,
That's all been submitted.
Right.
before.
okay. Next, we have the other letter from Miss Demarais about pet cemetery. She wants to consolidate pet lots.
Do we own that cemetery?
Yeah,
Oh, I mean.
Is it,
We have
did Steve open it back up?
he hasn't closed it yet.
Oh, okay.
He's just still threatening it. But if he does, we're gonna be hearing a lot at some point. So, did you guys hear about that at all? So Steve owns, like, right when you turn left before the cemetery, there's a little section of road that gets you out to the pet cemetery, and then it automatically kind of crosses onto our property,
Yeah.
but he wants to close that section off. And then there's another little section up above, it's also owned by Steve McDowell. So he definitely is like pretty,
We might,
I
yeah,
don't know, I'm sorry, but look it up in the state book. And if you've got public access for 14 years, it is public access.
so what happens if he comes out there and puts up a big bulldozer like?
We talk about this too,
Huh?
the Mercantile Garden.
I think we can work something else.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
I'd rather try that first.
Yeah.
so do we have guidelines about not being able to consolidate?
I
What
don't
does she
know, I
want to
don't
do,
know.
very big animal?
Yeah,
Not
not horses, large dogs.
Does she have 3 lots? Is that what she wants to do, plots?
She wants to buy small and medium plots and
And combine it.
consolidate them into one large plot.
Sounds great, right? Is there no reason not to?
If we have them together, that's fine.
I mean, Denise Payne, time,
Well, our clerk has all the information, right? And so you can tell her what, you know, if she wants to do one plot, take 2 and then make it into 1. I mean, you could do that, she just has to buy both, right?
Yeah, I think that sounds good to me.
Okay, great.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I second.
All in favor? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good meeting.
5 o'clock, we'll have it all over this.
Yeah. Look at that. Dan, before you go, yeah, let's talk really quickly about those applications.
Yeah.
Recording Scott.
I wish you didn't come back on maybe Tuesday. Good vacation day, but you forgot the.
All right, let's stop the recording.
Society up in St.